heck of a pusher of lead downrange for close air support. I'm going to butcher the distance on it, but it also has a tracking system too, so an automated link there to track the short-range air defense. But you could also use it quite effectively on elevation. I'm pretty sure the elevation goes down to about 0, and so depending on the elevation of the tread itself, the tank unit underneath of it, the carrier itself, you can get this thing pretty effective on target and walk those tracers in. Yeah, it'd be a hell of a day as a platoon to sort of walk into this and be like, oh crap, what just happened?
So I'll push back on Gurney, but only slightly, just because I think maybe the value of these things, and maybe we can have a discussion. In the sky is only about maybe 3 kilometers, 4 if you're really lucky, which for aircraft is not very effective. It's the stingers and missiles it brings to bear that really make it pretty deadly, right? So what's the difference between having a guy with a stinger and this thing with a stinger? Well, this thing is integrated with radar and a communications platform that allows these systems to track aircraft a lot better. So, you know, one of the problems with planning, let's say, an air assault or close air support, like you're a Russian soldier and you're asking for your planes to come in and help. Well, sometimes the problem is knowing what kind of air defenses the other side has, right? If they know they have Ukrainian guys with man pads and you know they're in the woods, you do what's called SEED, right? Suppression of enemy air defense. You try and use artillery mortars to keep their heads down so they can't stand up and fire a stinger at your plane that's coming in. Well, what the Gepard and Avenger and other similar systems provide is they can roll up, 50, 60 kilometers per hour, and suddenly an area which was thought to have no air defense does in a very big way. I mean, oftentimes the training for these systems for the guns is actually focused more on anti-personnel and basically internal security, right? Because these things can be kind of vulnerable. They can be vulnerable to a guy with an NLAW or an RPG. They don't really have a way, they don't have a lot of thick armor or anything to protect against that. So oftentimes, at least in NATO training, I don't know specifically for the Germans, but with the US variants, they will train their guys to track targets on the ground with the guns and keep the stingers looking for planes. And that's kind of something that just a guy with a stinger can't provide. But I don't think necessarily, unless there's a lot of low-flying helicopters, they would use the guns as much as they would the stingers, which is very good because Ukraine has a lot of these stingers, so they can, mount and reload and do all these other kinds of things. So it's a system that Ukraine already has that they can integrate in an armored and fast way that's going to make it a real great thing for the Ukrainians to have.
So you guys, essentially strategy is dealing with as I understand it, there was a project to, so as with no missile systems on board, there was a project to mount twin packs of stingers on either side, so for mounting to each of them gun mounts, essentially. And a couple of prototypes were built, but as I understand it, the project was never developed for the Russian government. So I have most people outside of the UK, maybe probably less than a dozen, even have stingers and maybe actually
Well, I think Axel's moving some dirt here. I was just going to add in, CJ brings up a good point, so maybe they have some of those missile systems with them. I wasn't aware of that, but the thing I'd like to point out is just, so not that a stinger's not effective, not that it's not more effective than an IGLA, right, or an Avenger system with effectively a stinger-type missile, but with multiple pods, tracking for it. The thing I like is there's no antidote for cold hard lead. And of course, I don't think they're lead. I think they're tungsten type round or heavier. But the primary thing is for the short range air defense. I agree with the limitations of the range. But if we're talking, if I was just to compare ManPad with this, they're complementary. And the reason I say they're complementary is because you are not going to stop that lead with chaff or flares, which you can do to an effect, to a degree, with the man pads we see on the ground. I'm not going to, I can't debate the actual specifics of how effective the flares and traps the Russians are using from, whether it's combat aviation or other aircraft. And that being said, this is an automated system, part of that, which is even more fantastic than the human eye and the human reaction speed. And the other bit I was going to put in there, in terms of that lead going down range, just it's also complementary to use for drone systems. Fantastic. I mean, just return on investment compared to the cost of the manpower to take it out. So I just look at this as another complementary thing. Again, to Axel's point, it may not have been the first choice, but there's a hell of a lot of uses for it within that 2-kilometer range, and just added versatility that some other systems don't have. If they don't have Avengers in 4-pod system and a refill truck for it. I know lead is heavy; you still need a refill system for this. But if you're torn between choices and you got a reload time here, and you got to take out a few drones and maybe some aircraft, and there's some countermeasures that might eat up a few more of your missiles, your man pads. This it's a similar type unit, but just having automated tracking and throwing that lead down range is just an antidote for that once you're within range.
And to back up, Gurney's point here, I guess I was under the assumption, maybe because I'd seen a few of the gut parts in Germany with Stingers, I didn't realize they all weren't like that, and that seems to me. But that certainly could be the case. One thing these can provide is not only the drone protection, but you think at these Ukrainian supply points and Ukrainian sort of depots, they are somewhat close to the front, right? They're in within artillery range because Ukraine doesn't have necessarily a lot of vehicles to be moving around ammo, people, and personnel. So their supply depots are very vulnerable to artillery fire. And the only thing is, though, that's kind of good for the Ukrainians. The Russian artillery is so old and so overused in terms of the barrels being worn, and you could see this evidence both on the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. There's multiple reports confirming this, that the only way they're going to be able to successfully destroy a Ukrainian depot or somewhere behind Ukrainian lines very effectively is with drone corrections, because they don't want to risk their planes coming in due to the fact Ukraine has a very robust air defense system, a very robust air force that can at least defend themselves very well and conduct limited strikes. So the only chance Russia has of having sort of any effect deep behind Ukrainian lines is to get these low, slow-flying drones in there and correct for artillery and take 20-30 minutes in trying to get their old guns brought to bear, because they have a lot of guns, of course. I'm not sure about how much ammo, but they have a lot of guns and can be very effective with the proper corrections. And as Gurney pointed out, even if these things were just hunting drones, that would be a huge advantage to sort of these deeper parts of the Ukrainian line that were once susceptible and for now are much safer than they were. So yeah, great point, Gurney.
And one last thing, CJ, that maybe I sort of overlooked it, but it is an armored system and it is mobile. So I'll just sort of add this in. The Russians really don't have good precision real-time strike capability, whether it's from their fighter aircraft or the combat aviation. I've seen some, but most of them seem to be unguided. And so I guess just in terms of a survivability aspect, even if this thing is there, it's armored, it can survive near hits from the Russians and unguided rockets. But so long as it's operating in a mobile fashion, meaning not targeted by Iskander strike or something like that, it seems like the survivability of it is quite high. And I'm just is there in theater, and it's not an armored type system, it's not heavily armored, and it's not moving, it's still susceptible to Iskander strikes and stuff like that. However, less survivable for non-precision guided strikes from aircraft that may get within its umbrella. And the Get part is more armored than those systems, so more survivable. So just you could push it further forward with a little bit less fear, so long as it was staying mobile. And I like that part of the system. Not too familiar with it, but that's just a difference I see.
Thank you, Gurney.
It is one system within NATO which has that level of mobility
speed and stunning is exceptional, so that you can use it for mechanized infantry advances, providing constant forward and fashion which no other system provides. And that's why it was once developed, because it was supposed to be galore. That's what it was known for. That is if you have a fighter which comes too close for it, and you have a decent radar system, then that is exactly what important concept and what John Spencer once discussed. You can hide down again pretty much anywhere and everywhere very quickly, so you can move it in position, and then if that fighter aircraft, I mean, it's the heart attack as it comes under, let's say, suppression. Pilot has a version of it.
And Axel, is there any other vehicle that somebody who's trained to drive a Gepard might very quickly pick up?
Sorry, mate. I was just... Right. If you can drive a Gepard, you're highly qualified to easily drive any other vehicle at that speed. But why do you ask? Are you trying to go multimodal now?
I was trying to get him to say the word.
The only thing you need to look for is people who can drive a Leopard 2. Because if you want to see the fastest tank the West has ever had, you want to see the tank which has the best gunning system the West has ever developed, and if you want to see the tank which therefore can move, well, as a Leopard does, fast, distinct, specific, yeah, that's what you should be looking for. Leopard 2 drivers. I think there have been ads out for people who are good Leopard 2 instructors already for 2 months, so something is in the offing.
John, if you want to close this off, and then Dr. Brain, Big Papa, Azistar. John?
Thank you, John. The appropriate time is your other hands up, but perhaps once we address the other hands, if the other willing, I'd like to do a segue into NATO ground-based air defense.
Sounds good to me.
CJ.
Sorry, NATO ground-based air defense? Just talk about the Gepard. Talk about NATO ground-based air defense. That is...
Other ones.
Other ones, yeah,
The future.
Sure.
And Iris and the speed them sound. Okay, Dr. Brain.
So I had a question. How much ammo does Gepard need? And the other thing, it sounds that Gepard is perfect for being support for HIMARS, since that's why you protect it completely from air, and they are as fast as them, so isn't that kind of perfect combination?
CJ, we're counting on you to say yes.
I mean, yes, no, your point is well taken. It is a great component. In terms of how much ammo they need, I mean, it's really a matter of how much they're going to be shooting, because as John pointed out and Gurney pointed out, they shoot very quickly. I think we got to the bottom of it that was something like 20 to 50,000 rounds would be given. But again, like, they're only going to be fired in emergency situation. The way, layered air defense and integrated air defense works is, HIMARS are 30 to 40 kilometers back, and if you were a Russian plane trying to bomb them, you'd have to go through, well, first the long-range detection radar, then you'd have to get through the man pads on the front, then you would have to get through all the Buks and the S-300s, kind of in the middle ground, then you'd also have to deal with, the Ukrainian Air Force, then you'd have to get with, through the more strategic, IADs like NASAMS and other things. So the reality is, like, it's not just going to be a matter of Gepards versus Russian planes. There's going to be a lot of other things along the way. So even if it doesn't seem like much ammunition, that's probably fine to start. But I haven't seen a number in terms of how many Gepards we're going to be given. So I guess that would depend on that. But yes, they make a great pair.
So apparently 30, I believe, are to be delivered. Maybe 15 this month and 15 next, or maybe and then 20 later on still. I'm being told by our friendly Swiss artillerist that you need 15, that's 15 rounds of ammunition to guarantee a kill on a Hilo or on an SU-25 ground attack. Fighter bomber, I guess it is. I don't know. So that's roughly how many. Ready?
Yeah, no, just CJ said that there. To Dr. Brain's question, he was talking about high margin and just to reiterate Axel's point here. These things are armored, defensible, they're highly movable. So you would want to see these in the front, pushing around, supporting, because they can also carry anti-tank rounds. So if this vehicle can keep up with the front, if it's survivable, if it can take out air that penetrates the front lines, if it can take out personnel or tanks as a secondary function, then this thing is sort of a Swiss Army knife that's survivable at the front and provides survivability for those in the bubble around it. So I would expect to see it if they have it much closer to the front lines. Not specifically on them, but I would expect to see that within the bubble sense, whether it's a push forward with tanks and troops, but that's what I would expect to see.
Azovstal, did we drop some? I bet there must have been someone
else
earlier, right? No, I know, but there was someone else. Anyway, I'm sure there'll be.
Ours was coming.
Alright, Azovstal. No one. There was a technical issue. Yeah. Azovstal, we hear you loud and clear, so I'm just trying to engage my brain at the same time as my mouth, and that's causing difficulties.
No problem, Noel. Thank you. And great discussion today, as always. Gepard is a magic word in my mind because I've been thinking of it as something that might help on the offensive if Ukraine is able to gather enough forward mobile AA, as Bernie was just saying. That's been really the missing piece in any kind of offensive. Whenever they've done small, I would say almost experimental offensives, they've run into Russian drones, Russian air support, obviously a lot of artillery, but Ukraine has excelled in this whole war as a defensive fighting force, far beyond what anybody would have expected, except perhaps the folks who trained them. And we've all been waiting for this, after this rapid degradation of Russian power. At some point, Ukraine's going to have to go on the offensive to retake their territory. And when that happens, how do you do that without running into the same sort of slaughter that the Russians were running into in their more ambitious offensives? One of the ways, did you lose me? Am I still there? Oh, okay. I think one of the ways is being able to protect those frontline troops from the air. Having a HIMARS system, having M777s, artillery support, having enough transport, APCs, those sort of things. Obviously, we're waiting for the M113s to arrive and whatever else they can get to actually transport the troops. Do they have enough tanks? Polish tanks enough? Are there enough tanks left over from the spring to do an actual offensive? But I think the Martyrs are a huge missing piece in the puzzle, and I think we're all hoping that piece will lead to some sort of an actual offensive that would really push the Russians back, puncture forever this idea that this is even any kind of small Russian victory, and momentum creates its own momentum. We all want to see an end to this war. It's all going to end in a negotiation at some point, but we don't want to see it happen without Ukraine on the winning side, and have to at some point go on the offensive. So Gepards are the magic word, and hopefully they're able to amass enough of them to maybe it's Kherson, maybe it's a counteroffensive around Izium, who knows? But I just am very excited to hear that these things are finally being delivered.
CJ, I think that's your field of expertise.
No, I think Azovstal's completely right. All I would point out, though, is Russia did bring a lot of very sophisticated air defense systems to bear in their sort of armored and mobile formations on their offensive. But what was notable about that was that they were taken out by, in large numbers, not all of them by the TB2s, other small drones, and actually javelin and ground fire. So it just goes to show you, Russia had brought in, more or less the correct equipment to bear, but not anywhere near the proper usage of how to defend them and how to use them in combined arms. So, I think what we've seen with the Ukrainian training and their ability to execute command and control is a lot better. So you're exactly right. These pieces of kit will play a huge role. And it'll be up to the Ukrainians to use them right now. There's no reason to suspect that they won't use them much better than the Russians did previously with their mobile air defense systems at the beginning.
Okay, CJ, a follow-up question,
yes? Yes, of course. CJ.
Do we have any indication of what the status or state in quantity, quality of the other things you need for an offensive at this point? Or do we know, I know OPSEC has been outstanding by Ukraine, but do we have any indication that, now they have it would be a tragedy if now they have the mobile AA, they don't have enough tanks, or they don't have enough APCs, or they don't have enough gas, they don't have enough diesel, right? That's probably the biggest logistical hurdle, right, is getting enough gas to the vehicles. That definitely stopped the Russians. I was curious, CJ, if we have any indication of any of these other things.
Wow, what a great question. Well, I know Axel will tell you they need more tanks, and I of course would agree. But one interesting piece of news that I'd heard about but hadn't seen sort of the pictures or the evidence of until today was this massive training effort by the United Kingdom and their 11th Security Forces Assistance Brigade to train Ukrainians over in UK, and not just on specific types of gear or anything like that, but just 10,000 of them over the course of 4 months in basic military skills and nothing. I mean, 10,000 people. The main element that Russia was missing in their offensive was ground infantry. The people that could, basically take the last 100 meters, as we say. The people that could translate, massive amounts of equipment and ammunition into actual gains. And so I think, it will come down to a large degree the infantry at the end of the day, regardless of how many systems come to bear. But if the UK continues to train for 10,000 new soldiers for the Ukrainian army, I mean, that's going to be a huge advantage that maybe Russia didn't necessarily have or utilize, because as we all remember, when they rolled into Ukraine, they brought 200,000 people, but they didn't bring a lot of ground infantry necessarily. Their BTGs were under strength, and while maybe they had the doctrinal number of vehicles to bear, they didn't bring anywhere near the infantry to bear to fight off an insurgency, to hold command posts, to provide security. And this is what led them to taking quote unquote large swaths of land with vehicles and having no people there to secure it. So I think that's something super important, and definitely happening in a pretty big way. So as far as everything else, it's probably all going to be a lot of hearsay, but as long as the people are trained first and then the equipment keeps going, I think this will be, they'll do a lot better than the Russians did.
Since this is a moment of a lull, I would like to invite everyone to please retweet and share the space. You can click the purple stadium in the bottom right corner of your screen, or that outbox looking share button somewhere else. They might have a quill somewhere as well. Any of those work. Just go ahead and share and retweet the space on this European afternoon. US East Coast noon and North American West Coast morning. John, feel free to go ahead. I was going to ask CJ more about the utility of tanks in Ukraine and for the Ukrainians, but you might probably, I presume you have something better to ask about anyway, so go right ahead.
Yeah, I was future NATO air defense question that CJ and I kind of been tossing around offline. I think you were involved in that domain to some extent, but one thing that's really interested me about the Russian forces thus far in the war is really the only systems that I've kind of taken a liking to, in the sense that I would like to maybe see some NATO equivalents, has been their ground-based mobile air defense assets. So the Russians, they obviously have a number of systems, starting from the short range to the higher range, higher altitude class they have there. And so systems, S-300, S-400,
So, obviously I can talk there all day, but I don't want to bore people with my theories on the future of long-range precision fires. I think what's really important about what John brought up is sort of this gap that's appearing based on what we can give from the United States and other Western armies and what the Ukrainians need, right? Just for everyone's sort of context understanding, there's like basically a triangle of strengths and weaknesses, right? At the top you have air power, which if you have it, you can affect everything. But on the ground you have air defenses, which are very good at shooting down planes, but they are very vulnerable to artillery. And then the last pillar of the triangle, we'll say, is artillery, long-range artillery that can shoot very well at air defense, but is very vulnerable to air fire. So what does this all mean? It means you're in somewhat of an arms race on the ground between people that can shoot down planes further, so air defense systems with larger wings, and ground-based fire and long-range missiles that can shoot further and destroy air defense. So what you have is this, in a situation like Ukraine, you have a situation where the air power can't break through. Neither side can accumulate enough air power to destroy the other's artillery, and so you're left with can the artillery systems outrange the air defense and vice versa. So while I agree, the U.S. Army is working towards sort of more medium SHORAD, short-range air defense, that kind of bridges into that gap above Patriot, and one way they're doing that, of course, is by having the Striker variant, moving from the Humvee Avengers to M-SHORAD. But what the thing is about what can help Ukraine is, Russia brought all of these mobile air defense platforms to bear in the country because they're going under the assumption, it's interesting, right? We all assumed Russia would have air superiority, which they very poorly executed, and they don't now, but they have all these systems. So the situation is, what can Russia really use all these air defense systems for? And the reality is, Ukraine is never going to get a Western or NATO level of air superiority, so they're kind of useless in a way. If each side has a mobile air defense platform, Russia and Ukraine, it's going to benefit Ukraine to have that system way more than it would benefit Russia, because Russia has the much bigger air force. And that's what makes it so interesting about what can be given, because the reality is an air defense system given to Ukraine versus Russia bringing one to the front, it has a lot more of a comparative advantage that it wouldn't necessarily bring to bear if the U.S. decided to build a new system, right? Because there's so many fighters and other aircraft that can do that job just as well, if not a lot better. But you really have to talk about who can produce, a system that works. So that's why, for me, watching the opening phase of the war, looking at what air defense systems Ukraine was capturing, that was huge. I mean, one, because they're pretty much the same systems on both sides, but two, it's every system they capture is going to mean way more than the Russians capturing one when they supposedly have a bigger air force. So hopefully that ties enough into the conflict. But otherwise, yes, John, you're generally right, which is why, you know, to bridge the gap, the U.S. Army did two things. One was to develop this sort of M-SHORAD system of strikers, and two, the long-range precision fires program, the PRISM missile. It can be fired from HIMARS up to 500 kilometers. And what this brings to bear is it means effectively it can outrange every single, you know, medium air defense system on Earth, right? It can hit an S-400 theoretically. And so that's what's so interesting about, you know, ATACMS at 300 kilometers that can also do pretty much so much damage to any Russian air defense system that they have in the war right now, and why, you know, long-range precision fires are kind of the answer to the question, how can Ukraine overcome Russian air defenses?
CJ, do you want to have the, I went into a bit of a detailed dive into this last night, like at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I assume you saw the reports that the Russians fired some S-300 in the ground attack relative to Goliath.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I imagine it's going to be pretty much all day. I don't know. I think it is right, the idea that these probably landed in Mykolaiv after either successfully or unsuccessfully intercepting a Ukrainian drone or pilot or something on the other, because it would make absolutely no sense for Russia to try and convert these things over. One, because, you know, they're only 120 kilograms of frag. They're designed to take out planes and, you know, drones. So that kind of explosive engineering is very different than if you're trying to hit a ground target. And also the question of the guidance system, that's completely different. So I refuse to believe at this time that it was way, but...
So that's the rational explanation, CJ. But the Russians are not rational. That means some deep digging into this. And ground attack S-300 is a billion. Ground attack S-400 is also a billion thing. So, apparently enabling a ground attack of an S-300 and S-400 has been in the works for a long time now. So, all of these things are going to be tested against some ground targets back in 2011, 2010, and it's believed that potentially it, well, I say it, in theory, it, you know, S-300 as you said, it's going to come in proximity view, so it's essentially high explosive, AG blast, right? And just like you can tell, it looks like Ukraine is about to down S-400s in the Goliath, and it looks like it's all we can is exactly GPS, but also it's actually probably GLONASS. It looks like they slapped some GLONASS units on there, tried to use GLONASS guided projectiles. So, in theory, ground attack with S-400 is possible. Either ground attack capability or the possibility to add one has been incorporated into S-300 since it was first introduced in 1979.
So, no, thank you, John, for doing that deep digging. I had no idea that this had been in the works or was any sort of military prototype. What I would say is my initial dismissal of it didn't come from the fact that something had been changed in terms of like the possibility. I understand, the basics of rocketeering and also guidance systems. So I know it's, definitely possible. What led me to think it wasn't necessarily the case in this specific time was my limited knowledge of target mensuration and also crater analysis. The one S-300 that I saw from Mykolaiv and the subsequent claimed bomb blast did not match up for what that weapon brings to bear. But I have not seen all of them, so there's a very good chance that you are right. Because if you are right, what does it mean? Well, the Russian Navy and Crimean have a lot of S-300s, right? This is an integral part of their air defense. I mean, these things are very potent as air defense weapons. But with the sinking of the Moskva and the loss of Snake Island, now Russian ships are so far off the coast, they're kind of not as effective as this air defense screen as they once were in terms of intercepting Ukrainian drones, planes, cruise missiles, etc. So, if you follow this logic forward, Russia is sitting there with a bunch of S-300 missiles that they can't really use because they're so far away, at least from the Navy, and so they could be bringing them ashore, or the ones in Crimea that were onshore that are backfilled by the naval ones are maybe being brought to the front to being used in this capacity. But this would obviously be a bad strategy for two reasons. One, as we saw, they're not necessarily the most effective ground-to-ground missile, no matter how much work goes into them. And secondly, it's with the sanctions and everything else, these are things that are not easily replaced by any stretch. They have a very specific purpose. They're pretty expensive, honestly, compared to other Russian missiles, and they're going to leave Crimea high and dry. So it seems like, I'm going to assume you're right based on everything you said. We'll wait and see for more details. But if Russia decides to have this short-term solution that, they're saying to themselves, hey, we need to keep the pressure on Mykolaiv in terms of bombing them. We have so few PGMs that we're going to do it this way. They're just setting themselves up for a catastrophic failure later when, not only are more Ukrainian HIMARS brought to bear, which they've already had devastating success across Kherson, but also when Kherson falls and the Ukrainian Air Force, they're going to start making moves on Crimea. So, I hope that's the case, that they're trying to convert their, somewhat limited air defense missiles into ground missiles, because they're not going to be very effective against the Ukrainians, and it's going to leave them very defenseless for what's coming next.
Yeah, I completely agree. I believe there have been some other reports that the Russians had attempted some similar strikes with S-300 in Luhansk and Donetsk earlier in the war. I believe it's Mykolaiv. I see conflicting info on this. I believe the LIVECAM official Telegram post, he said that some felt was firing something circumstances south of the sticks. Either way, I got the sense that it's at least at a minimum $1 million per missile. So that was potentially $12 million south of absolutely nothing. So the actual military value of this is questionable. I know the maximum potential range with its much higher performance missile, about 400 kilometers. I'm not sure if it actually means that it hits the ground target, given that any accuracy given their guidance system. But this just seems like an enormously expensive solution, or an enormously expensive approach. Considering the fact that at the end of the day, it's only a like 4 kilos of 18 glass product. It's an air damage there. They're going to change.
Yeah, and furthermore, it's just it's so unbelievable, because that kind of explosive weight brought to bear is pretty much 2.5 artillery shells. So for literally millions and millions of dollars versus Ukraine shooting $2,500 artillery rounds. It's not, the bang is not worth the buck. So I would really be interested in how many S-300 missiles they generally have in the area, because maybe that's the thing. They haven't used them in this way too frequently until now, and they're so low on calibers. We already saw a few weeks ago that the shift start to go from the calibers to the X-22s or the KH-22s. They're using it. We know for a fact, like a cold hard fact, that they're using anti-ship missiles as an anti-ground target. And so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to think they're using anti-air missiles for anti-ground as well. But again, it's not very well thought out because, you know, it's an assumption, right? It's the assumption that Russia will always be on the offense, and it's an assumption that they won't take a step back towards key areas they want to lose, which is insane that they would be that incompetent, considering the fact that they've been somewhat successful in a lot of offensive operations, to not think this through. I mean, the only thing worse than this operational pause for Russia, in terms of just stopping right now and trying to hold the line, is not planning for getting pushed back, because if they only assume they're going to be on the offensive, they'll bring certain weapons to bear, they'll bring certain fuel and ammo to bear, and it's going to leave it so that they cannot defend any of these areas, like if they've run out of S-300s, like if they've run out of artillery ammunition. It's going to be twice as bad, as opposed to them just kind of giving up on the offensive side and just committing every line of effort to a defense, which, as people pointed out with all the different articles, theoretically they could do this quite well if they follow their doctrine and just don't move an inch forward. But by trying to continue to go on the offensive with all of these wacky solutions, they're just setting themselves up for a real catastrophic failure in the coming weeks and months.
Completely agree, Steve. It just comparative thoughts on this. So if an S-300 and S-400 missile, costs at least $1 million for 140 kilos of HE, for reference, in the standard yen costs about $10 million for 3,800 kilos. So I guess there are more expensive ways to strike a target, but given the amount of bang that you get, well, this is a truly terrible option, which is the reason why they fell from that show when I first saw this.
Well, that's the thing to understand too. Like when we talk about S-300s and 400s, or the Patriots, right? These are very expensive interceptor missiles that cost anywhere between $1 million and $2 million each. But if they're being used to take out, a very expensive joint fighter, in the range of 30 to 40 million, it's a great economic way to fight a war. But if you're using it to just bomb a civilian center, I mean, not only is it immoral, of course, we all know that at this point, but it's just plain stupid, and they're really hoping too that Ukrainian Air Force doesn't get better. But we've seen with, I believe, Slovakia giving more MiG-29 parts. I mean, who knows what other assets are being trained for their Air Force. They're in for a rude awakening if they're trying to split up all these missiles. I mean, it's basically the opposite if Axel was there over the Flak 88, right? Figuring out that an air defense system is also good at artillery and anti-tank. This is trying to force a weapon system to do something it just simply was not designed for. And I really hope Russia puts all its cards into this, because it's going to be disastrous.
And typically this is an indication we just go after the logistics, which is to function. And therefore it does not have enough ammunition. It does not have the right ammunition at the right time in the place where it needs it. Therefore, lack of planning or interrupted supply lines, maybe too many ammunition depots already got up and sold, and definitely a sign of attrition and culmination.
One other thing to keep in mind is that these missiles were fired from occupied Kherson Oblast. If we're assuming a range of about 120 kilometers, and assuming they were targeting approximately the center of Mykolaiv, they would have had not horrifically fought into big from the left bank of the Dnipro, so the opposite side from Kherson City, same side of the Odessa. I'm pretty sure that wherever they fight these things from in Kherson Oblast, it's probably within 5 miles range. If the Ukrainians are willing to push along close to the front line, there is the potential for counter-fire.
Hi.
Continue, gentlemen. There was someone who couldn't observe appropriate protocol and mute himself, and instead kept unmuting 4 times in a row, actually. Wanted to jump right in. So, sorry about that. Right, gentlemen. If you've run out of materials on the S-300s, may I introduce a slightly different topic?
No, go for it. I mean, all I want to say is, with Kherson getting more HIMARS, I mean, and we just saw about an hour ago Chernovivka get hit again, and I really hope those Estonians try and shoot a ground target again, because that's going to be real fun for us.
We're all up for number 27 in Chernovivka. Right, so CJ, my question is the following. When thinking about sort of tank battles, tanks and war, a lot of us will think back to, say, the Battle of Kursk, and lots of tanks on one side, lots of tanks on the other side, open field, all that. Why is it important for the Ukrainians to get lots of tanks, and ideally Western designed tanks, to be able to conduct a successful counteroffensive?
Well, let's see here. Again, I'm not an armored expert, but I do know a few things about combined arms warfare. The real reason Ukraine would need tanks for, conducting a counteroffensive is the ability to really, enable infantry to take ground. And what do I mean by that? Really, Russia has a lot of anti-tank weapons, and they have a lot of armored vehicles with a lot of big guns that can shoot other armored vehicles very well. So if you have a lot of armored personnel carriers, as we've seen the UK and the US and Norway and Netherlands getting a lot of these armored personnel carriers, that's great for a sniper raid, because this means the infantrymen are pretty safe from artillery and machine gun fire and can get pretty close to the front. But what they can't do without tanks is, capture, train, or hold ground, because the enemy tanks, the Russian tanks in this situation, can pretty much rip apart the APCs, the armored personnel carriers, and infantry fighting vehicles with these. So you need both. You need the tanks and you need the armored vehicles, because the tanks can basically protect the armored vehicles as they come up with the people to kind of hold that ground and keep it at that last 100 meters. Similarly, what we saw with the Russians bringing to the war in the first part, they brought a lot of tanks, which was good for them until they faced off against 10,000 javelins and MLAs, and they didn't have the people to support the tanks, and the tanks were just sitting ducks, because as we saw, Ukraine was able to do these dismounted patrols where they could sit in the woods, 50 feet from a tank, or 50 meters from a tank even, and just pick them off one by one, and without any ground troops that Russia had dismounted, and about a lot of bad practices that didn't add much value to the battlefield. So it's three things really: tanks, the armored vehicles to get them there, and the training and coordination to use both in concert. Otherwise, it's not very valuable. That's the wave tops of it.
And what's the benefit of having Western designed tanks as opposed to various versions of T-7 and T-2s, for example, that are still in the stocks of ex-Warsaw Pact NATO countries?
Generally speaking, the fact that they're newer allows them to have, two things. One is a much better gun, right? These Russian tanks have been fired and used, and their bores and the rifling on them is starting to go. We've seen Russian tanks unable to hit stuff at 400 meters, which would be a very easy shot for a modern tank. And so what getting them the newer Western tanks to Ukraine would mean is a much more reliable system. The system relies typically on more people, not have an autoloader that's going to send your guys to the moon every time you get hit. A higher quality engineering that's going to require less maintenance per se, or at least long enduring maintenance, right? It'll be more technical, it'll be more difficult to keep it supported, but it's going to be more reliable with that support. It kind of goes back to a lot of different system designs between Soviet and Western, everything from small arms to artillery and tanks. But if you have the production capability, if you have the external support, you can run more complicated systems like more complicated tanks, because you don't have to necessarily produce it yourself. But that's big if. You have to be continually supported. If one of these countries gives a bunch of tanks without the proper maintenance packages and other things, they're not going to be very useful to the Ukrainians after the first month, let's say. So, everyone here wants to see a bunch of Western tanks against Russian tanks. I don't necessarily worry about that too much, just because Polish T-72s and I think the Czech T-72s are just as good, because it's also something Ukrainians know intimately. It's not learning a whole system from scratch, but if you're going to learn a whole system from scratch, you might as well learn the Leopards or Challengers or anything like that. That's going to, be somewhat similar, but different enough that it could provide an advantage. But if I say any more, I'd be really talking out my wheelhouse. But hopefully that's like enough to start maybe someone else asking a tank-related artillery question. Although I will say, selfishly, like with the 777s and all these Western and the Crab and the German artillery systems brought to bear, like it's been very, very interesting to watch in real time. Basically, a Western and NATO artillery go head-to-head with Russian artillery, something that literally has not happened to the scale really ever. And that has been the U.S. Army's learned so much how to improve their systems, how to make them better just because of this war. And this is something that I think maybe the armor people would like to see next, because they want to get the confirmation that their tanks are so much better than the Russian ones. And I think it's going to be pretty obvious, but I've sort of already got that answer with the artillery side, but I guess the tanks are the next question.
So one kind of hilarious thing about many Russian tanks, like T-72 and T-90, is that the reverse speed is like 2.5 miles per hour or 4 kilometers per hour. Basically, the reverse speed is comparable to normal walking speed. The 80 has like also, because it is a little better, it is like 10 kilometers per hour reverse speed.
And Timo, what's the significance of that?
Well, it's kind of nice to be able to reverse fast because the front has better armor, so it is much better to reverse than having to turn back on your enemy. And then it's that you can shoot and then reverse to cover.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Timo. So, do the Western tanks have much better reversing capabilities?
I think the modern ones, they have I guess it depends on the tank, I think they have almost same as the forward maximum speed.
Excellent. So it basically means that they use gearing differently, right? So that instead of having a normal reverse gear like a car, they switch the reverse gear to the other side of the gear. Okay, excellent. That's an interesting bit of engineering utility. I guess it also has a lot to do with the survivability being a bigger input for Western designs than this for Soviet designs, right?
Yeah. It's also, I think the Soviets wanted to put also that their tanks are actually slower than they were. Actually, I think the T-55 had better reverse speed than the T-72 and T-90.
Interesting. CJ, if you have any comments on top of that, let's go to Dr. Bray.
The only thing I'll say is I think this is something that is definitely out of my wheelhouse, is how amphibious some of these tanks are. I know the Russians love to say that all their tanks are amphibious, and as we saw at the Bilovarika river crossing, yeah, they certainly were amphibious, but they didn't ever leave.
I mean, CJ, their surface combatants make excellent submarines as well.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, but it is an important thing, because the reality is if the twos that were given by NATO countries are up to standard, but also can do a little bit of amphibious action, I mean, that would be a huge boon to their ability to cross rivers, which will be a very, very important part of their counteroffensive in any capacity. So I wouldn't poo-poo it right away, but I would say it's something that's like an engineering question in terms of wet gap crossings and things like that. But that's why one of the things I also think that probably would need to be given is, of course, engineering support, bridges, and things like that. Because as we saw with the river crossing in the last 48 hours, I think northeast of Slovyansk, Russia used, I believe, and someone can jump in here if I'm wrong, Russia used a Ukrainian pontoon bridge or one of their own to cross. And again, Ukraine destroyed the bridge first, then destroyed the Russians on the far side, and now there's a situation where there's trapped Russians on the Ukrainian side of the line. I don't think they're going to last very long, but rivers will continue to be a huge problem for both sides as this war continues.
And this, by the way, the capacity of, for example, Moldova, as well as the military, also during the 20th war, to cross and semi-submerged across the rivers in the Odessa is an existential need for the Ukrainian armed forces to advance quickly in the territories which they should take back, which is why they're running those tanks. And that's why we never stop talking about it.
Dr. Brain.
I had a question for Dominic. So, did you hear anything? Is there any news about the Slovenian M84s?
No. So this is issue that's very close to my heart for obvious reasons, and that I'm very frustrated about. To the best of my understanding, the Ringtausch was scuttled, and it was scuttled effectively by both the Slovenian and German governments in concert. To the best that I can understand. So the M84, for anybody who's not aware, is basically a T-72, but made under license in Yugoslavia, so the parts aren't actually interchangeable, but being made a lot later, it's actually a little bit better at being a tank. And then Croatia and Slovenia both operate the ones that were heavily upgraded in the last decade or so, up to NATO something or other standard. I'm not entirely sure what it was. So anyway, they're even better than any of the T-72s that Ukraine currently has in operation. Croatia obviously wouldn't be terribly interested in giving up theirs because they kind of neighbor a country that, let's say, is not in NATO. Whereas there was a suggestion that Slovenia would give up theirs in exchange for a Ringtausch, a ring exchange with Germany of some other stuff. The new government that came in took over in Slovenia in recent months, since that ring exchange was proposed, seems to not be very interested in doing that ring exchange, nor does the German government seem to be interested in doing the ring exchange, or at least it wasn't initially in a way that would be acceptable to Slovenia. Since then, the coalition that took over now includes a far-left party that thinks that NATO is a fascist organization, wants it exit from NATO, and also scuttled the purchase order for Boxer, what are they, IFVs, I guess, Boxers are, the very modern German 8-wheeled armored vehicles with fantastic capabilities. The initial idea was that maybe the ring exchange can be done including those. So no, it looks like the M84s from Slovenia, the 50 odd of them, are never going to see the battlefield in Ukraine. And instead what Slovenia sent were 35-ish very shitty BMP-1 or BMP-2 derivatives of Yugoslav manufacture as their big kind of gift after Madrid. And lots of people celebrated that, and those of us who knew that came at the expense of 50-odd M84s were a lot more dismayed as a consequence. CJ, comments, questions?
No, I was about to, unfortunately, have to head up. I just wanted to bring up, it's good to have such like a positive conversation about things being given. I know minus what you just said, Doman, of course, but how much better it's trending than it was even a month ago, 2 months ago, especially 3 months ago. And, what was interesting and what I'll leave you with is I just saw the Ukrainian, general staff put its daily update out for the night over there. And what was interesting is, and people were commenting that this was coming, this is the first time that there was a lot of shelling on the Russian side, but there was no ground advances yet again. And so I think this is 3 days in a row where Russia has not taken any actual territorial villages, which is huge. So not only is the pause really a pause, perhaps, but it's more of a stall. And, I would say after a week of this, it would be really a culmination. So great news for the day, which we enjoy.
Thanks, CJ. Shall we go to Big Papa? Big Papa.
Real quick, I hope CJ's still there. I just had a real quick minutia question about the M777.
He just dropped, but if you say M777 3 times quickly.
Oh well, I'll wait till he's back on for sure. I just wanted to say, if anybody's new is listening, this is such a great wealth of information here. So many people come in with so many different expertise. I listen probably 8 to 10 hours a day or some days. And it's just been great. I just retweeted the space. I think we got webcam corner. You can click that purple button, retweet the space, and give it to me. So I just want to thank you guys. And also, I listen so much, and it's never thought about this. No one really doesn't know me. Just say it now, because it's pretty easily everyone. So anyway, thank you to guys. Right there.
Thanks, Big Papa. John.
Yeah, Dom, I was going to briefly ask you, what NATO country does, or what non-NATO country does Slovenia border? Because last time we got a
Not
map.
Slovenia, no. I said, well, Austria is the correct answer. I think Croatia borders on the NATO country. Yeah.
Okay. I keep forgetting that Austria, exists.
No, but that's not what I was saying in the first place. I was just referring to Croatia. This information to limit their capabilities, their capabilities.
Yeah, if I was living next to Serbia too,
You said anything about Serbia. Nina, welcome.
Oh, hi. I joined your conversation, and I don't know what to say yet. So give me a little bit of time. I'm having a smoothie, green smoothie here, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Nina. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1840 in Central Europe, that's 1940 in Ukraine, and 1740 in London. Our friends from across the Atlantic are either well into their morning, or some of them already into their afternoon. Anybody like to jump up and speak, ask a question, make a comment, breach a topic, please click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen. If you'd be so kind as to share and retweet. The purple stadium, the 2D sphere cylinder in the bottom right corner, that's probably the best way to do it, unless you have a quill somewhere on your screen, or indeed that outbox containing the button, probably somewhere around the top of your screen. I'm just looking at some sort of an explosion somewhere in Ulyanovsk Oblast. It looks like a big old fuel fire. I'm trying to discern exactly what's going on. And Nina, you have a question. Excellent. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. You talked about some blowing up. There was an explosion also in the some ambassadors that Zelensky has kicked out from office. Hang on, I will tell you. I don't know if you talked about it already, but Zelensky has.
It was 5 Ukrainian ambassadors, specifically to Germany, Norway, India. Where else?
4 countries. Norway, Czech Republic, India, Germany, India, Czech, Norway, Hungary. So
yeah. Okay. Right. So yeah. And Germany is a crucial one there.
Yes, of course, Germany. And we can just speculate the reason. And if you will, Domen, I have another. I have an idea, but I'm just speculating. Yeah. Thank you. But what's the reason for this?
So the reasons are relatively varied. There are different possible reasons, but it's entirely possible that say Akhmedov got removed in exchange for some weaponry or some such from the German government, just so that he'd stop being such a pain in the rear of the German government domestically in all the German media. At the very least, I would hope that's why they moved him back home or reassigned him. As for the rest of them, I don't know, the ones to Hungary and India probably didn't do their job very well. The one to the Czech Republic probably got promoted, I would guess, seeing that the relations between Ukraine and Czech Republic are literally as good as any.
Yeah, thank you. You said that some maybe didn't do their job very well, referring to perhaps being like pro-Russian. Can it be?
Well, not. I wouldn't think that the ambassador would be pro-Russian, but certainly it's a question of how effective their presence in those various postings was, right? Obviously, the Ukrainian ambassador to the Czech Republic fulfilled his duties, clearly, right? And maybe they thought they might use his great powers of persuasion better somewhere more intransigent, and it doesn't really matter who they sent to the Czech Republic. Whereas the one in, let's say, the one in Germany, for example, Andrei Melnik, right? He was a pain in the rear of the German government, appearing regularly in various German outlets, and maybe the German government was like, fine, just get him to go away. We'll give you anything you want, just get him to leave. And maybe that was that's just my completely baseless speculation.
Yeah,
well, exactly, right? He was highly effective.
It's just that at some point in time, seriously, you need to listen carefully. It's very important. People need to understand that very few assistants, only one secretary, and then from time to time, people will phone him. He has been superbly effective at the beginning to raise awareness in Germany. The problem is fighting the massive amount of public interest is very, very difficult. You can't send just one person, that's the real problem. So you use up that person. At some point in time, he will make a mistake, and then he becomes persona non grata. That is, unfortunately, the decision at the beginning to leave him there as one person was obviously born out of the scarcity of personnel, and that's understandable. But if you want to maintain good relations with, or at least influence, and therefore also defensively work with the German media, a country of 82 million, biggest single media market in Europe, you have to send them into otherwise you lose. And that's the problem. Ukraine will have to find people who are willing to do so and mobilize many Ukrainians who live in Germany. We had this discussion about a week ago with a German-Ukrainian doctor, a Ukrainian woman who emigrated to Germany for work and has worked in Munich for many years, I think more than 2 decades, graduated in Germany and knows exactly how this is all played. He gets it, understands it. So Ukraine should reach out to some of the more, say, well-integrated or well-educated and locally present Ukrainians in Germany to support as a volunteer organization whoever comes in as a Ukrainian ambassador to fight that information. That's a very vital part of my conversation.
Thank you, Axel. That was really what gave me the picture and really important and to get a team, because when there is over 80 million people and the media needs to be covered, when Zelensky kicked the ambassador out now, I was just thinking, are they going to replace him, or there are so many people there for. So thank you for the answer.
And just to make it quite clear, every ambassador does indeed get replaced. They don't just leave it empty. Alex.
Thank you. I read in the news that the ambassador in Germany will actually be promoted. But the reason for replacing the ambassadors, Ukraine needs to prioritize its resources and ambassadors representing the country. And on one hand, you would not have too many people with enough diplomatic experience to represent a country. On the other hand, it's a lot of those people. We do not know when they really started their career. What was the reason for them being promoted or being appointed? It's one of the prerogatives of President Ukraini. He needs to be able to trust the ambassador of the country, because the ambassador has to be part of the team and work for the country. So
he did. Yeah. Mr. Melnik did very well. He fought valiantly. It's just you can't do it. In Germany, it's hostile. So you really have to fight. Had he had to support Ukraine, could have made a bigger mark in the German media and the German political elite. It's a major flaw. Said it from the very beginning. And all kudos to him. And it's a fight he could not win.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, there are like 200 countries, right? You cannot have ambassadors everywhere. So maybe there will be one ambassador for 5 countries, 7 countries, 10 countries, depending on how important countries are. Germany is definitely one of the most important countries, considering EU aspirations and weapons shipments and NATO and history of relations with Russia, and for so many things you do need representation in Germany. I agree with that fully. But at the same time, you don't need like ambassador in each country. So, especially if you don't have resources.
I'd argue that all of the 5 countries listed, probably should have direct representation by the Ukrainian government. But the other, I think they're quite right. Defem.
Yeah, hello. From my point of view as a citizen from Austria, I think the main reason why there is quite a difficult situation with the former ambassador to Germany is that there was an interview on quite an independent news site, and where this ambassador did not distance him from Stepan Bandera, which is, given the history of Germany as well as of Austria, not that good for public opinion, I guess, and I think that played into the cards. And he did a good job for raising the awareness of the situation in Ukraine, but in Austria and Germany it's not that good to defend a person like Stepan Bandera, I guess. That's my point, thanks.
Thanks, Defem. If only there were...
By the way, this was a classic mistake of public relations preparation, because he was tired. We took the call from a strange agent provocateur blogger who's not kosher, quite literally, and then answered a couple of questions and made the huge mistake going back onto his knowledge of history and culture. And he did not understand that this was a setup, and that when discussing the tradition of nationalism, patriotism, the transition period from the beginning of the 20th century through the first Serbian occupation how to actually explain how Ukrainian nationalism worked, and then differentiate and distance himself from the abhorrent atrocities committed in the name of and by troops led by Bandera, including Jews, Gypsies, and other minorities. And he failed to explain it appropriately, and that was a major mistake. But it's certainly not the only reason. This was just a setup in order to get rid of it. And that's how negative and hostile media works. And people need to understand this. It's called a framing operation.
Stefan?
Well, he could have just distanced him from the atrocities that were committed in the name of nationalist movement.
Yeah, exactly, as I just said. But he should have done it in the interview.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
He was too tired, he didn't react to it, he didn't quite comprehend what was happening during the interview, and that's why he completely failed to address it appropriately. That's the mistake.
Yeah, so he did it years before when he went to the grave of Bandera and laid down some flowers or some. And yeah, I think
which, by the way, many Ukrainian politicians and presidents have done.
Which is not good. As a person from Austria, I would not go to the grave of, let's say, really fast and put down some flowers, you know.
That's hard.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it's hardly comparable.
Yeah.
It's hardly comparable. That is the problem. There is no way to communicate the historic differentiation and nuance, which is why he should have just never done this. He should have just distanced himself from it. That's all. And there you're completely right.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
Just for the record, because this Bandera stuff is being, reanimated for whatever reason. Stepan Bandera actually was jailed, if I'm not even sure if jailed is the correct term here. He was put into a German concentration camp for years, and he was essentially subjected to all the horrors of this concentration camp in Germany. So that's also the fact that is kind of omitted. Again, all of this nonsense about, Bandera bad or something else stems from Russian disinformation and information warfare. It's the old card that they love to play. I don't see it, reasonable to kind of reactivate it or even mention the guy in any kind of wrong or bad, or being framed in a wrong or bad basically light. He did what he did for Ukraine. He's regarded as Ukraine's national hero. Well, deal with this. And whatever Melnik claimed as an ambassador, well, Ukrainians adhere to that point. We always have disagreements in between different nations. I believe this is not something that should be focused upon, because again, as I stated, the Bandera card has been masterfully played by Russians to sow some discord between Ukrainians and Poles, and frame overall Bandera as some kind of monster or whatever. It's been like that for years. Recurring issue. Right now it's being reanimated once again. So let's just move on. Melnik probably will be elevated to a new position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We'll have to see that.
Yeah, he has been called up to deputy minister, if I'm mistaken.
I believe Mykola has something to say. Let's go Mykola then.
Just to add one little thing, his brother actually died in concentration camp as well. So Bandera managed to kind of get free from there, but his brother actually died there.
As I said, it's a historical figure, and it's very, very hard to convey nuances to people outside of Ukraine. It's very hard. Yeah, sure, of course.
this has come up a few times before, and I'd just like to repeat essentially what I said last time. This came up, I believe it was in the context of this incident with Melnik initially happened, either the day or the day after. There are numerous countries that were part of, either directly part of the Soviet Union or kind of, this post. Really, it was the countries that were part of the former Soviet Union: Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. During the Second World War, every single one of these countries had these historical figures that more or less fought against Soviet occupation involved in their countries, and a number of these individuals, again, this is true of essentially every single country that was part of the Soviet Union: Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. And a number of these figures had varying involvements with the German occupation to varying extents. So to try and use this as a propaganda narrative against Ukraine kind of misses the whole point that there are these historical figures with controversial legacies that on the one hand they did try to, and they strove to fight against Soviet occupation of these countries. At the same time, a number of them did some quite terrible things. This is a question, an issue that the populations of all of these countries have discussed and have debated amongst themselves for decades since they gained their independence independence from the Soviet Union. This is an issue that they will have to decide as to what will these figures' role be in the cultural zeitgeist. Every single country, the United States included, since I'm American, has these figures that have done unwanted or arguably done good things or fought for admirable ideals, but on the other hand have done some awful things to some other groups of people. So it is up to that the cultural groups in this country to decide amongst themselves what position are we going to take on this, and how we're going to view this person's legacy, good or bad, or honest approach to it. This is something that it's not just Ukraine in terms of some of these historical figures. It's all of these countries, and it's ultimately the reason why this is even an issue is because all of these countries were under Russian colonization or occupation in the form of the Soviet Union. That's the whole reason we're having this conversation.
Well said. Let's move on to different shores. Anda.
Yes, hi, hello. I wanted to highlight a couple of things. We are so accustomed to judging people from what we see on TV. And what I want to say is that an ambassador's job is far beyond what's on TV. So, as a representative of that country, he has to discuss numerous issues and problems. He has to address a lot of internal and external problems. And as Axel pointed out, he didn't have a big team. And one of the things that in each country there is let's call it a club of the ambassadors. They all know each other. They all discuss among themselves. And some of the problems and some of the help you get in one country, you get not directly, but discussing and with help from other ambassadors. Okay, they talk among themselves. They talk between offices. They talk at personal level. They have numerous and very important things to do during the day lots of papers to read and documents, lots of documents to revise, memos to address, and other stuff. It's not just when we people usually when think of ambassadors, they think there is a person there who makes some statements from time to time and meets the president. They very rarely meet the president. They meet the president when they present the documents and they are accredited in that country. But not that it's not a day-to-day talk. They talk with other government organizations and leaders and try to solve the problems of their country and advocate the problems of their country.
Just a quick note, there was just a host connection warning, and in case we crash, there's going to be a new space starting momentarily on water_report. And please continue.
Thank you. So what I was pointing out is that it's not what you see on TV, it's what you don't see. So what help Ukraine got including with his help, and it's not an easy country to work in Germany. It's a very important position for every ambassador that is there, and it's very hard and complex as activity. So when Axel told you he was tired, he wasn't tired because he was playing basketball on the field and answered to a phone. He had numerous other things to consider during the day, and it's very hard if you don't have the people around you to help you and to sustain you. It's not an easy position. So
100%.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to address, to mention. So thank you.
Absolutely correct. That's exactly what it is. This is mental and physical exhaustion and information and task overload. And that leads to the best of us at some point in time being so tired and exhausted that basic functionality and critical thinking attacks fall by the wayside. I have absolutely no complaint about this man. He has fought valiantly, he has worked extremely hard, and he's just simply exhausted himself on a level which is quite astonishing. And if somebody makes a mistake and apologizes for it, that's one thing, but if somebody has to perform as hard as he did, and only solely saving his own nation and promoting his nation's cause, then I can only commend him. His individual mistakes, by the way, he notably apologized for not making himself clear. And that's completely fine as a diplomat, as a good diplomat, that's what one does. But at the same time, he also highlighted why there are things not worth apologizing for. This is a very difficult and nuanced territory of discussion. And a short burst media has very little readiness for this.
Gunther.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My question is about this this Russian Foreign Legion in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine. Like, what is the story with those guys?
Yeah, I do not think there are too many right now in Ukraine, but you know there are Russians outside Russia that they do not really want to see Putin in Russia. And I would not say there are millions, but maybe a few hundred across the world. And they're determined enough, and the best place to go and fight is currently, or at least I think so, it's Ukraine. Now, of course, there are a lot of checks, and there could be a lot of provocateurs here, and this whole thing maybe provocation, so Ukrainians are very, very careful selecting there. But even among, you know, some of the prisoners, after seeing what happened in Bucha, they want to join this. There are different organizations in Ukraine now that claim that they will be fighting Putin's regime, and they will be specifically targeting military units, railway connections, so anything that is related to military infrastructure outside civilian infrastructure. So, like, technically this is all legit targets. And you could argue, is it 100% Russian? Do somebody help them organize, you know, and like pull this together? Maybe there is, maybe there is not. And I don't think it's a big deal if there is, because Russia is doing it pretty much in every single country every time. Especially for countries that want to invade. They were sending thousands or so countries through. All they were doing for a few weeks prior to invasion is, you know, making lists of targets. So it's very hard. This is called hybrid war. So are there Russians who are willing to fight? Absolutely. Yes. Not thousands, but hundreds. By the way, during the Second World War, there were Russians fighting Stalin's regime and communists, and a lot of them died while doing so. There were, in total, over 2 million people. That was World War, and everybody was impacted and so forth. But you know, this war is also growing, and more it continues, the more radicalization you will see, including in Russian societies. By the way, recently there was a guy who was sentenced to 7 years in prison because he made some peaceful remark, something like there are people dying there, and he called this a special operation report. And he was reported and then brought to court, and then Putin's court jailed him for 7 years. So, are all Russians happy with this kind of affairs? I don't think so. A lot of them are outside Russia, and they speak Russian, they want to fight regime. When they arrive to Ukraine, that's what they say, we want to join Legion. And there is growing movement inside Russia also. And you can see a lot of, you know, declarations from different organizations. One of them called themselves anarchist communists, the other ones called something else. There will be different things. It's hard to assess how active they are and how organized they are, but based even on events on like disruptive events on railroads in Russia, all these conscription units and other places, it looks like there is like grassroots organization at this point. So we don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking specifically about the group that had the flag that's like the Russian flag with the red part removed, so it's white, blue, white. And I guess I was thinking about it, and like, if I imagine if there are Russian fighters in Ukraine, even if they're on the Ukrainian side, that they would be viewed with suspicion, obviously. And of course, once they start fighting against their own countrymen, that's it's just an interesting place to be in, you know. So that's I was sort of wondering about that. Thank you,
Yeah, I
Alex.
think they are like they are monitoring, obviously. A lot of times they fight along with Ukrainians, mixed within troops and cannot be easily recognized because they may still have relatives in Russia and even abroad. Another consideration is, but I think they do work with where they could be helpful, whether it is talking to new prisoners, whether it is, some, like there is always help required. There were some footages actually when they took Russian prisoners. They were but again, I would not say, I think there are way more people in kind of process than currently in military operations. That's probably all we know for now. But again, I would not underestimate the number of Russians that are willing to do something, especially if you are young and do not want to, because look at where it's going. This is next few generations, maybe 3 years, and maybe some generations do not want to. That's realistic.
And you should just keep in mind that for many years now there have been Russians from Russia, ethnic Russians from the Russian Federation fighting on the Ukrainian side, including in the Azov regiment, including in other formations of the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russian Legion, so to speak, is just the one. Luca, how's Turkey?
Oh yeah, I just got here. I was just about to go out to the bar. But before that, like, did you guys see the video that Kramatorsk posted about Italian TV?
No, tell us more.
Oh yeah, okay. So I can also post it up here if you guys want. But basically, like, you know, the problem is like we had like some propagandists, by Russian propagandists, sneaking into Italian TV. There was even a parliamentary investigation, later last month. But this time, Bruno Vespa is on the national TV. He's a very well followed journalist, and he actually hosted Solo in Kiev. Anyway, the top propagandist. But he was like clearly organized to make him stumble, because he goes. So Vespa asks him. Well, but like you guys said that you have a problem with like Donbass, but like why are you like coming all the way down here toward Kherson and all this area? And then so Kiev is like completely like stumbles, because he goes, oh yeah, well we just want to connect to Transnistria, and then Vespa goes, wait. You guys said you were just trying to like help like this like Russian people. It's just the narrative, right? They're going with, and unfortunately it's a bought that narrative, on the east. And now you say you want to deny Ukraine access to the Black Sea. He goes like, do you think that like Ukraine will be okay with that, or Italy or NATO? I don't think so. And so like it was kind of like a pretty clear like smackdown of like on live on TV actually. So yeah, Garashenko picked up on that, and he posted it. So I thought that was interesting.
So was Solovyov there, did you say?
I mean, he was connecting remotely probably. Yeah. It was, but he was live. Do you want me to post it up here? You guys can watch it.
Interesting. Was it straight from Russian to English? Sorry, from Russian to Italian interpretation, or how did they do it?
So I think he was talking in English. There was like a translation, but I think somebody also said a few words in Italian. Remember, that's the dude that had like the 50 million euros
on LIVECAM, yeah.
Yeah. Then like we almost immediately confiscated from him, and then he went around like complaining. I made my money legally. I gave you all the paperwork. Yeah, right, sure. Propagandist of like Putin. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. Yeah. So, anyways.
Thanks, Luca. Kavteli, was your hand up a second ago?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, there are, in almost any war Russia was fighting, there is kind of the note story. There was always people, even in Afghanistan, there were like Russians fighting along with Afghans against Russian occupation. And the Russian military hated to talk about this. But those stories every once in a while come to light. I read one a couple of years ago. The guy was from Donbas region. He basically deserted, and then in Afghanistan they got him prisoner. I think he converted to Islam. He was driving the truck. So, but technically fighting alongside with Mujahideens against Russian invasion. So, quite interesting story. But and also being in military, I knew that there were at least hundreds of these people fighting alongside these Afghan Mujahideens against Russians. So, yeah, these things do happen. I believe. Will depends on how mature Russian society becomes. And, it's so some people are hurrah, we all through the war. Let's pretty much kill Ukrainians. That's what they want. There are people who say kind of more pacifist and sent to prison for that. But then there are people who do not want. They are against the war and do not want to sit in prison just because, and they want to actively fight because they do not. They probably love their country. They probably have feelings. I know some people will just leave Russia while it's still possible, but others they will say, "But I love this country. I'm not going anywhere." And I can understand that too. So.
Thanks, Kavteli. Hey, look, I've got a quick question for you. So I found the tweet on your feed, actually under to be precise. What's the usual tenor of the show?
Yeah, so that guy is the Bruno Vespa is a pretty well-known respected. He would have shows about mafia bosses, right? Or shows about political corruption, geopolitical issues, So, typically, like, yeah, he's very well rounded journalist. So that's kind of like surprising the story. There thinking that he would say which is bullshit and it was gonna be funny, because what happened is that those Russian propagandists like made their way into some Italian TV show. I think you guys heard about it, like at the beginning of the war, but they were minor TV show. Like I mentioned, there is a parliamentary inquiry that is trying to look into, well, basically like, you know, who Putin paid to put them there, because it kind of just boils down to that, right? But yeah, the Vespa thing felt like, you know, they were clearly trying to, you know, expose, you know, the bullshit.
Excellent. And see, they didn't need a HIMARS, they didn't need a Humvee, they just need a little scooter. Or an insect, either way. See, that's pretty good to know, right? And the reason why Solovyov, this is my speculation now, but the reason why Solovyov was actually interested in going on Italian television, why, you know, why he was very willing to go on Italian television, is this kind of, what shall we say, a tendency of a good part of the Italian public to be relatively sympathetic to Russians, right? Look at, for anyone who's not quite aware of this, do you want to outline briefly just why there's a segment of the Italian population that's kind of sympathetic to Russia?
Well, kind of don't really know why. I kind of like I'll investigate from Turkey and talk with more people. But I think historically there is this party that it's called the Northern Liga. It's a little bit of a you know, xenophobic. It's not even right wing, like.
And you just hate them because you're from the south, right?
Well, no, I'm from the north. Actually, look, full disclosure. Okay, so I voted for the Liga a long time ago when they first came out. They had a different boss, and they're well, different parts. Their message was, well, we wanna effectively like make the north more independent or something like that. And the funny thing is that when Berlusconi was around, they went to power. And then they just did the same crap that all the other politicians were, because now suddenly they were exploding. So it's like, okay, so it was like everybody else. Now it just happened that we know that Berlusconi was still is probably. But then Berlusconi party became pretty much there. And then like became pretty small. And then the Liga, under a new party leader called Salvini, started to become bigger and bigger, and they had a lot of the dynamics of the Brexit years, to the point that right after Brexit he was almost able to form a government, and he brainwashed the population by saying that, like, oh, Italy was you know, going to be much better, you know, if they left the European Union and left the Euro. Can you imagine Italy with the debt that has? Leaving the euro and suddenly having to borrow at actual, you know, interest rates, not backed by the, you know, the ECB. So it's like ridiculous. And what's interesting is that the president of the republic, so in Italy we're prime minister and president. The president doesn't do anything, has no power at all, except for vetoing the formation of the government. And so they vetoed the formation of the government twice. They went back to vote twice over the Brexit. This guy was really going to do it. Now, I don't know. At the same time, he was always like getting money from like some Russian banks. I mean, the usual things. And you know, he had like lots of pictures in the Red Square. They didn't even hide him too much. You know, I think he was tweeting like things like, oh, you know, oh, Putin is a great guy. Then he deleted those at the beginning of the war, but a bunch of people screenshot it and was like, do you still think he's a great guy? So, anyways, these guys lost some support, but they still have 20% of, you know, of the population that vote for them. And these guys are clearly...
Mic check.
I think we're losing Luca. I think Erdogan got his internet. Luca, mic check. Okay, and we also had Leonard requesting, trying to get the help in the meantime. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domen. Do you have something? Is the topic you are talking about with Luca ready, or you want to continue with it?
Oh, I want to try to get Luca back up if Erdogan will let him come back up. But in the meantime, Nina, Luca might take a while, so just breach whatever else.
Okay. So I've just read on Helsinki that Russia is not letting the humanitarian help to Syria, like the United Nations can't get the humanitarian help to Syria because Russia is blocking the help. So yeah, Russia is doing what it's doing best, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you surprised this time?
No.
There we go. Thanks, Nina. Let's Puppy up. Puppy, are you here to stand in for Luca?
I can be a Luca backup in case it is needed. I had another topic, but when it is time, I can talk about another topic, and I can also fill in for any Italian or whatever mess you want to talk about, I guess.
Oh, here we go. We got Luca back up. Luca, you cut off just as you were trying to explain the tweets, the old tweets that people dug up from Salvini, even though he deleted them.
Oh, so you got to there, right? When he said like Putin and all of that, right?
Yeah, we got all that. Yeah.
Well, that was basically the end. I mean, now you have a party that is like, highly populist and, clearly has shown many, kind of like, has shown the will to promote many policies that don't make any sense for Italy. I mean,
mic check, Luca.
I'll hear you.
Yeah, I think we lost Luca again. Okay. I guess Puppy, you best go ahead. I think everyone's letting Luca talk.
So I can go ahead with other topic, but if I go ahead with another topic, then it is fair to give Nina the chance to go ahead first, because she was actually before me.
I think, Nina, did you have anything beyond the Syria and Russians? I think we were thinking about it. Okay, I think continue your internet.
Shoot, you cannot hear me?
No, we couldn't. We heard you at the start saying that, then we covered everything about Salvini and how he loves Putin and tweets and then how his policies don't make any sense, and then he cut out again.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll be brief. I think they have about 20% of the votes, and it's not ideological. They're just capturing, and they'll promote basically, all this basically Kremlin policies. And then I ask a question. I say, Bertrand, do you remember? Do they have about 20% of the vote? The Lega now?
I think it is a little bit less right now. So it used to be even way above 20% at its peak. It was like 6 months ago or so. Now it is less popular. Giorgia Meloni is the largest polling party in Italy right now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, of course, with inflation and all of that, I'm sure that Meloni. But Salvini got more than that. I mean, I think he went all out, and when you have a genocide, he lost some support. But still, it's an important party, and so they can still increase their leaders. I think that's basically at the highest level what I think is happening there.
Puppy?
Here I am. So, ready to switch topic in that case, or you still want to talk about how good the Salvini is doing in the war or whatnot?
No, I think we're good. I think we can switch topics. I just wanted to highlight for the people listening just why Solovyov would even be considered to be shown on a mainline Italian television channel, because in many countries that would kind of look kind of weird and nobody would know who he is.
Yeah, I can add that it is absolutely not the first time. I think it has been maybe a dozen times or more on the Italian TV. And it's right that Bruno Vespa is a well-respected journalist, and probably, I did not see the episode, but I do presume that he did not actually play softball with the Soviet, but I know for a fact that in other instances he's been on live Italian TV, and yeah, he's been treated as just another opinion, like, one of those things, like everybody deserves a voice, so he is the guy advocating for genocide, basically, every evening, also on the Russian media, and so we want to give him a voice too. I don't believe that Vespa, as I said, I did not see the particular episode. I don't believe that Vespa, or this particular Italian well-respected journalist, played that game, but certainly he was allowed in other instances to play that game on Italian TV, unfortunately.
And so, Puppy, is this, let's say, something that goes further back in history? Why Italians would even be considering listening to Solovyov? Is this really just a Salvini thing, or Berlusconi thing, or does it go, decades back?
It does go decades back. So, Italy is a uniquely vulnerable territory for Russian propaganda and for Soviet propaganda before being Russian propaganda. So yeah, it has been a thing of the Italian political landscape for decades. There are historical reasons for that. So yeah, that it is still the case. Essentially, I can elaborate 3 seconds on that. Essentially, Italy has had for decades the largest communist party of the Western world, and it was a battleground, between competing propagandas, the Soviet propaganda and the CIA efforts to keep Italy in the Western hemisphere, political sphere, and because of this. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia found a significant network of people, of assets inside Italy, and inherited it. And fast forward 30 years or so, and we are still there. So yeah, that is Italy.
So the old network, was it very ideologically based, ideologically pro-communist?
Yes and no, meaning that back in the days, we're talking about 60s essentially. Yes, you would have back then Italian Communist Party being essentially taking orders directly from Moscow. However, the things changed over time, and officially the Italian Communist Party broke with Moscow in 1968 after the Prague Spring, but for several decades it was still somewhat connected. In 1989, or in the aftermath of 1989, I should say, after the Berlin Wall fell, the Italian Communist Party rebranded itself, became a reasonable to say, a completely different animal. And after a few changes of name, a few mergers and splits, and a few ideological soul searching, became what is today known as Partito Democratico, which is might seem paradoxical, but it is arguably today the most NATO-friendly party in the Italian political landscape. But the political network that was inherited from the Soviet days has had found fertile grounds in other areas of the Italian political landscape, both on the right and on the left. Right. So Salvini is a right-wing populist. There are also fringe, I would say, but they are certainly on the left part of the political spectrum. There are also sympathizers with completely different ideological backgrounds, completely different arguments, but they are also on the left side sympathizers for Putin. They do not call themselves the sympathizers. Salvini is an open sympathizer. As Luca was saying, he was well known for wearing Putin t-shirts and proudly showing them for photo ops on the Red Square as recently as 2017, so a few years after the first Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, on the left side of the political spectrum, basically the argument is some form of whataboutism, some form of everybody is guilty, but at least the successor of the Soviet Union, the Russia successor of the Soviet Union, at least gives us cheap gas. So the secretary of what is now known as Partito Comunista, Communist Party, which has nothing to do with the Partito Democratico, which is the real successor. Sorry for being confusing, but hey, that's the way it works. Is known to always say every time that he's on live TV or gives an interview to the press that since NATO and Putin are essentially the same, at least we should choose the one that gives us a cheaper gas. That's the footnote.
We say that I mean, not 6 million, for everybody has a business ideology, even my fellow friends in Berkeley, California, like that. I think that has a lot to do like connection with infiltrations, that they've been there for a while, they're still there, and some politicians are just captured. So really the leg base as well. So I think
I don't think that the two are mutually exclusive. So infiltration and ideological proximity are they fertilize each other. I would take a little bit of exception with the idea that everybody was a communist. Your friends in the Silicon Valley, where, by the way, I lived too, who are a different animal, different type of communist. In Italy, at its peak, the Communist Party was around 30%, right, in the late 70s. I wouldn't say that everybody was sympathizing for them. I'm not going here to open debate on whether it was a legitimate political position or not, I wouldn't say that everybody was a communist in the sense of being a pro-Soviet Union communist.
Yeah, but it was more of a provocation, but it wasn't that we see today. I think it's more like opportunism, or like what you mentioned about the cheap gas opportunism, right? And then, what happened is simply being captured.
they are getting paid and they're getting favors. It's actually despicable in my opinion.
Yeah, Salvini is on the Kremlin payroll. So yeah, it's not even a controversial statement. I mean, there was clear evidence that was not even denied that this happened. So yeah, Salvini is on the Kremlin payroll. On the left side of the political spectrum, on the far left side, I suspect that there are some examples of that too. Although there is not clear evidence to my knowledge of that. But at the very, very least, there is, a strong proximity, a strong sympathy, and positions that are clearly sympathetic to messaging that the Kremlin is happy with.
Thanks, Mappy. Thanks, Luca. Let's go to Leonard, and probably if you still have another topic later, we can always go next. Leonard.
Okay. Thank you, Domin. Actually, I just had a further question here for either Bertrand or Luca, and it's with respect to the kind of the lay of the land in the Italian political arena. But with specific reference to Ukraine. And what I would ask either Luca or Bertrand or both, because in Canada we have a great fascination with the Italian political scene, but quite honestly, the on-site information we get and the perspective leaves us with many lack of insight, I might say. So I'd appreciate anything you can shed light on in terms of the question. But firstly, it's with regard to Mario Draghi and our understanding, at least from this side of the Atlantic, it seems that Mario has considerable support and is a solid representative of the Italian populace. Now, firstly, I don't know if that's a valid conclusion. So if you could educate me on that. And then secondly, if Draghi's, it seemed that his term is nearing its fruition. In other words, he may be available sort of on the international scene in the near future. I don't know if that's legitimate, but
yes.
Based upon, yes, is that legitimate?
He is essentially next year. Italy will have a general elections, so Mario Draghi does not have his own party unless something changes. He's not going to be prime minister in 2024. Let's say, to put it easily.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could say one or two about Draghi. Domin knows I already made this point. I think we as Italy and the international community, given the difficult times we're in, as far as the Italian political system and its contribution to this current mess, or to help us get out of the current mess, we should consider ourselves, and that's what it's talking about, extremely lucky that there is Draghi there. Because my interpretation of Italian politics is that basically it's garbage. Like, they all come up their own. I mean, few exceptions, but once they reach the position of power, it's either incompetence or corruption, and like a combination of the two. Draghi is not. And there is this it's a competence that a corrupt guy. It's because, when Italy goes to shit on people, then the politicians say, oh crap, it's good. And you need to understand how hard it is. You guys remember? It was the first G7 conference. So super early on, the putting on popular this virus it was total devastation. And Italy was a hero. Any that we could basically fit in and get support from Europe. And knowing how our large is and how corrupt,
the system is, if Europe sends like $100 billion, I think they send, or they're gonna send a lot. So they have trillions and confidence from an international standpoint. It just happened. We could have been there, literally. We could have been there with Salvini. That would be total disaster. So I really think we can extremely have Draghi there.
I fully agree with that. I might maybe feel a little bit for whoever is observing or listening to this conversation, not super close to Italian or European politics. Mario Draghi is the former head of the European Central Bank. He's widely respected on the international stage. He is might sound like a trivial observation, but he speaks several languages very well, which is not so common in the Italian landscape, and that helps. He is accomplished economist in his own. So yeah, he was last resort choice, and he is a technocrat. He is not backed by his own political party. When Italy found, as Luca put it, in deep trouble, so to speak, then Mario Draghi was one option, or probably some would say the only option to make sure that Italy would not collapse from an economical point of view. And Draghi is heading a national unity government, so he has a little bit of everything behind him in terms of political support in parliament. To answer the question of Leonard about when his term will end, the natural end of his term is next year. So 1 year from now, Italy will have general elections. Draghi is currently not expected to be on the ballot. Of course, things might change from now to 2023, and who knows, maybe he will be on the ballot with his own party, but this is a wild speculation and does not seem to be a very, very likely scenario to me. So the most likely scenario is that, he will just leave and someone else will need to be found. Is it a fair representation, Luca?
And of course, he's the second economist to be called Mario, taking over Italy in that crisis.
My position is the other.
Monti from Bochum.
Mario Monti.
Okay, fun story. Okay, if you do this domino, it's so much fun. Me and my son, we came up with this document, and then we went to Wikipedia and we confirmed. It goes as such. You Google or find on Wikipedia something called govern technical. It means technical government. Okay? So if goes completely to shit, excuse me French, they'll come up with the government, which means they'll put someone. Typically, we'll put them there just just for long enough to stabilize the situation. And the understanding, cultural understanding, is that the government will last just long enough to clean up the mess, so that then the government will go back to the usual manner. This has happened a few times. There was like another
Luca, you might need to translate Magna Magna. Sorry, just Magna Magna might not be clear.
my son were thinking, why do we even call it governo tecnico, right? As in, it's a competent government. As if the standard of the government is not technical. It's just a bunch of corrupt politicians. It is so embedded in the language. And so if you go on Wikipedia, it says governo tecnico, it's an Italian definition of a government. Okay? So this is unbelievable. It's so much embedded in the culture that the governo tecnico, when you mean someone competent, it's the exception. You want to have a system wants to have it there just long enough to clean things up and not make things up, so that the other politician can then move the queen and leave them under, basically, the corrupted people. Okay? So right now, the best generation. So,
thanks, Luca. Nick, Italian politics. How does it matter for Ukraine?
I didn't put my hand up for Italian politics, so if that's the current topic, I will drop down until it's.
Damn it! I was hoping for your insights.
I just had a fun anecdote. I just got back from 2-3 days vacation in a resort where we had every European nationality, really international place, and lots of people speaking with various Slavic languages, and I made a point of asking them where they were from, and they would say, "We're from Czech Republic, fuck Putin." It was excellent. And then I met some Ukrainians who lived in Finland, really good. And there was one family, guy and his wife and a boy of about 12 or 13, they came in the sauna. I was in the sauna, and I was in the naked sauna. So I like to go in the sauna naked, and down here in Southern Europe, they don't really go for that. But this particular spa had a naked sauna as well as and this couple came in, and they were speaking German to me, which is reasonable enough, because, Germans go in the sauna, and they said, is there space here? And I said, yes. And I said, oh, listen to your accent. I said, you weren't born in Germany, right? And the guy said, no, we live in Germany 20 years. We from Soviet Union. It was really funny, because there is now only one nationality of the former Soviet Union where people tell you they used to be from the Soviet Union. So he was a very nice guy. He was there on holiday. I wasn't going to give him any shit. Start, adding, food. But I thought it was quite funny that, Russian people are a bit like Americans when their president is doing something deranged and they put Canadian stickers on their backpacks or something. So the Russians are keeping a low profile, and he said ex-Soviet Union, and first of all, he looked pretty Russian, but I wasn't going to go, oh, Kazakhstan perhaps. So that was a moment of fun. The Ukrainian guy I met, who lived in Finland, very, very interesting guy, had driven down through Lithuania, pick up his mother, take her back to Finland. Then she wanted to go home, and he was just a working class guy. He was a carpenter, he was pleased to see my T-shirt, my St. Javelin T-shirt. He was pleased at the support people were giving, but he seemed more than anything kind of exhausted, emotionally exhausted by the war. He didn't really want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about it. And it was interesting to meet Ukrainians who probably kind of are, in their own way, I guess they're thinking about it day and night, but, we have an approach on the space and a way in which, we put our energy into this. And it was quite interesting. Quite interesting.
Nick, just one thing. There's only one way to resolve.
Yeah. Go on. Mit Aufguss.
No, that's not the point. It's just you don't wear clothing. So.
No, okay, but in this, I know that, you know that, but you go to Southern Europe, in France, it's very hard to find a nude sauna in France, and at least in this place
not a specified sauna. They just have a hot room where they go.
They have a hot room that is so yeah, it's a special sweating operation. But at this spa, there was a big sauna with a huge glass front looking out over the rest of the spa. So you didn't want to be sitting there naked in that. And then the naked sauna was round a corner. It was, I must say, a very good spa for a mid-range hotel, and I was pleased that they at least did have that. And if you ever go on an AIDA cruise, AIDA is a not particularly upmarket German cruise line, but they have an excellent sauna on board. But yes, I'll call it special sweating operation.
I think that was an excellent anecdote. Thank you, Nick. If you have a change of topic, I think Luca's probably enjoying his kebab, and Portland is jealous, even though he's probably still asleep. So, Nick, go right ahead. Or was the sauna discussion already the change of topic? Nick, mic check.
Yeah, I'm here.
Was the sauna discussion already the change of topic, or did you want to reach something else?
No, if there is no other topic, I just read something suggesting that Russia is using S-300s as ground-to-ground missiles, which seems people seem to be slightly surprised at. Don't know if we've had that.
We had a bit of talk about that, not very much. There's different thoughts about it. Initially, when it was just one, at least CJ and I were thinking, maybe, this is, Russians shooting at something in the air, perhaps a manned aircraft, perhaps a UAV missing badly, and then the missile just goes all the way from Kherson all the way to Mykolaiv and crashes. But with 6 of them apparently reported, that's an awful many, and maybe. But it makes very little sense, just because they carry such a small explosive charge as well, and they are so expensive.
Dolman, just actually on that, just reading the operational plan on the site. There was a statement about updates, and they stated that, again, modified S-300 systems were used to shell Mykolaiv.
Why? I just don't get it. Any idea?
Ideas? No.
Bad logistics, lack of shelling capacity.
I mean, we had heard that they were moving the anti-ship missiles into the area as well. The Dnipro, the Onyx, or the P800s. They need to be bringing them out there. So maybe there is, like maybe loose to, there's maybe a real shortage problem on that front. Maybe, between the combination of HIMARS and potential fixed wing attacks on depots and stuff in the region the past few days, and then probably moving a lot of resources up to the Donbass area for that sort of major fight.
And the thing to highlight at the same time, just north of Kherson, they were shelling KYIV again, and they were actually shelling KYIV, I believe, today, with cubed artillery. So why would they? I just don't understand the need to be using S-300s that way. It just seems such a silly thing to do. Okay, now that the Russians have been told off for poor decision making.
Yeah, I mean, just rushing things, I guess. We did have Anda come up for whatever your perspective in there. Anda?
I actually came up before the S300 question. But if you want to remain on the topic,
I don't think we have any more on the topic. We're just befuddled.
I just wanted to add a fun detail that shows Romania's heritage of Roman Empire, Roman Italian, and closeness with the Italians. We have the same thing with, we call it Guvern Technocrat, which is basically the same thing. Whenever we hit rock bottom, we put in charge people who know what they're doing until we pass the big problem, and after that we blame them for everything that went wrong during the recovery period. We show them a way, and we put other people there who will do the same thing as in Italy, but I dare say more skillfully here, more elaborate. So yeah, that was the fun, sad but fun part.
Eccolo qua. Nothing ever changes.
Exactly.
I think this got Puppy and Luca all excited that somebody's taking heed of their good practices and not so good practices. Puppy, then Luca, and then we'll go to Gunther and Clyde. Puppy.
Yeah, well, we have figured already that there are several parallels between the Italian and the Romanian political landscape, also historically speaking, in more than one unexpected ways, frankly. But actually, I will go ahead with another topic if it is okay, unless there is any other comment from anyone about the current one.
Mine is very brief. It was just a reply to Anda. Like when I heard you speaking, Anda, I missed your accent and I thought you were Finnish. So for a second I was like, what? The Finnish are doing the same like corrupt government thing? There was something that didn't work. Then I clicked on your profile and I saw Romania. And we know like the Romanians coming over and do this, which is basically Italians, right? So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you have the same vocabulary and the same function, so to speak.
It's an indirect compliment to our Finnish friends, I guess. That we cannot be the Finnish if it is about corruption, right? I agree with that.
No, it's not. I think you want to get too close to other people to engage in corruption, and anyway, Gunther. Oh, sorry, no, wait, sorry. Puppy had to change the topic. Puppy, and then.
So, all right. So I wanted, since some time, to pick the brain of some of the smart people on this room about one topic, which is the following: Ukrainians that are fleeing the war and coming to the European Union have something called the temporary protection, which essentially means that they can, according to the rules, stay in the European Union for at least 1 year, and they don't need any visa. Actually, since 2017, Ukrainians don't need a visa in the European Union. They don't need any special, proof of anything other than being Ukrainian, which makes a complete sense, obviously. It does make sense until you look at the fact that there is quite some convoluted bureaucracy in behind that. And once you are in the European Union as a Ukrainian, you can move freely in the Schengen area, but only for 90 days, after which you need to prove the residence of the first. You need to basically to get. I will not get into details. If you want, I can get into details. But you have to get papers from the first country that you were admitted in the European Union. And even if you go back for a short period to Ukraine, essentially you have to apply again for the temporary protection, and you have to do more paper. And if you are applying a second time, the country that first granted temporary protection might deny you the temporary protection a second time. If you apply for refugee status, which is a different status, you are losing your European Union temporary protection, even while your refugee status is being evaluated. Right? So, and if you, I could go on. There is quite a list of legal caveats that come with the idea that as a Ukrainian, you can stay in the European Union. And if you go to the official, page, the European Union page of what you have to do as a Ukrainian in order to stay in the European Union, it's lawyer level, several pages long, even if it is intended to be a FAQ. And it seems to me that, frankly, we are creating a lot of unnecessary red tape for people that are fleeing the war. And they are not often, they are not speaking the local language. They don't have a network, they don't have a lawyer, and they have plenty of other things that, they need to think about.
Bertrando, can I say a follow-up to this, given that he's related to this?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm a Canada fanboy, and I'll tell you a story. Basically, what happened was I met a couple in the Bay Area in the United States, and basically the girlfriend was escaping the war, and she was trying to get their paperwork done to stay in the U.S., which theoretically should be feasible, but it was so complex that look what she did. She just drove up to the border, went to Vancouver, got a stamp on her passport, and she has basically a residency and work permit in Canada for 3 years, literally at the border. Shows her passport, say I'm escaping the war, get the stamp.
Yeah, you're coming exactly to the point that I'm trying to make, which is it would seem sensible to me that given the situation and given the fact that, to be honest, my hunch is that the rules are not widely enforced. I would say luckily so, to an extent. Nobody will send you back if you don't put all the stuff. Nobody will send you back to a war in most countries if you don't have all the proper stamps in the proper places. But it is still causing unnecessary distress to the ones that actually try hard to follow the rules. Since we are, at the end of the day, in any case, giving the right to be in the European Union, why can't we make it easier than that, cut the red tape and say something along the lines of as long as you are Ukrainian, even better if you have a passport, but not everybody has one. But if you are Ukrainian, you just you basically you have the same rules apply to you as if you were in the Schengen area. This is something that I have a network of Ukrainian people that are fleeing the war, and they are all having headaches with the bureaucracy that is connected to this. And this is it seems to be really unnecessary red tape. That is the topic that I wanted to bring about. Maybe there is something that I am missing, and there are reasons why the European Union wants to have extra red tape, but I fail to see the larger benefit of this.
Can I intervene on this unless the other people who have their hands up first are saying we're ready on this topic?
Nick, you really should be the ones to begin on this because you're.
I would love to.
Okay. There is always, with European EU freedom of movement situations, a very delicate balance between the EU and the member states. Absolutely nothing is stopping any individual EU member state giving full 5-year, initial 5-year, followed by permanent residency, if people stay 5 years, status to any Ukrainian citizen, whether or not that Ukrainian citizen is fleeing the war. You know, they might have come for economic reasons 2 years ago. So each individual member state has the choice to do that. What the EU did in a hurry was apply a minimum standard that the countries have to meet. And again, it's limited in terms of what it can do in that regard, because the EU cannot pass rules telling member states that they have to give full residence permits to non-EU citizens. So, you know, a nice thing would have been if Ukraine had been made a full member of the EU, that would sort it out. But I don't think that's really on the cards in the next year or two. So there are, it's a delicate balance, and for almost every question, as you were going through, Bertrand, I was sitting there going, okay, that's EU, that's national, that's EU, that's national. It's really complicated, and the EU can express wishes that these procedures should be done quickly, but currently for an EU citizen to get their residency card in Spain takes 3 or 4 or 5 months, even though according to the people who drafted the legislation, it should be something you do in about 20 minutes walking into a police station. So these things are complicated, they take time. We should all be encouraging our local politicians to do more for Ukrainians. About the moving around in Europe, you're correct that they're limited to 90 out of 180 days in the other Schengen countries. And again, that's a standard condition of Schengen for third country residents. In practice, the European Union does absolutely nothing to track that. And if other than the fact that it's kind of hard to work, but if a Ukrainian who has been given residency in Germany decided to go and join a family member in France and I don't know, work black or whatever, for 5 months, the chances of anything being detected are homeopathic. So again, that doesn't help if you're trying to respect the law, and I do appreciate that every country puts bureaucratic hurdles in people's way and hasn't necessarily hired a lot of Ukrainian speaking staff, and everyone could do more. But it's a really, really complicated situation. You know, the EU will have sat around on day. I mean, when did the EU make the announcement about the refugees? Day 2 or 3 of the latest invasion. The EU will have sat around and there will have been a little horse trade. Someone will have said, okay, can they work? Yes, no. How long can they come for? Yes, no. How long are we prepared to let the EU dictate this to member states, some of whom are not particularly keen on immigration? Some people will have been saying, okay, what happens if the EU next does this for Syria? And there will have been some complicated discussions. So 3 years will be the best compromise that came out of it. My experience of the EU is they are always pushing to give the citizens more rights, and it's the member states who are trying to hold them back a little bit. So, yeah, just some background in terms of the complexity of residency and cross-border residency and EU citizens and not EU citizens. And then once you're a resident of a Schengen country as a non-EU citizen, you start to acquire more rights in the other countries than you do in the one you're in. It's a nightmare. It would be great if we had a United States of Europe, but it's not necessarily going to be anything that anyone votes for anytime soon. Hope this helps.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, you're right. I do appreciate, I do understand this whole thing. I also would expect that this being, not normal circumstances, maybe it is one of those situations where the European Union could get creative and find a way to cut a little bit of this red tape for people that are fleeing a war.
Yes, but it's national sovereign red tape. And again, pretty much all the EU can do is say, guys, would you please do a better job on this? And that's all they can do. And when you're dealing with the bureaucracy of a country like, in my case, Spain will say, yes, we are committed to democracy. Now, please fill in these 9 forms.
Yeah, okay. Let me just be clear. I'm not blaming the European Union as such as an entity. Replace the European Union with, the member states of the European Union could do something better. They could, meet in Brussels and have one of those nice sessions where at the end of the day they say, we have agreed to make things easier for people coming from Ukraine in each of the member countries. So it doesn't seem to be unthinkable for something like this to happen, frankly. It would improve not insignificantly improve the living of, a few million people that are struggling with a number of things, and not the least one of them is, the bureaucracy of a place that they don't speak the local language of, and they don't have a network, local network, and they are not all lawyers. That's all I'm saying. But thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, and thank you, Nick, for enlightening us on the final points of this. Let's go on to Gunther.
Hey, I'm going to pull a conversation back to S-300s for a little bit. So I have some theories, which is one, and I definitely experienced this in the United States Army. Sometimes in big organizations, when there's like a sense of urgency, like just to do something, that you'll see things like this, just sort of random weird things, and it's just some mid-level person trying to quote unquote do something because they're getting a lot of pressure. And then my other comment is, Russia doesn't have an equivalent to HIMARS system, and their cruise missiles, for example, are subsonic. So an S-300, maybe they're trying to sort of improvise their own supersonic guided munition for taking out Ukrainian ammo dumps, and I think maybe that's what they're trying to do, and we're seeing sort of them experimenting on civilians. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Gunther. And are you familiar with the S-300 system? Or its capabilities or anything, or are you just sort of speaking from a broader experience?
Well, I've spent a very long time looking at the Wikipedia. No, I don't really know anything about it other than it's their theater level anti-aircraft system. It's got a pretty high range, and it's definitely supersonic. So I don't know. It obviously has enough guidance to hit aircraft or something. So I assume that's what they're trying to do here.
Right. So in a broader context, it does make sense to you, at least, if they're trying to fill that gap. It's interesting, definitely. I know myself and others were a bit skeptical when we were working on yesterday. We thought it was probably just a failure or an overshoot or something. But the fact that they're reporting the same thing today in the same location kind of says to me that they are actually thinking this.
Yeah, and it could just be someone just like reacting and just said we just need to do something. We have extra ones that will block one, and we just need to shoot them off. So.
Can I ask if we know what they're trying to do?
What they're trying to get is always a question over that when it comes to Russian munitions, as we've seen. But what they did hit today was seemed to be a residential area. There's talk of a dozen sort of private homes and stuff were severely damaged. Also possibly a nearby food warehouse.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's just the initial reports, right? But that was what the separation clans have talked about.
Can I say one more thing?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Hey, hey, just I want to say one thing I really appreciate about this space is listening to people in goal and come from us, and and definitely I want to encourage anyone who maybe English isn't your first language and you feel shy about talking is to go ahead and talk, because I know personally I really want to hear what other folks have to say. And anyway, I'm thankful for you all, and Slava Ukraini.
I'm Slava. I think was it Leonard next or Clyde? Do you remember? I think it was Clyde, or maybe. Okay, Leonard's wrong.
Yeah, Leonard here. Is it appropriate to go, or should I wait?
Go for it. Now we'll go Clyde afterwards. Clyde, you're first in the queue. Apologies. Scroll through here, and then we'll go Spring.
Okay, thank you, Artwar. I just wanted to follow up briefly with reference to Luca's anecdote regarding his friends exiled from the Ukraine, who were so quickly received and endorsed at the port of Vancouver in Canada. And I would just submit that it actually took a special act of the Canadian Parliament to extend that type of a modified residency status to people coming to Canada who were essentially refugees or displaced individuals from the Ukraine. And I would just submit that it would be strongly encouraged from the Canadian side towards the United States that they consider similar modifications and consider a similar open arms, open door policy with respect to refugees from the Ukraine. And I won't mention U.S. immigration matters any further because I know that's a tangled web unto itself. But and then a final question for I think Nick. Your comments are certainly appreciated with regard to the difficulties of the Schengen scenario within Europe. I'm just wondering, I don't know specifically what modifications, if any, have been made in Great Britain, but if you had any insight as to where the British policy stands with regard to Ukrainian refugees and people seeking asylum out of that entire miasma that has been created by the Russians in Ukraine. So thank you.
The UK has an ostensibly very generous policy. It's just certainly in the first 6 to 8 weeks of the war, in order to take advantage of it, you had to find your way to the end, to a desk in a disused toilet, behind a filing cabinet at the end of a locked door marked "Beware of the Leopard." They made it extraordinarily difficult. This is partly because the UK has a highly xenophobic immigration policy and refugee policy, in case anybody brown gets in. And so they had to sort of do a pretty quick about turn, and they really didn't have either the resources or the culture of doing that. It's increased now, but still, if you look, I think the UK has taken in about 3 times more Ukrainian refugees than Ireland, despite having a population 12 times larger. They do, however, I believe they are allowing the Ukrainian refugees to work, which is an absolute first for the UK. So it's sort of getting there. As I say, the the policy is ostensibly very open and I think fairly similar to the EU's. And I think it is now kind of, getting up to speed. You're not hearing the kind of horror stories that you were in the beginning. One thing that was interesting is a surprising number of politicians took refugees into their homes now. To what extent this was motivated by genuine humanitarianism and to what extent it was motivated by the need that politicians have to look good, I don't know. But there were some interesting stories. And a lot of Ukrainians have contacts in the UK because of migration over the years. Small amounts of when I was in the UK like 3 weeks after the war started, or sorry, the current uptick in the war started, and I was in a small town in the east of England, and there were advertisements saying, "We're collecting for Ukraine. Please drop off your donations at," and I think one was a cafe and the other was a furniture store. And I went in to the furniture store, and there was a Ukrainian woman working there, so she'd organised it. And I said, "Is it a Ukrainian woman working at the cafe?" And she said, "Yeah, you guessed it." So the solidarity on the ground in the UK with Ukraine is absolutely rock solid. And as I say, I think the immigration thing is kind of getting there, the refugee thing, but I'm not close enough on a day-to-day basis to say what the effect is, on daily life. But,
just to add some numbers to that. So the latest figures from last week, there was the visas issued with just obviously there's a something kind of alluded to there. There's a kind of a sponsorship scheme where you can sign up to host a refugee. And I believe under that, last week they kind of 100,000 figure. But that's not, as far as I understand, that's one host family is counted as one application in that scheme. And then there's also kind of an extended, I think it's called the family visa scheme, which allows applicants basically to join if they already have relatives. There's Ukrainians living in the UK already, and under that scheme they could join their relatives there as well. I believe there's
people still need a visa. They have to go into an office before and get a visa, whereas the EU, you kind of walk up to the border and say, "I am from Ukraine." I mean, apart from anything else, Ukrainians, even before this started, since 2017, 2018, have been able to come to Schengen without a visa for tourism. So the UK is still requiring people to fill in forms and apply for visas, and I suspect that this will put a lot of Ukrainians off initially, at least, when they know that they can just at least initially go to Germany and just walk in.
Yeah, no, that is 100% true. You can't just walk in. So you don't actually have to apply for a visa as long as you have a passport. You just have to fill out the form for the sponsorship scheme, which I mean, it's the same effect as you said. But just for clarity, after that point, once you fill out the form online, by the way, you don't need to visit any visa centres as long as you have a Ukrainian passport.
There was concern at one point among the British that these Ukrainians would all be landing in Dublin and getting the train up to Belfast and then hopping over to Liverpool, and that'd be terrible.
As someone that lives near the border, it's a daily fact of life, a daily topic.
Yeah.
No, I was just to tell Bertrand that inside the European Union there is different stages. In my country, in Portugal, it's 1 year plus 1. It's 2 years actually that you don't need any special requirements. It's not a 3 months being in the country. You can stay till 2 years without any problem.
Hi, can I talk, please?
Sorry, but that's fine. That's didn't understand how the system works. Spring, please go ahead.
No, it was just to say that inside the European Union there are different systems working at the same time, because I think it's the countries that define the times that people can stay in the country. In the case of Portuguese government, it's 1+1. It's actually 2 years that people can remain here.
So my understanding is that, first of all, thank you, Spring, for this information. My understanding is that the baseline is 1 year for every European country. The point being that within the context of this baseline, there are all sorts of additional rules that apply, in case you want to travel to other states, other countries in the Schengen area. As you can imagine, plenty of these people are, coming to the first country, but they have opportunities for work elsewhere, and they have family and relatives elsewhere, so they want to find the best place for them, and this is made more complicated by the applicable rules. Plus, if you want to go back to Ukraine because, you have a grandmother that you want to visit, but you really don't want to stay there because, hey, there is a war, then when you come back, you have additional bureaucracy to take care of. So, point is, maybe, just maybe, even if there are different rules in different countries, there is a way to make sure that a common ground is found in order to simplify the bureaucracy for people that are already, impacted by the fact that they have a war at home. That was my point. But thank you, Spring, for this information.
Thank you, Bertrand. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Spring?
No, you can go. Thank you, Bertrand.
Oh, thank you, Spring. Abdul, nice to see you again.
Thank you so much, Akbar. I just wanted to add to Bertrand. I really fully appreciate the question of, it's sometimes too much bureaucracy, and I get it. There are 2 points I wanted to bring. First of all, my experience in Germany is that what I understand is the case is that Ukrainian nationals can enter the country freely. They have a visa status automatically for a definite period. It seems, however, that the for an indefinite period, but it seems that the concern is, and I spoke to a friend of mine whose wife's parents fled to Germany. Is the question, what happens if we have a ceasefire, or what happens when once they're older, and then moving back again to rebuild will not be an option. That is the concern that they have. But it seems, what I understand is that at least in Germany, people can stay and can work. On the ground, also echo what Nick was talking about the UK, or Artois, what you see in the UK. On the ground, people are open. They are welcoming people. I know neighbors in Germany who have taken on people into their homes. The German train company gives free train tickets to Ukrainians to move from place to place so that they can move freely. So those things are happening. But I do understand Bertrand's problem of the question of bureaucracy. But it comes back to a point of, yes, the European Union is a union to a certain extent, but it's a union of individual states with their own sovereign decisions, and each country will make its own decisions. Regrettably, I would always want the situation to set the one rule for everyone, and I doubt that that's going to happen.
Thank you. Bertrand, do you want to come back now?
I can, I thank you, Abdul. I agree that it is not likely that the basic rule changes. I do see, however, doing a little bit of a deep dive in the rules, I see some unnecessary extra burdens that I could imagine that with some creativity might be eased even without, jeopardizing the sacred sovereignty of the states. That is not something that can be done in the, short-term period of So I agree. I know there are good reasons for that, but something can be done. I believe if something can be done, it's the right time for big creative administrative process.
I don't want to sound too cynical. It's are done for God, and you can't change them quick enough to make them fight. Right? I'm sorry to say that, but that's the case, and that's what the politicians have to balance out in Europe today. And that's very clearly the case, and that's why the decision on March 2015 to let in 1 million refugees from mainly Syria, also places like Iraq and Afghanistan, is a bold decision. And these people are to a large extent integrated now into German society. But that is regrettably the case. And I have to admit, I'm half Irish, half German. I see it from both sides. It was wonderfully astonishing to me that the borders were opened so quickly and so clearly, which is absolutely right for any peoples who are under distress, but especially for European neighbors. There's no question for me whatsoever. But these rules, there is a background to it, and that's the whole. That's how I see where it's coming from, personally. Again, the use of this tool, by the way, I just want to point out. We had the situation last year with Belarus allowing from the Middle East, from Afghanistan, from Syria to migrate to Europe, the Belarusian border to Poland. Even the Russians are was there to put pressure on the European nations. This is also something one should not forget. Governments and societies to make sure that issues are checked. So not minor words, but this is something that politicians always must not do. I'm not saying that this is the case with the Ukraine, but this is the background as far as I see it.
I've seen comments on Polish Facebook pages of people complaining that Ukrainians get free tickets on the bus. So some level of xenophobia is absolutely everywhere.
Nick, let's not pull Facebook comments one examples of every measure of extreme comments from every part of the world on Facebook. So I don't think that should be used as a measure of either Polish sentiment or anything else.
Oh, not as a measure. It was a very much a minority. But I'm just agreeing with Abdulaziz. Every country has to deal with can only go as far as its domestic politics will allow. And countries like Poland and even more so Hungary have very much painted themselves into a corner over their actions over the last 10 years. And Germany let in an awful lot of people from Syria. Hungary let in approximately zero.
Sorry, Arthur, if I might just say also, I have to fully agree with Nick. We're seeing countries today acting exemplary without question whatsoever in this conflict. But if we're coming to the question of refugees, there are countries who are acting exemplary today who did not act exemplary. We should not go into this blame game because it plays no role for our question. But coming to the point of Nick, yes, there are in all countries, without exception, groups, and they play in some countries a bigger role on the vote, and the politicians fear them, where immigration plays a big role, and even in some cases, irrespective of this immigration is European or non-European. Regrettably.
I agree. It's exacerbated for non-Europeans, for brown people, but it also exists for white people. And in the UK, during the Brexit referendum, for example, a common claim was that it'll enable us to send all those. People would complain because they heard Polish being spoken on the bus. So yeah, it's a multifaceted problem that is worse in some ways than others. We, I think, ought to combat it at all levels, and maybe when this is over, we'll be a little bit more receptive. But I'm afraid I'm a little bit skeptical that we're going to be, the West is going to be doing the right thing for Yemen or Syria anytime soon.
So I want to say something about this a little bit more of the American perspective. Just in the United States, it's my belief that we have a space. And I'm talking about personal experience because I run a research group for startup companies. I could see, so I need to bring talent from all over the world, and I could see how we're talking about high-skilled labor visas has started to become harder and harder. Now they're completely impossible. Like literally, like they don't let people in. And I want to also make it clear to say that even when they say they can accept refugees, it's hard. And then I want to compare and contrast with Canada, where you go there and you get the stamp on your passport. But taking two steps back, broader view of immigration, policies, just again, I'm talking about and how it also affects the situation. It basically goes like this. The United States right now has high inflation and of course, high cost of living periods. It needs impact on that. It has an impact to that. But the United States also has the problem of like overemployment. So for a European, this is insanity. But it basically goes like this. There are 8 million open positions in the US right now, and they don't find the people to fill them. Okay? And at the same time, they make even high-skilled visas impossible to get. So it came to the point where I know my friends at Microsoft, Seattle, or Amazon, what do? Well, I'm sure they open the offices in Vancouver. So if someone is going to get a job at Microsoft in any Washington State, Seattle, or Amazon, they don't even try to make a visa. They say, yeah, we'll just put you to our Canada in 2 weeks, we'll send the resume, we'll stamp on the passport, everything's give your visa. So what happens is these people now, sure, they're still working for American companies, but they're living there, they're contributing to the local economy, they're paying taxes there. It's completely self-defeating. And in the California Central Valley, we can see the same thing for Mexicans. There are probably up to 4 or 5 million of them illegal. They've been there illegally for a long time. They're like simply tolerated because if they kick them out, then there are no more benches on our plate. Keep them there. So the immigration policies in many countries are completely messed up. What I can tell you in the United States is that it's basically self-defeating. And it's not, okay, sure, you could say that it's a racist policy as in, you're either an American already or not, and if you're not an American, then you're not allowed. Basically, this is how bad it has become. And that's why when I hear the stories about Canada is the country of the future. Sorry guys, I'm a big fan of Canada.
I don't think you need to apologize per se for like that. I think that's it's reasonably acceptable.
Okay, well, moving away from the topic, which is important, certainly, just briefly, seeing from the Odessa military administration, posted on their Telegram blog. As you remember, they're sort of a speaker of the military administration in Odessa. They are talking about in Novokhovka, which is a sort of a small town in the Kherson Oblast. It's on the eastern side of Kherson Oblast. We'd seen some large explosions there yesterday, and he is reporting, I guess from people still in Kherson or whatever, that around 300 occupiers were either killed or wounded in those strikes on that sort of command structure, whatever it was. Apparently there's been vehicles going back and forth since this morning. Those that sort of could be saved are going to Crimea for specialist care, and those that can't, well, they'll be turned into sunflowers. So it's slightly change the topic there, and just a little bit of good news, I guess. You said dry fly, Jonas? Dry fly?
Hi, just real short. I just wanted to concur with what Abdul said. The American immigration system is so screwed up. If you're Ukrainian, looking to come to North America, don't even look in the U.S. And it's not because we don't want you. The majority of people would welcome you. It's just that it's so hopelessly screwed up. Canada does a lot better than that. And I have encouraged other friends of mine who are from South Asia doing startups, starting companies that would be great in the U.S. And we could use that economic growth, but it's almost impossible for them to get a foot in the door. So I pointed north, Vancouver, Toronto, even central parts of Canada like Winnipeg. I mean, just go somewhere where the government actually wants. And I'm not trying to like rip on the U.S. It's something that we got to fix. It's going to take time. I'm just suggesting people from Ukraine, if you're looking into North America, look really, really hard at Canada. It's the right choice. And that was all I had to say.
Leonard, I see you waving. Do you want to respond to
that? Sure. I think Dryfly makes an excellent point, and it's just I would just mention that is kind of a reflection of the commitment level and the level of support in Canada, certainly coast to coast, for what we see in the Ukraine, and it just to some degree it's a reflection of the utter repugnance that Canadians have for the manner in which the Ukrainians have been treated at the hands of the Russians. And it gets to a visceral level. And it's just far and above the fact that we have had significant Ukrainian contribution and immigration to Canada literally since 1885. Since Sir Clifford Sifton introduced the Open the West policies, and there's been a significant response to that. But just to flash forward to present day, it is inconceivable to the Canadian mind that in this time, at this part of our age, in 2022, that it can be tolerated that one political entity or one people, or however you may wish to describe the Russian experience, but that one polity
Thank you, Leonard. Dryfly, Abdul, maybe said Alex Twins.
I would like, I'd just like to comment. I agree with all of that. The problem with the U.S. isn't that they don't support Ukraine. It's that we have people from all over the world who come from crisis countries. I mean, Sri Lanka is going to be knocking on the door soon. We've had Haiti. We've had all over Central America, the Horn of Africa. Where I live in Minnesota, there's a large Somali community, and they're up in arms about the government bending over for Ukraine. What about us? It took us decades to get our family members over from Somalia, from Eritrea, and Sudan. And so it's for the government of the U.S. They have to treat everybody the same. And while Ukraine is a really, really bad situation, that's killing it in the U.S. And so I'm not saying that the U.S. government is opposed to Ukraine or throwing a wrench in, or the American people. It's just our system is broken. So go to Canada, because you can't wait out the U.S. to fix it. That's my point. I'm not really trying to say the U.S. is a terrible place or terrible people. I'm saying that our system is broken because of the unique situation. Go to Canada. It's a great country. It's got a great future. They want you there. Go. And yeah, and on top of that, I've been to Ukrainian culture fairs in Winnipeg. It's fantastic. It's just a fantastic experience. So anyway, I'll go away now. Thank you.
Sure, and just further on that point, I fully appreciate what you're saying with regard to the U.S. immigration scenario, but just and on that point, you mentioned Sri Lankans. Canada has actually taken in over 250,000 Sri Lankans out of the whatever absolute political turmoil and war scenario that unfolded in Sri Lanka. And I would just encourage, I'm not sure how, I mean, obviously solving the immigration situation in the U.S. is the Gordian knot. And I don't know how, I don't have any suggestions in that regard as to how you may address that. But I would just point out that Canada has reflected in its immigration policies from a central theme that I think would be certainly worthy of study in our southern neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you both. Abdul, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add briefly that people need to understand that I was just DMing someone on this. The more color we have, the more stronger the US, Canada, the classic immigration countries are an example of that. And I hope that the drive that the US changes in that regard, because that's always been its strength. And I just wanted to pick up on one point that Leonard pointed out, that it's unbelievable to see in 2022 what is happening right now. We have to be clear that regrettably our generation is witnessing and is privy to and party to something that has gone through many phases of history, and that is imperialism. It is the aggression of the stronger against the weak. It is the will of someone to subjugate others, and that this is something that we all have to fight with everything that we have. It's very important to me that any listener here, I know that the speakers are clear on this, probably, or almost all of them, if not all, that all listeners understand this is something that is about all of us. This is a war of imperialism and subjugation. And we need to fight this imperialism and subjugation with everything we can, be it that we help those who need help, bring them into our homes, send the weapons that we can, and if we have to, fight ourselves. This is very important. Sorry, Leonard, but you struck a ball. It's our reality. This is the time we live in. It's our fight. So, thank you so much.
I agree with everything he said, and like I said, I will now be quiet. It's a battle the U.S. has to fight, and we have to fight it. And there's nothing else anyone else can do. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're all good. Donald,
yeah, I do, because I'm not technically a co-host, because I don't have a co-host written under my name. Anyway, so I want to pick up something here, and I think it's a very important point. There were some numbers about refugee numbers from Ukraine published by the UN today, and they were referenced by reputable media organizations such as the BBC. They are recording Russia as the country with the largest number of Ukrainian refugees, and are not making the distinction between refugees from war and those who have been kidnapped or deported by a genocidal, occupying, conquering regime. And I find that particularly disturbing. And while I understand why the UN might be listing Ukrainians deported to Russia as refugees in Russia for reasons that the UN includes Russia among their number, I find it very disturbing that a vaunted media organization such as the BBC would do likewise. Now, I mean, it's obviously also wrong for the UN to do that for all the obvious reasons, but at least there is some, rationalization. But for say the BBC to do so, it's just beyond belief. Nicola?
Just to add to that basically there are 18 filtration camps on the territory of Russia, and they claim that almost 1,185,000 people moved to Russia that was said by Mikhail Mizintsev, who is National Defense Management Center, chief of Russia's National Defense Management Center. So yeah, it's just horrible, and they're commenting on the violence and torture that occurs in those filtration camps. That their living conditions are absolutely, it's impossible to live there basically, and then Ukrainians are actually making stories how they're escaping those. So from those filtration camps, they tend to go to some Russian cities, and from there they try to go through Latvia or other cities, basically just to get rid of that and to get away from Russia.
Yeah. Actually, I was talking to Maddie from the space, Maddie Kharkiv, earlier about this, and he's made a tweet about it, and he's posted the link. I've stuck it in the nest if people want to see what we're talking about. This is it's essentially just whitewashing the genocide. It's pretty disappointing to see, especially in a British media outlet like the BBC. So yeah.
Has anyone? How long has this been up?
10-15 minutes at least, maybe much longer than that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I saw the UN numbers earlier today, and I saw the BBC ones text.
I mean, I'm wondering if the BBC. I'm wondering if the BBC is saying. I'm wondering if the BBC is saying, according to the UN, quote marks. So, the BBC has editorial pages and it has non-editorial pages, and they tend, they tie themselves in knots to be neutral on as many topics as possible. We'd all like them to be less neutral on this, but it is in their blood to, at the news reporting side, to not take sides. And so I'd have to go and look at it. It may well be that they're saying, according to the UN, and then you'll find a commentator somewhere who'll be saying something about it. The BBC's commentators have been pretty solid on this, but let me go and have a look at it.
Yeah, you're right. They did use the cop-out of the UN stated X.
Okay.
Underneath that then stated, some Ukrainians have traveled to Russia for the reasons of Ukraine's independence.
It's a minefield, and we'd all like to do a little bit better. Let me have a look and see. I know some journalists in the UK.
I'll send you the link in a second. But I just want to note something here. The same was said when somebody was saying some media organization might be writing according to TASS or according to RIA Novosti, etc. Blah blah blah. Right? Something is true. I don't think that's good enough. I think that if in the same article, at least somewhere, you don't also have the explanation of, well, at the same time, that's not true because we know all of these other facts, that's not good enough. It simply isn't good enough because, and Nick, I know we agree on this in the matter of content, not necessarily style. We might have a slight disagreement in style, but I just don't think it's good enough to just let that slide, because how BBC and other similar news outlets end up being quoted, right? And how much this legitimizes and perpetuates the narratives that effectively the Russians are pushing here, right? That's why it's so problematic.
Exactly, and again, if people do want to see the screenshot and the link to the article, it's like in the nest for a couple more minutes. Alice has tweeted. Bertrand?
It is, by the way, a success of the Russian propaganda, an indirect success, because they managed to raise the profile of their absurd point of view to the point that Western media treats it as one of the legitimate point of view. And I am in front of the BBC article. I saw it earlier today, Domen, and I was infuriated as much as you. And one example is the BBC would not quote flat earthers without caveats, right? According to flat earthers, the Earth is flat. They would not do that. Why they would not do that? Because it is simply such completely obviously bogus point of view that the BBC does not, BBC, New York Times, or El País, Corriere della Sera, they do not offer them the benefit of being one of the points of view available. They do offer the benefit of being one of the point of views or being like a quotable source when it comes to Russian propaganda. I see this very often, and Russian propaganda makes sure by raising the profile of what they are proposing as a point of view, make sure that ends up being one of the quotable sources, and the beast eats itself, because then they can quote the BBC back. You see it every day if you read Kommersant or the like, with the bits that are enhancing their own agenda. So this, I agree, has to be highlighted every time it happens. And one way to do that is, frankly, to just write and complain, and they listen to. Especially if it is, your local newspaper, when you see that this is happening, just write a letter to, the editor, and write something about, I don't think that this is an accurate representation of what is going on. It does have an impact if enough people do that.
And this is the re-importing of propaganda. It's very popular for the Russians to, say something, get it launched into media abroad, and then re-quote that media back at home and be like, "Look, the world agrees with us that we are absolutely just the best." Artur, I wasn't paying attention to that.
I think Alex was first to join us, and then David and Ben. That's Ben and David. I'll go with David and Ben, just because it's a TXC first. Alex first.
Did you call me?
Yep, you had your hand up.
Okay, yeah, I am. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I was listening to that conversation about immigration, and it's interesting. I have experience of trying a couple of things. I've tried to immigrate to US, immigrated then to Canada, lived for a while in other places. I think in US you can, Canada is, okay, let's begin. In US it didn't, it takes years, almost decades, and unless you win a green card lottery, which I don't know, the only lottery I've seen in life people are winning are green card lotteries. No idea how they do that, but it doesn't make much sense. So you need a work visa or win a lottery, but if you are there financially, you will grow much faster. At least that's my impression. And in career-wise also, it's easier to get a job, it's easier to grow on a job. In Canada, those things can be a little bit complicated. But honestly, now that I've been, I've been 15 years, I've been Canadian. No, less than 15, but I immigrated about 15 years ago. Honestly, I would rather go, after war, I would rather go to Ukraine, and help rebuild the country. It's much more interesting, much less boring. But I do understand when you lack security, that's the only thing you care about. So yeah, we need to end the war first. It's a great country, don't get me wrong. It's just, when you can compare, I typically like stuff that were much more dynamic. And the most dynamic, I think it will be in some emerging country if you are in a good industry. Then US, because it still has this innovation DNA. And yeah, Canada is a great country. And it's probably the easiest to get here too, because they have a very large program, especially for immigrants. It does work. And I know that they want to increase, like after pandemic, those numbers have kind of dropped down and they need new people because like the population is aging, right? You need somebody to keep working. So
Alex, are you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, to give you an example, guys, Canada is the only place it's basically the only place where Iranian can go to. So I have many Iranians in the Silicon Valley that have a Canadian passport, and they did that. They study at the Kherson University that has good engineering schools, and then from there they either go Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, and then they do a graduate study there, and by the time they're done, they have like permanent residency or citizenship. Then at that point, you're a citizen of North America. You have NAFTA. You can move everywhere you want. So yeah, Canada is like very open. They were even targeting us on Facebook, saying like click here, because they probably know we're engineers and that they can see the kind of course we have. Click here, and then like in 2 weeks your application is either accepted or denied. It's just like it's serious stuff, and it's well done, I think.
Yeah, it's an industry to bring people here, and like immigration law. I know people who are paying like what $20,000 just to get legal status to come here, especially in Ontario. But it takes years. And frankly, there is this called North American Code. If you are kind of skilled worker, some kind of, I don't know, like plumber or crane operator, or, get some certificate, something like that. It will take much faster. Otherwise, people who are kind of IT or stuff, or bank employee, it takes them years, like 6 to 8 years to finish all that stuff. But yeah, I would definitely suggest going and acquiring some crane operator papers. It will take a few months rather than a few years. So.
Hey Alex, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I just heard you say that really the only way to immigrate to the U.S. is to be essentially through the visa lottery. Did I hear that right?
Well, it was a little bit sarcastic. But say my brother, for example, is a citizen of the US, and he applied for me to get papers. It took me like 25 years almost to reserve the right, and for siblings, yeah, it takes decades. And then at the end of the day, there were so many papers, like if you visited any country, you had to get police certificate from each country, so many papers, and then in the end, once you submit and done everything, they will tell you, oh, okay, there will be window opening, and I'm still waiting for that window to open. I think it shut down before opening or without opening. So maybe it was because Trump came to power, then he kind of was re-elected, then whatnot. Honestly, I just gave up. Because at some point it won't matter. Once I kind of retire, I'm still a decade away, but I will move there anyway, because I will need to work in the US. I can just live there. Somewhere in the south where the climate is warm. So, yeah, that's my plan.
But David, to my point, it was before, even the temporary visa for high-skilled workers have become almost impossible to make. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, I've been making this business. This is how I moved to the US. It used to be you make an application and after 6 months, you know, yes or no. Now it's like, you know, you wait 1 year and then it's not even an application, it's a lottery, and then they tell you like, you know, you lost your lottery. And so the people, they either go back to their own countries or they move to Canada. Literally, they move to Canada. They say, oh, well, you know what? They go on their website, click, you know, put 3 numbers in 2 weeks. I mean, most of the time, because they already had an experience like working in an international setting, and if they have like an advanced degree, click 3 times, 2 weeks, stamp on the passport, move to Vancouver, done.
I know
Done.
quite a few people
Yeah,
who
I
kind
think,
of came to.
hang on, Alex. I think what you're talking about, I mean, you're right. There's a limited number of professional visas, and it's a problem in the U.S. law. It's a statutory problem. And as everyone knows, the U.S. Congress can't seem to pass anything that makes any sense. So they haven't fixed that. There are visas unlimited for people who have extraordinary talent. They're called O1 visas, and those are temporary visas. So those are available right away. But you're right. The professional visas are very limited, and it's to the U.S.'s detriment. As you point out, there are people who can bring value to the country, but simply can't get in because the statute, the law, limits the number of professionals for private industry to 85,000 a year for the whole world. So that's pretty low. There are some exceptions to that, but I get your point, and it is a very good one.
David, you're right that the all has not been limited so much. It's being limited a bit, actually, you know, during the last, you know, couple of administrations, but you can still get it. But the all, it requires to have a PhD, it requires to have patents, it requires to have publication, it requires to have like endorsements. So, like, it's an extremely narrow path you can walk to get that visa and to prove that you deserve it. And you're right, if you can prove it, then you get it. But it's an extreme narrow path. And yeah, what I'm talking about is, you know, people that maybe were even already in the US and they could not even like renew their visa. And then I'm telling you, so if you go look at the statistics, like Toronto, in the last 3 or 4 years grew more than San Francisco in terms of like high skill workers. You know why? These are all people from the tech clusters in the US, mostly the Bay Area, Seattle, Boston. That their visa came to an end, or they had some problem, they couldn't renew it because they made it so much tougher. And like Canada has been actively marketing these people, and then they just moved to Toronto. Great for the Toronto ecosystem. You know, good for them.
No, I don't disagree with you. I think that that's correct, and you know, it's to the U.S.'s detriment that they can't seem to. They can't seem to improve the immigration statute so that it accommodates, practically accommodates people who are going to bring value to the country. I don't disagree. I think that's a very good point. It's to the country's detriment.
You know, I was studying, I made my MBA in the United States. I took a loan. I paid it off. It took me a while. It was expensive freaking loan, but I did pay. The crazy thing is, you know, they have this limit, the cap. So essentially, that cap was for the year I graduated was kind of already filled before I even could, you know, graduate. So technically, there was no way for me to look for a job in the US, even though I had 1 year to continue looking for a job, but because the cap was already.
Okay, Alex, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but just I know it's a really fascinating topic for many people. Just try and pull it back to Ukraine here a little bit. Sort of domestic visas and stuff in the US. And Ben has been waiting very patiently with his hand up, so please go ahead, Ben. Alex, take it, please. Just
Okay, I'll finish soon. But actually, Canada and UK have programs that if you graduated from certain school, you are fast track to get papers into the country. That's how I ended up in Canada. Like it took me about 1 year to come to Canada. So I guess anyway.
Sure. Thanks, Alex.
Artoine, I'm going to have to jump in a second, but I did want to get my question in if possible.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So I apologize for not reading the UN report that came out this morning, but I was wondering if somebody's read it. Is it just a single statistic on the number of so-called refugees from Ukraine to Russia, or is it broken down, for example, men, women, minors? I'm just wondering if they break it down. I mean, obviously, if no one knows, I'll take the time to go read it. And the reason I ask is because the next question obviously would be, if the UN can break it down, where are they getting this information, and are the locations of these people trackable? I mean, those are the obvious questions that come to my mind. And, you know, I'll stop talking and listen.
So the actual, so again, the article was posted 2 days ago, or 4 days ago, and it uses data that was published by the UN on that date, so the 5th of July. If you click through the BBC article, you can then follow through to the source onto the UN's kind of Ukraine, as they call it, refugee dashboard. And it does not break down by sort of gender or age or anything like that. It just gives kind of the raw numbers and the figures, and sort of the countries where they are located.
Does it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go on.
No, does it? I mean, where are they coming up with the term refugees? I mean, I find that really offensive, like everybody else probably does. It just seems to me is that, and I'm talking about the BBC. That's bad enough, but the UN. If the UN is using that term, and I don't want to, if I'm wrong on that, tell me, but if they're using that term, that is just beyond the pale at this point.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, that's spreading Putin talking points is what that is, United Nations.
Absolutely. So they have a lovely snazzy infographic and interactive map with sort of scaled big green circles showing locations, and next to the big green circle over Poland, there's an even bigger green circle over Russia, indicating that Russia are doing a great job hosting all these refugees.
Okay, well, thank you. I would love to stay for the discussion. I have to drop, but thank you, and thank you for discussing this. Very helpful.
No, thank you, David. Always glad to have you. And again, if people want to see this and see the source, the pinned tweet, friend Space Maddie posted about it, and click the BBC link, and then click through to the actual UN data. And you can see there, you can see the language they're using, and look at your own name as well. Ben, thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is actually Ben and his spouse.
Hi, my name's Ben, and Yvette's here too. We share an account.
I'm going to establish my own account, but I happen to be from Winnipeg, so grew up with many Ukrainians, and half my family's married into Ukrainian families. But I sort of wish David would have heard our story, because it's kind of unique, and it's a little bit what can happen with the trauma of being in a family from displaced persons or refugees. And the trauma that can go on for, generations. But we've been recommending people go to Canada just because it's a lot easier to get in, a little bit more welcoming healthcare, ability to get a job. But yeah, so us being an American married to a Canadian, we are in a complicated immigration dilemma. Partially because of Ben's family trauma, but we're actually looking at perhaps going overseas, because Ben qualifies for to be able to get a Ukrainian passport, and perhaps go teach refugees over in Europe. But too many of the things that you guys have been talking about this morning have kind of fit into the puzzle of our life, from the student loans and being able to get a job, and things not being quite sufficient to the ability to live better as an immigrant if you are, have some means. Things will be easier for you in the U.S. and much quicker, and that isn't our case. So.
Okay, that's great. What go to Ukraine? What is it you teach, or what are you looking to teach over there?
It's not me. I haven't been able to go to school and don't have the means because I don't qualify for anything in the U.S. until unless we have a lawyer like David or something. And even then, I am tired of the U.S. immigration process and just burnt out. And I'm basically at this point giving up. And yes, Mr. Trump has something to do with that because I am tired being seen as subhuman or a dog. But Ben, fortunately, we had a small business for 20 years, and Ben fortunately had a math degree, master's in math, two math degrees. And after we were placed in a situation where we were forced to live, as many refugees do for the last 6 years in hotels and trying to reestablish a life across the other side of the country, and then got a degree in education, but he's looking to teach high-level math overseas. But even that is not as easy as one thinks. He's being told he'd have to renounce his American citizenship in order to gain Ukrainian citizenship. And so we're looking at kind of shedding the last vestiges of our life, but having a physical home and a small business, it's not, something one can do overnight. So it's very, very difficult to work, 5 part-time jobs and deal with everything. But yes, so we've been helping refugees. The one thing we can do, we cannot seem to get help ourselves, but we've been able to help a professor move from Dnipro and his wife. We helped settle and move the furniture in for them last month, and we're currently helping a young man and his mom, Danilo, who moved from Crimea. So yeah, and we're very thankful for this space, because when CNN stopped showing very much information, this kind of became a sanity and a lifesaver. And as I joked with finance, yes, I can sleep because of what you guys are doing. It helps that somebody is caring and somebody is doing something. So thank you. And I don't know.
I urge people to see what they can do to be involved locally. There are a lot of people coming over from Ukraine who can use assistance.
But yeah, people don't realize that making refugees of human beings can last, lifetimes and multiple generations. I forget what the statistic is in the world of how long. I think it's well over 20 years that people end up being in camps, for example. And what is there, over 20 million people in the world that are currently raised? So we have great empathy because of the situation we've been placed in. Basically, it's mental illness in the family that may or may not, but I'm surely it's contributed to by the fact that his mother's family, half Russian, half Ukrainian, and had to move twice, being refugees.
A couple different wars.
Anyways, that's it. Thank you, guys.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Leonard, we just had Joseph join us. Welcome, Joseph. Leonard, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Artwar. I just wanted to say kudos to Ben and spouse, or the who were just speaking with reference to their experiences in Winnipeg, and yeah, I'm quite hopeful that they can spread their story somewhat more broadly, and specifically that they make it successfully to their destination. And I'm sure that in terms of the future in the Ukraine and the rebuilding, the massive rebuilding effort and dynamic that will be required, will keep them actively going for years and years. But secondly, I wanted to refer to the parting comments that David made, and specifically the UN assessments regarding refugees and the refugee totals and so on. And like David, I haven't actually had an opportunity to read that report. But if in fact that is what the UN is doing, is promulgating numbers that puff up the massive human atrocity that has been committed by Putin in terms of taking unwilling Ukrainian citizens and forcibly importing them out into the Russian gulag at these, whatever they call the camps. I'm not going to just grace them even with a name, but I would just request that the UN should be brought to heel on that very subject matter, and should be soundly corrected in terms of utilizing those numbers to paint anything Russia has been doing in a favorable light. And I would just close by referencing the comments that were made directly to the United Nations General Assembly in 1947 by the Canadian Prime Minister Louis Saint Laurent. And it's a detailed rendition of the obstructionism that was being experienced in the United Nations, even at that time, that far ago and that long into the past, that at that point the Soviet Union, of course, was obstructing progress in the Western world and in the world at large in almost every respect. And the Canadian Prime Minister specifically told the United Nations General Assembly that that was the very reason that the conception of NATO had been born in the minds of the Canadian Foreign Minister at that time, Lester B. Pearson, who later became Prime Minister, and his charge d'affaires, Scott Reed. And they were fundamentally involved in creating NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it was specifically in reference to those difficulties and those obstacles and those hurdles that had been thrown up in the United Nations that had led many nations in the Western sphere to despair about ever achieving an opportunity for justice in international affairs. And it would appear that the UN has fallen in some respects into the same pitfalls if they are amplifying these kinds of Russian fabricated figures. So I would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Yes, and you're technically you are correct. The figures, the numbers are true, and there's well over 1 million Ukrainians have been essentially kidnapped, and referred to as gulags, even their kind of technical name, filtration camps, to filter out kind of the undesirable elements of these kidnapped Ukrainians that are being forced through them, and the stories that are coming out of them and continue to come out of them, and we probably won't even hear the worst of it until long after the fact. And organisations like the UN propagating sort of false narratives and false language. There's not even a mention there. I just had a brief read through the longer report, and there's not even a brief hint or indication of the actual reality of what's happening. So it's disgusting, really. Joseph,
Hey, thanks, Artois. So I guess I was just going to do a few announcements for everybody. So to all our listeners, we really do appreciate you guys listening. If you could, please retweet the space, like all the retweets that go out. Spreading the word about the Walter Report really helps us get our message out to new people. So we do appreciate everyone for spreading the word about us and tuning in. Thanks so much. Second off, of course, Walter Report. If you want to support what we do here, please donate to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is an organization where 100% of your donation will go directly to helping Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on the front line to they'll procure the supplies. It's a purely volunteer organization, so 100% of your donation, no overhead costs will be taken out. 100% of your donation goes directly to helping get that equipment. So thank you very much to everyone who donates to Marie Aid. We really do appreciate that as well. And anyone who considers donating in the future, thanks, please consider it. Last, of course, if you guys do have a question for our panel, we got Artur up here, we got Alex up here, we got a few other speakers. So if anyone wants to raise a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please come on up and raise your hand. And last but not least, I'll just do a quick couple of announcements about our upcoming guest speakers. So on July 12th, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, we've got James Vasquez. He's a U.S. Army veteran, volunteered fighting in Ukraine. We have Colonel Jeff, also July 12th, 10:30 Eastern Time. He's a Air Force guy, also an electronic warfare expert. We have our retired General Mick Ryan from Australia, Thursday, July 14th, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We've had him a couple times. It's always a pleasure to have on. And of course, we also have Phillips O'Brien. This time has changed. It was going to be the 15th. Now it's going to be Friday, July 22nd, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So we pushed back Phillips O'Brien a little bit. He's a professor of strategic studies, and we definitely look forward to having him as well. So that concludes the announcements. Thanks for listening, guys. Sorry I stumbled through the Marie Aid a bit there. And back to you, Artur.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, a couple of really good guests coming up next week, and some other great ones to be in there soon, hopefully. We've got quite a selection coming up. And as Joseph said, if you have any topic at all, any questions, or if you see maybe a bit of news related to Ukraine, anything at all, or something tangential from that, we'd love to hear from you. You can hit the request button down the bottom left on your app, on your iPhones or your Androids. We'll bring you up. Request for us or comment, or just want to discuss something related to Ukraine, please do come on up. That would be great. Just hit that request button.
Artur, do you think they should use the word deportees instead of refugees? Do you think that would be a more accurate term?
I mean, anything is better than refugees, especially when it's in the context of a broader, what they describe as Ukrainian refugees in host countries in Europe, and then using Russia in the same context, in the same sentence, and in the same infographics, as if, as you said, the deportees, those kidnapped, the children stolen from Ukraine, they're placing those in the same context. It's horrible.
Deportees or maybe victims, something like that. Not refugees. I think you're absolutely right. And of course, categorizing them in the same country as categorizing Russia in the same list as Poland and Romania and other countries like that is, of course, absolutely absurd. So yeah, thanks. Back to you, Artur.
Yeah, exactly. Leonard.
Yes, Joseph. I think. I mean, that's a good question, but I would think something in the order of civilian kidnapping victims, or even some shorter, more pithy term might be very appropriate. And I think you're quite right. The terminology we're using right now just doesn't really do the situation justice at all. And I think on that point, one extension, we could probably devise a more appropriate term for the Ukrainian conscripts from the Donbass who have been drumrolled into the Russian military and marched to their deaths on an utterly involuntary basis. And I don't know, I mean, in terms of Western history, British history, Canadian, United American history, I mean, I don't see any parallels that I can think of instantly that would even yield a term that appropriately describes that kind of despicable behavior. So I'd be interested to hear any learned suggestions on that point as to what terms in English we might best use to describe those situations. So thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, Walter, Russian proxies. I think that's probably a good accurate, explanation of what they are. But Artur, any thoughts?
Yeah, just on the exact wording, I'll leave that to the experts. But so a couple of DMs there just pointed out the term deportee. Well, first of all, you can't be deported from your own country. And second of all, it sort of implies that maybe they did something wrong to be deported from Ukraine. So it's not quite. I understand that.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I asked. I don't think it's totally accurate, but it's better than a refugee. But you're right, it's not accurate. Sorry, go ahead.
Did the Nazis not deport? millions of people. I don't see why you can't. I don't see why legal. I'm not talking about morally, but I don't see deportee as being an incorrect term. It just means kicking someone out of the country they're in at the moment. We talk about the Nazis deporting Jews before the Second World War started. So I don't think that's necessarily true that you can't be deported from your own country. I think it's a strong word, and I think it invokes memories of the Nazis, and I think it's a good word. But I mean, I don't think there's a technical objection.
Yeah, we're just playing semantics here. Artur, go ahead.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, that's all fair points by Nick, 100%. Bertrand, you something to say? Go ahead, and then we just add Kylie joins.
Since I am not a native speaker, I have the benefit of checking the dictionary. And well, according to the UN definition, a refugee is someone who has fled war, violence, and conflict to find safety in another country. So we can completely agree that this is not the definition of anyone that has been, brought from Ukraine to Russia. And it is a shame that UN uses this language. Deportee is rather accurate. It is someone who has been forcibly expelled from a country. So that is something that would be much more accurate. And in any case, having, as someone else pointed out, having in the same category the ones that, are being crossing the border to Poland to find safety, and the ones that are forcefully deported through concentration or filtration camps to Russia. This is a complete utter further stain on the reputation of the United Nations. So yeah, this is very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertrand. Kylie, welcome. And we'll go to Leonard afterwards.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to bring up a little bit of a different point. I think, Artur, was it you that shared the book list a couple weeks ago with Peter Doran? I think it was.
Yes.
Okay, so I was going through the book list because I'm taking a trip in a couple days, and I wanted to have some reading available, and I got really frustrated because almost all of them, up to 11 of the titles, were not available at my public library. So I discovered that one thing I could do in my community to help bring awareness to Ukraine and Ukrainian history was to actually go through and tally up all the titles that weren't available and then submit those titles to my public library as options for them to invest in and put on the shelves. So I was thinking if other people in North America who are feeling a little bit helpless, it's just a small thing that you can do to help keep Ukraine in people's minds. So that's really all I wanted to share about that. Just the little thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. No, that's an amazing idea. Yeah, I mean, why not speak to your local library and get them to start stocking some books about Ukraine, about Ukrainian history, and about the context of the Russian invasion. And yeah, that's absolutely amazing, Kylie.
Yeah, and I don't know what. I know in the U.S. we have Overdrive and Libby, which is it's a free app for your library where you can put in your library card and you have access to audiobooks, and ebooks, and books. So it's you can. I know in the U.S. in my county you can suggest that they buy the title in either of those three formats. So I mean, ideally you could suggest that they have it all available through ebook, audiobook, and physical book. So just an idea.
Superb. That's what's great about this space. Like the collective minds and the ideas that we have. That's great. Thank you for sharing that with us so much.
I think Leonard had his hand up. Leonard, did you have anything you wanted to
add? Yes, Joseph. I had my hand up and then I took it back down because I didn't want to proceed with anything that may be too fiery for the audience on this fine sunny weekend. But
Leonard, whatever you have to say that's fiery, I want to hear it.
Well, I'm not sure you do, but anyway, okay, Joseph, you convinced me. So I just had one for terminology we use describing the Russian activities, if you will, or the Russian nefarious activities. And I would just, one further suggestion that in terms of the way they're dealing with the civilian population in the Donbass, I cannot express enough my repugnance at that very the very concept as to what they're doing. But I think it would not be too extreme if we the terminology to their activities to the effect that, in fact, what they're doing are taking civilian slaves, because I think it's certainly it would surprise no one that any of these individuals being sucked into the vortex of the Russian gulag in this fashion, it would surprise no one that whatever they're doing, they will be getting no recompense for. Whatever activities and abuses they're subject to, they will be getting no remuneration for. And however we slice that cake, I think it is nothing but a modern era of civilian slavery. And just to put a North American stamp on that, I would just point out that the very concept of slavery is so repugnant in North America and so heinous a concept that it spurred, of course, in the United States, as everyone knows, it spurred in 1860 a massive civil war that resulted in the deaths of 750,000 people fighting in the war, and it generated a serious repugnance that has gone on down through the century plus through the centuries with reference to that kind of behavior. And it's not just the United States, it's not just Canada, and it's not just the New England portion of the United States. It's a repugnance, I think, that in my assessment, the entire Western world, certainly, and probably, arguably, the entire world. So, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leonard. I think, slavery, of course, is a global, a blight on humanity in terms of being a morally repugnant act. I think you're right to say I've certainly in the past used the term slave army to describe what they are. It's basically, they're press ganging. They're finding, young people in these territories who are male and basically kidnapping them. Maybe formally they might, rough you up a little bit and say, hey, sign the paper. So maybe you sign the paper, but it's kind of irrelevant at this point, the legality of it. They've press ganged you. They've enslaved you into their service. And then they give you inferior weapons. They give these guys the old crappy equipment, the T-62s, the old artillery pieces, the old, bad guns, the old Mosin rifles. And then, so they're not really in a position. We think to ourselves, well, if I'm in a slave army, I'd just shoot them, right? That seems simple enough, but it's not that simple, right? You're in a little separate unit. You've got the crappy equipment. The guys behind you, the Russian soldiers, the people in the regular military, are the ones that are kind of sending you forward. And if you can't go back, they're behind you, and you don't have a lot of options. It seems simple enough to just take that gun and rise up against them, but it's not quite so simple. They're giving you inferior equipment. They know that you're not a reliable unit, and they're putting you in a position where you don't have many options. And so now we're seeing the DPR has taken, the so-called DPR and LPR have taken up to 50% casualties. That means, literally, if you're a soldier, a slave soldier in their army, you look at someone else, one of you's dead. That's the level of casualties we're talking about here. It's a level so high that I can't even think of a military that's ever lost numbers that high in terms of their activities. So it's mind-boggling. It's not normal. I think it's absolutely reasonable to call them a slave army or slaves in their current situation. And it's obviously a deeply morally repugnant act. Artois, any follow-up?
Yeah, more so in the refugee situation. I mean, if you take a vulnerable Ukrainian family, you kidnap them from Ukraine after you've bombed their city to rubble, whatever it may be, and you stick them on a train and you send them nearly 7,000 kilometers to some, excuse my French, shithole on the edge of Vladivostok somewhere near the border with North Korea, and you put them with a family, you know, if they're lucky. These are quite impoverished regions themselves, so you know, you can imagine the kind of standards that quote unquote refugees are going to be put into, and then you can, you know, use a small part of your imagination to think about the kind of situations they're going to find themselves in. You don't need to put these people in shackles to essentially initiate them, because a lot of them simply they'll have their passports taken off and they'll have their valuables probably robbed from them, if not by the soldiers themselves and by the border guards or whoever else they come across, or the Russian state. And then you put them literally 7,000 kilometers away from their home, you know, putting them in mobile phones, contact phone, contact Korean authorities. These networks are coming out of nowhere. They're sending it to Russia. It's just an example of the kind of situation that these, as the UN is calling them, refugees, are being put into in Russia. And these are the ones that make it through the filtration camps, right? We don't know what happens to the people that don't make it through. Are they sent to Siberia? Are they being summarily executed? Just as we've heard some stories of, especially males, argue. We've heard stories of rape coming out of these filtration centres. So yeah, this is a massive problem for humanity. And people just aren't paying attention to it. And when the UN are putting out these beautiful infographics about good old Russia taking on all these refugees, and then the likes of the BBC are regurgitating it without comment or without clarification, then no wonder people aren't paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's maybe go to Bertrand. Bertrand, go ahead.
I don't necessarily want to drag the semantic bit too much, but just wanted to point out that the current policy ethnic operations has striking similarities with the Stalin ethnic operations and the Stalin deportations. And historically, the word deportation has been applied to the Stalin policy. And there is an advantage, in my eyes, to using the same word to point out that this is essentially the continuation of that policy under different ruler, but very close to the same level of thinking. It was called the deportation in most history books, so I would vote for deportation for that particular reason.
Yeah, I agree. I think deportee or maybe deportation victim might be the closest we can get in terms of a good semantic term that escapes this Russian, use of refugee. Artur?
Yeah, I mean, I think the semantics don't matter. I understand the point. I'm happy to call them stolen people, kidnapped Ukrainians, whatever we want. But to describe them as refugees, the circumstances is just horrible.
Yeah, so I think we've discussed the different options there, but yeah, if anyone wants to come up, maybe we can get a different subject going. If you guys want to come up, raise your hand, ask a question. You guys read a story in the news about Russian invasion of Ukraine that you had some questions about, or just a comment, please come up and share with us. So we always appreciate when you guys participate. So thank you very much. Back to you, Artur.
Yep, just had Linda come up. Welcome, Linda.
Hi, thanks. Interesting and useful, I shouldn't say useful, important conversation. And so my reps are going to be hearing about this with regard to the language that they're using. So my 2 cents is this: deportees is the best that puts the best happy face on the situation with regard to those going to being absconded with and going to Russia, being relocated in camps, etc. in Russia. Deportees is the mildest. to the degree that these people are forced to do jobs that they did not choose to do, I would call this enslaved. And those kids that are taken, I would call them trafficked. This is child trafficking, and people that are forced to go to Russia and do sex work, do the kind of work that nobody else wants to do, to be forced into the military, that's enslavement. So that's slavery. The people that are taking refuge in, Poland, Ireland, Romania, wherever, right? All of those safe places. I think those and who went there of their own volition, of their own willingly, those can be legitimately called refugees because they're taking refuge in a safe place. But those that are just grabbed and sent to Russia, that's deportees at the best. Enslaved or trafficked is more like it. And that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. The traffic is certainly women and children. Certainly apt. Said Clyde trying to scan. We had Phil. Phil, if you want to add something, if you just hit that little heart or plus button there in the bottom right, and you can raise your hand, and then we'll know you have something to contribute. But Clyde, please go ahead.
On a lighter note, is Nick still here? Yeah, he is. I was going to say something earlier and I got distracted about saunas. You were talking about your experience on your trip with the Russians. Anyway, I just wanted to bring this up just kind of as a tongue-in-cheek comment to try to lighten things up for a minute. A year after Ceausescu, I was in northern Romania and had the experience of a Romanian bath, and that's quite an experience. I would highly advise everybody, if you get a chance to go to Romania and go to a bath where the guys have these big, huge branches and they beat each other over the back with them while they're in this hot bath. It's really quite the experience. I mean, really, I would say beat each other. That wasn't like painful, but like they slap each other in the back with these big branches of whatever they are. It's if there's anybody Romanian still on the call, I hope I'm not offending them. I thought it was great. I had a great time. They fancy themselves as being sort of descendants from the Roman soldiers, which they are. So I thought, Flavius and Claudius and Brutus next to me were, quite the crowd. I really had a good time with that. But having said that, when I was in Romania, when they just had executed Ceausescu, it was quite the experience to talk to people about. They just could hardly believe. I mean, they just couldn't believe it. They were just looking over their shoulder, waiting for the next shoe to drop. And it's nice to see that Romania has come such a long ways, even though I'm sure they still have lots of problems. Anyway, that was really all I had to say when I had my hand up earlier. And it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment. And thanks for the space.
Thank you, Clyde. Any comments, Nick, on Romanian bathhouses?
I'm afraid I've never been to Romania. I've heard of traditions like this in other things of the sauna, collective bath, etc. Tradition. I didn't know it was particularly Romanian, but yeah, much of the world has I guess long historical tradition of people getting into a space with either steam or water or some combination of all of those, scrubbing themselves collectively. And it's only perhaps in the last 200 years, with a combination of individualized indoor plumbing and perhaps the development of a certain amount of prudery, that we've all got used to having showers mostly on our own.
So one of our regular Romanian speakers has just mentioned and said that they've lived in Romania their entire life and they're not quite familiar with what you're speaking about, so it might not be as widespread as you think. Clyde,
this is in the north. This was up in, I think, what now is Moldavia, anyway. It was quite the deal. They had these big branches. They looked like palms, and they were like slapping each other on the back with them. I don't know. It was quite the.
I wonder if it was something Soviet.
Could have been. I mean, it was by the border. We went up and saw the border. We went up as just sort of as a sightseeing tour and saw the border with the Soviet Union at the time. I remember walking up to the gate, the big red, huge gate that they had.
There we go. Nicola, are you still with us?
Yep, I am.
So, Nicola, it's like, sort of tangential to what we were talking about, the forces in the occupied Donbass, sort of so-called LPR, DPR. A listener had actually asked, what is what in Ukraine at least, what is the legal status, kind of, or with regards to, say, those forces, sort of, are they treated as kind of Russian POWs/combatants, or is there kind of sort of special anti-terrorist legislation, that kind of thing, for the forces there? Probably you could shed a bit light on that for us.
Just to kind of let you know about a few things. So the first one is that it's going to be considered on the occasion. So, for example, at the beginning of the war, when it only started and everything, and there were some forces that were coming from north, and they were basically from Lugansk and Donetsk. So in those occasions, if there were students, they were basically considered to be as Ukrainians who were abducted and so on. So they're not treated as kind of like a military personnel and so on, because some of them actually gave up the weapon, and because they give up the weapon, it will be a completely different story. But the ones who are part of some military unit, and you consider they're fighting since 2014 or even 15, they will be considered to be as Russian POW. So that's kind of the case for them. And it's case by case, and basically Ukraine is quite good at establishing whether they are part of Russian military or not, because those people, they ultimately had Ukrainian passports. So the war occurred at the time when it's still possible to identify whether they're Ukrainians or not, because they all had Ukrainian passports, or they had the Ukrainian how should I say it, certificate of birth. So that's why it's quite easy to understand, and that's kind of what we have at the moment. If you started talking about this, I wanted to mention that basically in these pseudo republics, what they managed to do, they actually they reversed the law over capital punishment. So now it's not supposed to be the case, and we'll see how it goes. Because I'm still quite interested to find out what's going to happen to two Brits and one was it Moroccan guy, something like that?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, a Moroccan national serving in the Marines.
Yep.
Sorry, did you say DLR? So, in quotes, DLR has abolished the death penalty, or Russia? I would.
No. I was talking about this pseudo republic. So it's a DLR. It was specific a DLR. LNR is still in place, and and I believe they sentenced 2 Ukrainians from Azov to capital punishment as well.
Okay, it's interesting. DLR did that, but when Russia is trying to Medvedev certainly wants to restore the death penalty to Russia proper. Now that they've left the European Convention on Human Rights. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Nicola, sorry, could you just clarify there? Or could you say they're abolishing capital punishment, or they're reinstituting capital punishment?
No. They just reversed. They reversed it because it never was the case in them. So they were following Ukrainian, then afterwards Russian codex. But now it feels like the case is quite simple. It's basically they reversed it because there is no need for that. But I believe they're going to do it every single time when it's going to come to some PWRs from other countries. So they're just basically going to do the case out of them, and that's the main purpose. It's not about negotiating because they want to negotiate with Britain or with other states. So they just want to kind of use it as a as a blackmailing tool rather than anything else.
Understood. Yeah, I had seen that. It was two kind of well-known Azov members. Certainly, I had followed them on social media. Frost was one of the names. Forgive me, I can't remember the other one.
Fox.
Exactly. But that news today. Saw the Russian propaganda channels showing that news. Yeah, certainly. John, welcome. Join us there.
Yeah, I just hopped on. I just seen the reports regarding the two members of Azov that have been sentenced to death by the so-called DNR. And I was just hopping on because I had just seen that.
Yeah. So have you heard any further news beyond that?
So I saw it like on a Twitter thing that I follow, and from there I was able to trace it back to a Russian Telegram channel, and it was basically like one of their quote unquote journalists, propagandists, essentially announcing it and sharing it on Telegram, the usual vitriol and vile. But other than it was. They gave, I believe, they didn't give a last name for one of them. It was, hold on, I have it right here. It's Konstantin Nikitenko, Fox being, his code name, and Mikola Frost, the last name's not given. Fox is apparently or they're claiming anyways, he was the gunner from that one VTR video from Mariupol. If you remember the one video where there was a Ukrainian VTR-4 that smoked a Russian T-72, I think, and then took out a BMP and skipped several rounds under the vehicle to take out the Russian infantry standing behind it. Fantastic video. But yeah, they're claiming that he was the gunner from that VTR-4 in the video.
Okay, so I mean, regardless of the plan, sounds like an argument that we work with.
Well, I should say, what he did was not illegal or anything, but just like a normal thing. Like, it's not like he would be, shooting at civilians, he was shooting at, Russian soldiers.
Sure, but I mean, they can use it as a, we got the guy that shot at us.
Yeah, and it was never clear to me if that VTR was originally part of Azov or part of the 36th Marine Brigade. I don't remember that what it was determined to be. That would be the way to tell potentially if it's
Yeah. Regardless, as you said, Russian borders in their home city, which is about as much as they deserved.
Could I ask a follow-up question for Mikola on the subject that he mentioned earlier? So you touched on this to some extent, but what I'm curious about, so it's, as I understand it, broadly speaking, when it comes to the so-called DNR and LNR, there's three classes of people involved there. There's, on the one hand, you have, the Russian citizens that have come over, entered, Ukrainian territory, and, essentially, like, joined, armed DNR or LNR groups. You have, forcibly conscripted, Ukrainian citizens, and then you have, I would imagine, a small number of, local volunteers, Ukrainian citizens who voluntarily joined, a small number of them. What's the Ukrainian government's legal position, towards each of those groups in terms of whether or not, they'll be prosecuted for anything, treason or collaboration?
So for everyone who is, as mentioned previously, so the ones who are actively fighting from 2014 and the Ukrainian citizens, they're going to be tried for treason, and then everything else that comes after it. For everyone who is a Russian, then, and they entered those states, they still have a Russian passport, because the DNR and LNR, they don't offer you the, some kind of their own passport, especially to Russian citizens. Nobody would take it, so there is no need of that, and that's why they will be considered just to Russians, and there's going to be, as always and as it was before. And then the third group you were talking about, sorry, I forgot about it. So if you just could mention the third group.
So besides the Russian citizens who are there, in terms of Ukrainian citizens who are in the DNR, LNR, armed formations, armed groups, or their units, there's, you have Ukrainians that are forcibly conscripted, particularly since the invasion began, and then you have,
So the last bit, so as I mentioned, with the one who actually volunteer and so on, that's going to be for treason and then everything else. But for the ones who you're talking about, it's a very clear distinguish, because the ones who are not, fighting voluntarily or something like that, they usually, when they meet with Ukrainian soldiers, they give up their arms or they just hide. So it's very, very clear distinction. Trust me. They find them very quickly. The only bit that is still is a bit strange is that basically those kind of conscripts that are not supposed to be fighting, they are the ones who are sent as a cannon fodder. So they don't even survive to point. Unfortunately, I mean, there are not a lot of cases, and media doesn't really report on them. But the ones who collaborate, and they're Ukrainian citizens, something like that, usually some stuff is being found at their house. So like either Russian medals or, supporting Russian imperialist signs or something like that. And the last bit I was going to say is that usually they find the people who were working with them. So basically they found some connection to Russia. So those, of course, tried for treason, and they sit usually like up to 10 years in prison. That's what kind of, being shown on media and everything else.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation.
Thank you, McCullough. Yeah, and worth reminding those listeners that don't aware the historical context here. The so-called Ukrainian separatists, the likes of Pushkin and stuff, were generally a group of gangsters, criminals. Pushkin, for example, was involved in an elaborate Russian Ponzi scheme, which then sort of morphed into this weird political movement that went absolutely nowhere, and sort of bumbled from criminal enterprise to criminal enterprise throughout his life, until the Russian invasion in 2014, when these sort of characters saw an opportunity to essentially seize power. He declared himself, this is the stupid title he gave himself, Supreme Soviet something, Speaker of the Parliament in the so-called DNR, and things just sort of escalated from there. So it's a bit of context for those that hear about the supposed Ukrainian separatists, the sort of people that they are. Nick?
Just a little bit of background, in case people don't know. So Ukraine is a member of the Council of Europe, signed the European Convention of Human Rights, ratified it, and has abolished the death penalty for all events under all circumstances, including time of war. So Ukraine will not be judicially executing anybody, regardless of what they have done. Just to make sure that's clear. Oh, tried for treason, don't they hang people for treason? There is no death penalty in Ukraine for anything whatsoever. That's kind of second nature to most of us in Europe now, but may not be for all our listeners. So there is no death penalty in Ukraine. Interestingly, there is currently no death penalty for anything in Russia either, which is why when the two Brits and the Moroccan were sentenced to death, and then the people Mikola mentioned, the two Azov guys, those are of course notionally sovereign independent countries. Ha ha ha. That's how they were able to be sentenced to death. But there is no judicial death penalty procedure in Russia. There's just all kinds of terrible hygiene standards around tea and nuclear isotopes leaking out and people kind of accidentally falling off buildings. But that's, those are civil code matters. They aren't anything to do with the death penalty. It's
issues around construction reforms.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? But so because in fact, when the day Russia was kicked out of Russia, I think, left the European Convention of Human Rights and the Council of Europe about 10 minutes before the vote to expel them. And on that day, Medvedev, who is turning into quite the sort of attack dog, and general kind of man who makes Putin occasionally seem reasonable, was delighted because the bringing the death penalty back is one of the first things he wants to do. Still hasn't happened in Russia. Interesting.
So yeah, maybe it's a good time to do some announcements, Artur.
Go for it, Joseph, please.
All right, yeah. So for our listeners, if you guys could please retweet the space, we always do appreciate it. It helps us spread the word about the Waltz Report. Waltz Report's a volunteer organization. Everyone here donates their time. People like Artur, Nick, John, Leonard, even and me. We all just we're here to discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine, bring you guys relevant information, and there's a lot of work going on the back end. As you know, we've got a lot of guest speakers coming up. So if you do want to support what we do here, we appreciate any contribution you can make to Maria Aid, because Maria Aid is another volunteer organization where there's no overhead costs, no administrative costs. 100% of your donation goes directly to helping Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on the ground in Ukraine right now. So if anyone is feeling so inclined to support what we do or what Maria Aid does, we welcome your contributions and we appreciate it. Last but not least, if you guys do want to have a question for our panel, please feel free to come up and raise your hand. We always appreciate your questions. We appreciate your input. So yeah, feel free to come up and raise your hand. Back to you, Artur.
Thank you, Joseph. And so much you said Adrian joined us.
Hey guys, I just wanted to add to this thing and the discussion on the death penalty. Now I'm terrible with dates, but I remember from the Gulag Archipelago that during Stalin's time there was a pretty extended period when the death penalty was not in the Soviet Penal Code and expressly forbid it, but that didn't prevent them from killing a lot of people. So I just wanted to add this nuance that whatever is written in Russian's law, Russian will be Russian. That's it. Thanks.
I think if you've really pissed off the regime, you're arguably better getting arrested and put on trial, and then you kind of go through this in Russia at the moment, go through the system. Whereas until they've arrested and charged you, again the window game problem. It's so terrible.
Well, it didn't help Navalny because he had been prosecuted when they tried to Millitary him.
Yeah, but I mean, he's sitting in a Russian prison right now. If they wanted to, how long would it take? So, they know the world's watching. They know the world's watching. For people like Navalny, people like that. And of course, as we've discussed many times on this space, he may also be not entirely part of the solution.
Oh, I completely agree. I was just pointing out that, just because you're in a Russian prison, if you're there and you have nowhere else to go, that's not necessarily the best place to be in either. I mean, I think he got tuberculosis before giving him medical care, so to that extent, granted, Russia
But when at least if the world is watching, I think it's a little bit less bad. But let's be very clear: everything is relative, and none of this is an all-expenses week paid at Club Med.
%. If we wanted to maybe use a slightly less controversial word, Vladimir Karamirza, is maybe another example where there's two failed poisons and then eventually they decided to charge him, I believe, in April. He hasn't been seen since, apart from a few court appearances in the kangaroo courts that they have set up currently.
Yes, thank you, Artur. I just wanted to follow up briefly on that comment, and with the suggestion that anybody who is considering analyzing Russian penal codes and the Russian law, etc., should have reference to Ilyin. That is the sort of the philosophical godfather, if you will, that Putin has relied upon heavily. That's Ivan Ilyin, who wrote extensively on a very skewed and a very peculiar interpretation of Russian history and Russia's role in the world. And he literally documents how strategically useful it is to the Russian project. Well, in his case, the Soviet project, but certainly Putin has referred to him extensively as well. But bottom line, referring to furthering the Russian project by openly endorsing concepts such as, and these are clearly foundational concepts to the Western world, the Western structure, concepts of rule of law and codification of the criminal law and criminal codes that have extensively been developed, evolved in the English-speaking world over literally 500-600 years and more, but evolving those into the Russian penal codes and putting a face to the world whereby things such as the death penalty and so on are make a great show of being abolished within the Russian Federation and so on, and then literally completely ignoring every single tenet of Western law and every single tenet of, say, the English common law or English penal codes that have been developed over hundreds and hundreds of years, if not longer. And just basically a Russian propensity, which seems to be endorsed by their entire philosophical foundation. And just reference to the Ivan Ilyin to begin with, that really just is a thumb in the nose, a thumb in the face of every precept that we hold dear in the West in terms of rule of law, valuation of the individual, and the promulgation of democracy, etc., etc. So the simple point being that Russia uses these concepts really to fly in the face of the West and literally do so at the same time as they believe they're pulling the wool over the eyes of all of the well-thinking, properly motivated Western elites, if you will, or Western governments, and then proceed to behave in absolutely atrocious fashion towards their own citizenry, utterly ignoring any of the precepts of their laws. And I mean, that there could be volumes and volumes of discussion on that point and volumes written on the subject, but I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may add, yeah, I just wanted to add a nuance. I think China famously guarantees freedom of speech in its constitution. So it's this thing that I think a lot of Westerners, it's hard for them to understand, because if it's written on paper and if it's, you know, if we have these so-called civilized dialogues between nations, that Western countries had with countries like Russia, for example, up until this invasion. And it's like this failure to understand that there is this essential doublespeak that we all learn from Orwell, that we can pretend that something is happening like this, but our regime is running from some sort of inertia in a strictly totalitarian way. And of course, we're speaking about Russia now, but I just gave that China example because I mean, the thing that has frustrated me the most with all of this is just regular Western people and to some extent politicians, this failure to understand clearly that we are dealing, as the previous speaker said, sorry, I didn't catch your name, is this idea that they use these precepts to create this so-called image, sorry for my English, so-called chimera of having some sort of rule of law, of having some sort of penal code, but that, like, it's worth as much as toilet paper. It doesn't matter, because it's strictly, the regime exists strictly to perpetuate itself and strictly to enrich the people in power and to oppress the rest. And unfortunately, I guess in the 21st century, a lot of people don't want to believe that. And that goes to the extension of a lot of people don't want to believe that genocide is happening. And I just heard the discussion, and it's the thing that pissed me off for the day, that you classify people who were invaded and forcibly deported, which is a war crime as per the definition, as refugees, because Russia says they're refugees. So we have to, it's like they use our own laws and our own language against us. And sometimes I have the feeling that we're too stupid to see through it. Thanks.
Thank you, Roger. And just to touch on what Leonard actually said there about alien, glad he brought him up. People that are familiar with him should and want to understand the backstory of Russia in the past century and beyond. And that's Putin's philosophy, personal philosophy. Should definitely look at the Iron Alien and forget Dugin and other sort of red herrings. He's incredibly fascistic, imperialist. Russian philosophers that ever lived. You can kind of read his quotes. He sort of famously talks about how the Russian Empire. They didn't conquer their neighbours. They didn't take the lands. They were given them, and God sort of commanded the great Russian people to liberate these lands and bring them into part of the motherland, which is weird imperialist notions. And you see a lot of that echoes of that in the Soviet Union, and certainly in Putin's modern Russia. He's also a big proponent of the Vozhd, which sort of literally translates closely to leader, but really it means a supreme leader. It was often used to describe Stalin and stuff, but in recent years it's been sort of brought back again to describe Putin as this great leading authority for the great Russian motherland and stuff. Slight tangent, but yeah, I definitely check him out from a bit of context there. Luca just joined us again. Welcome, Luca, and we just had Jingle good afterwards.
Yeah, I just had left about. So yeah, just the discussion here. I think there is more than just like adopting the language and use it as a sort of a small screen. I heard that he, and I'm going to say he because I feel I'm a little bit surrounded here where I am. I can do that later. But when we're talking about when some Libyan or Iraqi dictators were, just got rid of. And so I feel that there is also a part of like using the rule of law as cover, for the regime actions. And at the end of the day, the rule of law only works if you have independent institutions, especially independent judiciary. And if you put together something that you call law, and then you have a clique of people that are above that, because the institutions are effectively submissive to them and not independent, and that's actually very good for the regime. That provides the regime cover, and then everybody else needs to follow the law, so to speak. So yeah, I think they really exploited for their own advantage.
Thank you, Luca. Yeah, excellent points as always. Jingu, welcome, Jingu.
Yeah. So just want to add to what Adrian was saying. So both Russia and China, in my understanding, their political philosophy derives a lot from basically a weird mix of the 19th century German and also the 20th century Soviet and also the Nazi Germany, their political philosophy. So for example, the rule of law means something like this. In the West, the rule of law means that you assign the outcome to a process which you may not have controls, independent of your will. So that will, for example, that's a fair and participatory process. So that's the rule of law in the West. In Russia and China, basically the thought is different. The thought is basically, first of all, they believe the law reflects the will of those who are in power. That's the first thing. The second is, so basically, for example, how do you understand the rule of law, for example, in China? So imagine you are recording a macro. When you are programming, when you are doing things in Microsoft Excel, you are recording a macro. So imagine Xi Jinping or Putin is that person who's recording the macro. Of course, because the country is so big, they cannot go everywhere to do everything by themselves. So they expect their will are recorded as a macro to be repeated over and over again in every situation. That's the rule of law. That's the rule of law in their mind. So whatever they want, whatever they wish, automatically becomes the rule of law. That's the first thing. The second thing is they believe a state's mission is to transform its subjects for the better. So, for example, why would they incarcerate Uyghurs? Why would they deport Ukrainians to Siberia? Well, because they believe the ultimate good, the ultimate mission of the Russian nation or the Chinese nation is to transform people, even though it may be against their will, to something better than they realize. So therefore, if I put hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs into a concentration camp, not allowing them to speak their own language, forcing their kids to adopt a different culture, that's barbaric. But in their mind, they're doing some ultimate good. So that's how they are thinking. So yes, what Asian think. So here's the thing: there are two kinds of evil. The first is the person is doing that purposefully to be kind of opportunistic. The person is doing that for power. The second is the person is doing something very evil, thinking it's actually very good. Both Putin and the Xi are the second. So they may not think they're doing something deceptive. They're sincerely believing this is their mission. This is what they owe to the mankind. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingo. Good points as always. Anta?
So I came up for Jingo. I waited the entire day to ask him a question. I saw a tweet of Chris Owens and also an article about the stealing and the problems in Russian army. And I was wondering, and I wanted to ask him if he's, in his opinion, in your opinion, is this a systematic thing, the theft? Because if it's nobody's ownership, you know, it's the state's ownership, but it's nobody's ownership, it's okay to steal. And is this common in China also? I'm referring to, for example, having tanks dilapidated. For example, the tanks that were in deposits, and they found out when they needed to transport them that they didn't have batteries and some other essential parts of them, and they were practically unable to work, to be used.
So, Enda, your question is regarding the Chinese military's corruption, correct?
Yes, and the connection or parallel with the Russian one. Do you feel it's the same or it's different?
The Russian army compared to the Chinese army, if you want to compare, it will appear to be a very civilized, very, very professional and non-corrupt military force in many ways. So whatever you read about the Russian army, its corruption, imagine that's at the power of two. That applies to the Chinese army. Now, That's not to deny that within the Chinese military there are units very, very professional, and they're probably not so corrupt, better trained and better equipped. They have that. But the overwhelming majority of the Chinese army is very, very, it's kind of out of control. So I'll give you one example. So the Chinese Navy is the biggest smuggler in China. To the point, the Chinese Navy would run into armed clashes with the anti-contraband forces in China. So they are smuggling. They are smuggling using the warships, smuggling things into China, and they would be stopped by the anti-contraband, anti-smuggling forces, the coastal forces of China, and they would get into the gunfights. They would get into, let's say, they would sometimes point their guns at those anti-smuggling patrol forces and sink their ships. So that's how bad it is now. Arguably, after Xi Jinping came into power, he was trying to clean it up with an iron fist. Some areas could have some improvements, but I seriously doubt, because some of the most powerful entities in China, running real estate, running the weapons import and export, are actually owned by the Chinese military forces. So the Chinese military is the single biggest merchant doing all kinds of business in China, be it in the pharmaceutical, in electronics, the real estate development, what have you, the nightclubs, what have you. So to think about a military force, it runs the nightclubs in China, it smuggles electronics and automobiles in China, and all of its officers at different ranks. There's a market price for it. If you want to be a command for a company, you pay us. If you want to be a commander for a battalion, for a regiment, for a division, you pay what? There are people who are collecting your payments who will determine your fate. You have to pay a lot. Once you are there, you're basically above the law. Because we read many reports that, for example, the Chinese military officers takes his people to a nightclub. They wanted some girls to serve them, and they got into a fight, and they were detained by the local police. The next thing that you know, the military officer would go back to his base, get his men on the truck, they storm the local police station. That's how out of control it is. So whenever I hear people coming online to say, well, the biggest naval force in the world is the Chinese Navy, the biggest, the most powerful army is China, and China will do this and that, I'm kind of overwhelmed by their love of the Chinese propaganda. This is something I find very hard to do, but I see people come on space sometimes speak with ease, right? The biggest Navy, the most powerful Navy is the Chinese Navy. Well, the biggest Navy involved in organized smuggling, without any question, is the Chinese Navy. That's true. Other than that, they have more ships built. But other than that, I really cannot speak to how big they are.
Thank you, Jingle.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Jingle. Luca?
You're saying it feels a little bit like what some of the other junta type of countries, I'm thinking about Myanmar, or I forgot, was it like Nepal or Thailand, anyway, some of the small countries in the region that we don't see them as having a particularly strong institutions have the military, or I mean, they take care of the trade, big chunks of the economy. But my question was, so you mentioned, so you think that Xi Jinping tried to clean it up? I mean, was his anti-corruption campaign
I feel that it was mostly to try to get rid of enemies, but he also tried to clean things up a little bit, you think?
Yeah, it's probably both. But yeah, the getting rid of the enemy is really the primary purpose. Because here's the thing. There's a joke. Basically, the joke, I probably told this joke before. So in China, there's a political joke. They say, Chairman Xi Jinping came into power, right? General Secretary. And he has a dilemma. Here's the dilemma. If he just randomly shoots every single communist official, there could be a few good guys he have killed. But if he chooses to shoot every other communist official randomly without trial, there would be so many bad guys he would have let go. So the communist system runs like this. So like I said, you have to control basically the military, the police, the intelligence, the propaganda, and finance. Basically, these are the 5 pillars you have to control in order to have a total control of the communist system. Now, whenever there's a new party general secretary coming into power, it's guaranteed that there are many people in the system who are not promoted by him. Now imagine that system as basically it's like what you imagine in the Godfathers. There are many guys, right? They sit together, they represent their own factions, and they kind of vying for power. Now, when Xi Jinping came into power, there are many other dons who are not his faction. There are people in the military, there are people in the intelligence who may not be Xi's person. Now, the other thing to understand is the communists, they're basically when they fight with each other even more fiercely than they fight with the external enemies. So, for example, if you are jailed by your opposing faction, if you lose power, you're toppled, you're thrown to the jail by your opposing faction, it would be a much, much worse than someone fighting the communists to be jailed by them. It's absolutely horrendous. Now, so for Xi Jinping to come into power, it's absolutely important for him to basically replace those people he's not so sure with people who are absolutely in his own faction. So what's the best excuse to get rid of these people? Anti-corruption. Because you can randomly point to any communist official and say, well, that guy is corrupt. And you know what? He'll be right. Because here's the thing, if the person is not corrupt in a communist system, that person would be gone a long, long time ago. Let me give you one example. So for example, you want to build a bridge. You want to build some infrastructure for a city, right? Something that's to benefit the city. But in order for your project to go through, for the bridge to be built, you have to bribe the local people, local officials. You have to. If you don't, your project is dead. Your project has failed. So anybody who has accomplished something in China, without any question, the person has bribed someone. The person has corrupted someone. The person himself has to be corrupt. Otherwise, there's no way the person could have risen to that level. It applies to the civilian, it applies to the military. Now, in that situation, if you just randomly detain some people in the system and say, I want to investigate on your corruption, you know what? You can find plenty of things the person has done. That's enough for you to basically convict a person and throw the person into the jail. And that's what Xi Jinping does. Now, the flip side is those people who he put in a position are equally corrupt, if not more. So these people, but Xi would tolerate that because they are loyal to him. They are unlikely to throw Xi himself into the jail. That's the key. So basically we say being a communist official is like you are getting a license for corruption. Whenever you are in charge, you are putting in the place. For example, you are put in the role as a commander of a battalion or a local mayor or whatever. Under your purview, you're 100% above the law. There is no law that can prosecute you, even if you commit the crimes. The only person who can remove you is someone more powerful above you, and they look at your position and say, Luca, it's time for you to go. Why? Because I have so-and-so who has been following me, and although Luca, you harbor no ill wishes to me, but you know what? That guy have committed crimes together with me. So I have more confidence. That guy will never sell me out, because if he does that, he's going to. So that's actually the way how it runs. It's a complete mafia environment.
Yeah, Jingo, this feels very mafia-like, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm Italian, so we hear a lot about the mafia operation.
Yeah.
But done like at the level of like a state, you know. I mean, I would say that in Italy, like the mafia has influence, maybe perhaps at times even strong influence in the state, but it's not the state. There's still two different entities where it's there, or even in Russia, the mafia is the state, so that's even worse. And based on what you say, it's kind of like what we were saying before. You know, you really need an independent judiciary, right? Because if you don't, then these kind of issues happen. Like people that are close to the regime cannot be prosecuted, and other people will be prosecuted, and then you can have purges and races to power, like you mentioned. And then one thing that I want to say is that a long time ago, a friend of mine that is kind of like a geopolitical genius and history genius told me about how, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the dates, but let's just say somewhere around the 16th century, when in England, effectively there was the establishment of independent courts and jury trials. And basically this friend of mine was telling me that the first king that came right after the establishment of such a system, the independent courts and the jury trial, had some pickle with, I forgot who, some other government officials or something, or some powerful people, and he tried several times to put them in jail. You know, trying to dig up dirt, and then, I mean, it's the king, right? So who's more powerful than the king? But you know, a criminal due process with independent courts and a jury trial, that person or persons, I think it was one case in specific that ended up being a big slap in the face of the king, kept on getting acquitted. And so at the end, after that, the king realized that he had lost such kind of power that you mentioned. Basically the power of saying, well, you know, I'll just put you away if you're not part of my clan, which is something that probably medieval Europe was very prevalent. By the way, this prevalent in ancient Rome. That's one thing that we study about Rome. The Roman Empire had due process. Now, of course, if you were like poor, by the way, it's similar like this in America too. If you don't have money to afford a lawyer, your due process is not as good as the due process of someone that can afford a lawyer, whether monetarily or because he can make the appeal to get that kind of defense. There are still issues, by the way. But even in the Roman Empire, if you were like a merchant or something, and then some senator again had a pickle with you and tried to put you in prison, well, you know, you were going to go through a trial, and it was independent. And if the fact showed that, you know, his was a pickle, but there was no actual legal recourse, well, you were going to be freed. And this long-term at scale makes for the strong societies that we are accustomed to. Very important in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, Luca. Rule of law is very important, and yeah, I'm always fascinated by the Roman legal system. One thing is, like, cheers and boos were allowed, and so a lot of people would hire people to cheer and boo for their side in the Roman legal system. But it's a bit of a tangent, so I'll leave it there. Just real quick, we do have maybe a full panel right now, which, of course, as a co-host, Artur and I love nothing more than a full panel. But if anyone doesn't have anything to say right now, if you maybe could cycle down, we'd be happy to get you back up if you wanted to add anything in the future. We would appreciate it. And just maybe one more announcement. John, did you want to say anything about this potential little strike we're investigating here, or no?
I just started communicating. I'm offline with Portland about it. He said initial impressions, small arms ammo. We're still trying to do there's some acclaimed video and picture that come out. We're trying to do our due diligence on that. I wouldn't call it, say it's at this point.
Okay, well, we'll just tease our audience a little bit and say we have some unconfirmed breaking news, and we're currently investigating it. Back to you, Artur.
Yep, great stuff. Jingu, do you want to come back and then go Anda and then Bernard?
Yeah. So I'm not a political scientist, but I've read a little. So I think basically the rule of law is not the issue of the 16th century, some British kingdom. So if you look at the rule of law, that actually goes back to, for example, you can at least trace back to the Magna Carta and also the influence of the Roman system. So basically, and also if you recall that the other day we got the scholar who came online, basically he was talking about some ancient tradition of the Kazakhs people. Actually, it was actually more compatible with the modern rule of law. So what that is, he was basically talking about this. So basically, in such a system, you will see a lot of tribals. They elect a king together, but whenever they have a judicial decision, it has to be something that is independent of the monarch's will. And the judicial system can be decentralized, but they carry a lot of authority. And it's not something the political figures could necessarily meddle with. Now, this is very different from China and Russia. Basically, in China and Russia, even though you have different factions, right? But when they get a don to dominate the whole system, that don's will preside over every judicial process. So, for example, in the Chinese system, you have basically and also in the Soviet system. So the court is subject to a committee, and that committee is loyal to the party boss only. And that committee is day-to-day chaired by the police chief, nominated by, for example, Xi Jinping. And that police chief can assign people to be sentenced in certain courts. And these certain courts will deliver the desired outcome, not desired by law, but desired by Xi Jinping. So basically, the court becomes a rubber stamp. Now, in the the Kazakh system and so on, you don't see that. Even though you got let's say a monarch or a duke who wants something very badly, but the judicial system still can generate its own result. And once it's out there, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to follow it. You can see that in the United States. Each state has its own Supreme Court. They can make a sentence, and that's it. So that's structurally, that's a very similar thing that actually guarantees the rule of law more than anything. Of course, there's a constitution, the professionalism, and so on. But how the court is structured, how the power is distributed, how their authorities are maintained and guaranteed is actually what's more important to the to the rule of law. And also, that thing traces back to Magna Carta, right? The British kings, they are still living under the law because their judicial systems, they cannot manipulate 100%. So that actually evolved into the modern tradition.
Jingu, can I just ask a clarification on what you say? So, so because my point was that Rome, so we're talking about 2,000 years ago, had an independent judiciary, like you say, right? Lots of the modern law was based on that. And then Europe lost it after the Roman Empire collapsed, at least gently. And many people didn't have it until it came back. You're right, the Magna Carta was one of the things. My question to you was, did China, in its history, through the different empires and the different generations, ever had an independent judiciary as part of their system?
Yeah, first I want to just correct it, but based on my reading, I don't think, especially with the Germanic tribes, I don't think that the independence of the judicial process is lost. Actually, the Germanic nations are very big on maintaining the independence. That's number one. Number two,
Yeah, you're
to answer
right
your
about
question.
that.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Number two, to answer your question about in the Chinese history, has the independence of the judicial system ever existed? Now, let me tell you something that probably would wow you. The entire Chinese history of so-called creating a unified Chinese empire is the process, it's a continuous struggle to eliminate any modicum of independence that's left in its judicial system. So every time there's the old dynasty, it failed, right? It fell apart. Then there are people setting up a new dynasty. They always learn the wrong lesson. They start by, well, why did the last dynasty fail so miserably? Well, let's start with, because they have residuals of independence of judicial system. So the emperor is not in total control. And that leads to things spiraling out of control more and more. So how do we create a better dynasty? Let's start by reducing the independence of the judicial process. So that's why you look at the history, you study the Chinese history, you almost feel like it's actually going the exact reverse direction of human civilization in its evolution in many ways. Now, why did the Chinese intellectuals hated the British so much? Well, the British went into China. They set up basically the leases. They set up the concessions, Shanghai and Hong Kong. What did they practice? Independence of the judicial process. Well, that's exactly what considered the cardinal sin by many Chinese intellectuals. They view that as the number one toxic thing to get rid of. So what's the biggest campaign Xi Jinping has conducted ever since he came into power? To eliminate any tendency for independence in the judicial process. That's his most important political campaign within the Communist Party. So just imagine how screwed up that is.
Thank you, Jingle. Great explanation.
Super, thank you. Anda, go back to you, then we'll go Leonard, and then we'll have Ralph join us.
In a nutshell, if I understand correctly, this means it's more important who you know and who's backing you up than if you're right or what you did was right, correct. And if so, how do the normal people, the regular people, see all these things? They adapt, or they try to fight the system? That's one question. And the second one was related to my first one. If the sanctions applied to Russia translate in less commercial balance for China, does this enhance the smuggling you talked about? Does this enable the smuggling and other nefarious activities? Thank you.
So on that, your question is basically how people living under that system, and the other thing is the sanctions on Russia, is that going to stimulate the smuggling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so to answer our first question, the first question is the entire system. The entire system is what we call a meat grinder. Personal loyalty is everything, but personal loyalty can be very treacherous. Even if you think you can trust a person completely, that person could also sell you out in a heartbeat. So in China, there's a very, very peculiar thing, which is if I can prove to people that I violated the law and actually stay unpunished, that's actually a badge of honor, because that's proof, living proof, that I know really somebody more important in the system who can basically protect me from being prosecuted. Let me just say, let's say John is a very honest person. He made his money, right? And I proved to people that somehow I got my money in a not very legal way. But I lived in the house as big as John's. So all of a sudden, people will think that I'm actually above John. Why? Because John has to follow the rule. I don't. I can violate the rule without getting punished. I can get away with it. So what does that mean? That means I must have somebody very powerful in the system protecting me, and John may not. So therefore, my status is actually above John. Even though we live in the same house, we drive similar houses, we drive the same car, but just because people know I'm a kind of a shady person, and I'm not in the jail. So that is proved by self. I know someone more powerful in the system. But that's also a very dangerous system, because that person who's protecting me can fall in favor one day. And when that happens, I could also be thrown to the jail. So the normal Chinese people, what they do is, if they are in the system, they learn from the very early age to stay away from politics. Because even if you organize a movement to fight against it, you know what? If that movement get into power, you still don't know what these people who are fighting for ideals will eventually turn into. So many people chose to stay out. Now, there's a good thing that's coming out of the foreign investment and lots of things, because all of a sudden, people are working for foreign companies and so on. They're less corrupted. So the Chinese people are open to a world, to the way of life, much more normal as compared to the outside world. So therefore, there's a new generation of Chinese coming out. They're actually thinking, well, things like this should not continue. So that's one thing. The second thing is about smuggling. I can tell you right now, smuggling is already getting very big. Now, it's not smuggling the Russian oils, because the oil, buying, selling oil, and so on, is controlled by the communist state. So people are not smuggling these things. What they're smuggling, rice and pork. In southern China, it's already becoming a very big business. Yeah, you have fleets of smugglers with motorboats and so on, rolling down the river. It's already happening. So, is the military involved? Indirectly. Not directly yet, but indirectly they are.
Yes, I was thinking exactly like you said, not of the oil, because it's regulated and easy to trace, but of goods, because Russia has a balance right now. The foreign balance is a positive balance, so they export more than they import, which means the former transactions on the rest of the goods that were initially sent to the regular people are not reaching them in the not former, but how do you say, legal normal channels. So that's why I was asking. And thank you very much for coming and for explaining.
Thank you, Landa. Thank you, Jenny, for the great conversation. That was very informative. We'll go to Lena, who's been waiting, and then we'll go to Alf as well.
Yes, thank you, Artur. That's a fascinating discussion, and I'm sure we can carry on in more detail with all of that. But I wanted to refer briefly back to something Luca was speaking on, and that is specifically with reference to the rule of law. And Luca raised an excellent point that really does not get anywhere nearly enough lip service in modern day discussions, and specifically regarding rule of law. Luca had mentioned the significance of the Roman Empire and the evolution of law that arose out of that, and he didn't really follow up too much, but the extent to which the Roman Civil Code was promulgated throughout Western Europe, and this is at a period starting well before Christ, so 500 years before Christ, a period of evolution started. But specifically, and Luca didn't directly refer to this, but the Roman senator Cicero is still looked to around the Western world as one of the great advocates for the system of rule of law and for the promulgation of some sense of and form of equality before the law. And Cicero himself, as many of you will know, was a great Roman lawyer and orator and senator. And he actually spoke at length against tyrannical government and against arbitrary detention of citizens and many of the aspects of rule of law that we've enshrined to this day, to this very day, in much later in the English common law and then through Western legal systems. But the point being that Cicero, speaking 200 years before Christ, actually advocated that point so strongly that he ended up giving his life for it. And he was one of the opponents to the kinds of autocratic measures that Julius Caesar was instituting with respect to ruling the Roman Empire. And Cicero actually gave his life. He was summarily executed by Mark Antony in a sort of a vengeance attack, if you will, or a vengeful response to the positions that Cicero had taken against Julius Caesar. And I would submit that we could look to the current Russian scenario and the current Russian abuses and what's going on in Ukraine, and we can see direct parallels in what the current Russian cabal is doing in both in the Kremlin and in the Ukraine. And I would submit that just highlights the importance of everyone in the Western world taking exception to that, and taking whatever steps can be taken to uphold the concept of the rule of law and the concept of equality, if you will, or a sense of justice and a form of equality before the law. And Luca had mentioned the Magna Carta, and of course that's a fabulous document and a fabulous incident in Western history. But that was 1215, so that was year 1215 AD. So that was literally 1,400 years after Cicero and his Roman compatriots had been engaged into some what arguably is the same level of exercise, the same fundamental, developing the same fundamental philosophical groundwork that happened with Magna Carta. And these are all things that the Russians, in my assessment, have completely ignored. Somehow, in the course of Western civilization, the Russian polity has been completely outside the pale and outside the framework of that whole philosophical system. So, you know, I would appreciate any thoughts of any of you, anyone in the audience who has considered this end result that we see with Russia and their activities in the Ukraine today, and what can be done, what kind of positive actions can be pursued in the West to alter this this unfortunate turn of affairs, to say the very least. Yeah, thank you.
Lennart, can I ask the same question either to you or to other experts in the group, the same way that I asked Jingu? Did Russia or the broader Russia, or you know, whichever civilization or culture was there going back to its foundation, ever had an independent judiciary like Rome had?
Well, that's a very good question, Luca. And of course, in terms of the English common law and British historians, you could get an entire treatise. You could get volumes and volumes written on that very subject. But I would point out that it has been a long, painful, bloody evolution in that respect, and that I would submit, yes, there have been independent courts established, for example, in the English tradition as early as 1640.
But in Russia?
In Russia,
Lennart, I asked you, in Russia. That was my question.
No, I think okay. Firstly, I have to give a caveat. I'm no expert in Russian history by any stretch, but I'm an ambitious student of Russian affairs and Russian history, and I would submit that no, in my assessment and based upon my knowledge, I don't believe that the nation of Russia, either Tsarist Russia, Soviet Russia, or current era Russia, I don't believe there's ever been an independent court system in the Russian history. In fact, there's a Canadian scholar and historian who was well regarded at one point. He's kind of fallen into disrepute, but his name is Conrad Black, and he's written extensively on numerous aspects of history. And some people may be familiar with his volumes, some may not. But one of his famous comments was that, and it was sort of an assessment and a lament for the state of the Russian polity and the Russian people specifically. He said that in his assessment, Russian people have not experienced 15 minutes of good government in the last 1,000 years. So that's quite a serious comment to be made by a Canadian historian, but well, he's Canadian or British, it depends. He actually was a member of the House of Lords for a time in England, but he fell into some legal difficulties in the United States and was tried in Chicago about 6 years ago or 7 years ago, and had some very unfortunate, he would probably argue with you that there's not even an independent court system in the United States today, based upon his experiences. But no, I will leave it at that.
Hey, Luca, you're familiar with Ambrose of Milan? As an Italian, do you know that story?
Sant'Ambrogio, why don't you bootstrap me and then let's see if it's the same story.
Yeah, so he's a very early cardinal, I think, of the Church of Milan, and at this time Milan was basically the capital of Rome. Sort of the capital of Rome was wherever the emperor decided it was at this point in the late Roman Empire, and he decided it was Milan, so Milan it was. And Ambrose was basically chosen as bishop. He was kind of a local notable. You know, one day the bishop died and some people started chanting Ambrose for bishop, and so they made him bishop. But the reason it's significant is because once he became bishop, and I can't remember for the life of me the emperor this was, but it was a specific Christian emperor, and the Christian emperor killed some political opponents, like in a church. I don't remember the exact details. There was a big conflict going on, and the emperor killed some of his opponents on holy ground. And so Ambrose basically refused to baptize the emperor or basically he kind of wouldn't give him any Christian services, any soul forgiveness, until he sort of prostrated himself and sort of asked for forgiveness from God, and I think Ambrose specifically. So I guess all this to say, it's a sort of a little historical anecdote to maybe talk about the difference between the Western and Eastern church traditions in terms of the rule of law. And part of that is that in the Western church tradition, there was a separate legal system. In other words, if a cardinal or someone, committed a crime in Europe, in the kingdom of, Milan or Spain or wherever, there was a separate judicial system that dealt with them. So I think, and if you look at the Eastern Roman Empire, that's a very different situation. Basically, the church and the state were together. You look at, someone like, basically all the Byzantine empires had basically control over the Orthodox leadership, the hierarchy, the structure of the church. So just all that to say that there is this concept of a separate legal authority and an independent judiciary, again, not applying to the society at large, but applying to at least the church in the Western tradition, whereas in the Eastern tradition, that's absent. Maybe any comment there, Luca?
Yes, I heard about the story. I see that also Bertrand also raised his hand, so maybe he can say more. But
Theodosius.
I'll let you go in a second, Bertrand. I see what you're saying, Joseph. Is perhaps the historical reading is that when the Roman Empire collapsed, which was effectively a secular empire, right? The rule of law was established as a, let's just say, sort of a constitution. There wasn't really a constitution. And then what you're saying is interesting, is that that vacuum was filled by the church, which, of course, did lots of stupid things like, finding witches and like burning them. So that's not great either. But conceptually, there was a sort of a independent, even though flawed, pillar of, judicial review. So yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. Bertrand, maybe you wanted to add something.
The anecdote that Joseph is referring to is about Emperor Theodosius, I believe, that was barred to enter the cathedral. So that by the way, there is a Rubens painting that depicts this very episode. It's probably the most important, the most popular depiction of such episode, and the reason why this is often recalled in modern culture. But I wanted to make a rather different point. There is a little bit, while I enjoy the discussion a lot, and I agree with most of what you guys are saying, there is a little bit of a danger of, considering somehow the Western culture for some reason special and the Eastern culture, whatever that exactly means, to be excluded from the history of civilization as far as the development of democracy is concerned, and therefore having being on a different path in human history. And I would urge you to be cautious about that. And I would present the evidence of South Korea or Japan even, or other Eastern, Far Eastern, widely considered accomplished democracies that did not have a history of rule of law before recent decades. And frankly, the history of democracy itself, at least in the modern sense, is relatively short. So unless you give democracy a very, 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 very broad definition, all the democracy on this planet is a little more than 2 centuries old. And unless you are very generous with, the Weimar Republic, Germany was never a democracy until the age of our grandfathers, or at least the grandfathers of some people here. And if you talk about fully inclusive democracy, meaning, you know, everybody, not only white men that are having some type of property, etc., then we are talking about decades. So I would agree that there is certainly path towards the current democracies. And by the way, yeah, okay, I will leave this comment out because this would bring us to a tangent. But Tocqueville has spoken at length about this, so that is one of the references about this. But it is unfortunate if we end up with the overall conclusion that democracy and, you know, let me use this highly charged word, freedom, is not a feature of how we human feel about the best way to live in the world, but it is a feature of a particular type of history. And I think that it is important to note that democracies, in a rather modern sense, have been able to spring in every corner of the world, and often with successful results in terms of prosperity for the people that live there. And there is an opportunity for pretty much everybody, coming from every history, to, you know, be included in the community of prosperous and free nations. That would be my comment about it.
Yeah, Bertrand, I wanted to kind of like respond to this briefly. So first of all, I hope it was the message was not misunderstood, as in it's kind of like a little bit the arrogant Western message of oh, well, we're invading another country to bring them democracy. Yeah, that clearly didn't work. And also regarding Asia and the Far East. First of all, I worked for you know, Japanese company for almost 15 years, and I traveled most of Asia, from you know, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, you know, you name it. And my point as an Italian living in the United States was always that, especially Italians, and then I did some survey, lots of Europeans, a little bit less with North Americans. We do not study enough Asian history. So it's interesting because you know, what happens is that, sorry, there was a bit of echo. What happened is that I think, you know, we start to talk about, like, say, Mesopotamia, and then Greece, and then Rome, and we almost never study about, you know, the great Asian civilizations. And I think this is our fault. I think we need to study them more. The topic for this discussion had more to do with this idea of having effectively a corrupt government, okay? And that's why I really wanted to focus on you know, the independent judicial and the rule of law, and ask a very specific question, right? You know, the societies that have implemented that, and that is probably even beyond democracy, right, seem to be less corrupt. Well, simply because, well, you know, you end up in jail if you're too corrupt, right? And that's kind of like where I wanted to leave it, you know.
Yeah, I think Luca and Bertrand both bring up great points, right? We want to try to avoid historical determinism, right? We don't want to say that, you know, obviously Russians are human beings; they're making a choice. It's not we're not just pointing to history and saying, you know, that's why they're, you know, that's the reason that this is, you know, that's the excuse, or that's. And I think Bertrand also points out that, you know, democracy does have, I agree with Bertrand that democracy is a universally applicable system. It can be applied to, you know, all societies in some form. It'll be unique in every cultural expression. But so I guess just to clarify for our listeners, that is a good point. We've gotten maybe a little bit deep into history, and that's maybe my fault. I went all the way back to Ambrose and Milan. But I think Luca also makes some great points, right? He brought it back to the center of the discussion, which is, what we're talking about here, the rule of law and why that produces a successful society, the sort of nature of a more gangster or, you know, warlord state like Russia, where power dominates, and how that has, you know, resulted in the situation where Ukraine is trying to achieve a democratic society, which promotes rule of law and other things like that. And Russia has this different historical path that they're claiming that they're following, right? That they're referencing in terms of what they're doing. And so I'll leave it there. Thanks, Luca and Bertrand, for that great discussion. We'll go to Hans. So I think Ralph was next, and then Nick. Go ahead.
Just while Ralph finds his mic there, just 1 second, Ralph. Mr. Moriarty just joined us. If you'd like to speak, please just raise your hand, hit the heart button down the bottom right, hit the hand emote, and then we'll get to you. Sorry, Ralph, go ahead.
Today I it's new published in website of Munich Security Conference according after G7 summit in Germany. Munich Security Conference experts say that we are enter new World War. I have actually two questions. First, do you think that we are enter World War? And second question for Mr. Jungle, inside this space. What do you think about that China foreign policy and influence in the world, in Africa, Europe, Latin America, Asia, and different continents? I have one story a little bit. I have a talk with my African friends said that despite that everyone talking that China investment in Africa, but not hiring local people in Africa, just hiring Chinese people. Thank you.
Yeah. So Ralph, your question is, so what do I see as the China's role, the foreign policy in Africa and so on, right? And also the
Yes, sorry for interrupting. Actually, two questions for you, Mr. Jungle. First, do you think that they are entire Cold War between West and Russia and China against each other? Second, China foreign policy influence, right?
Yeah. The first question is whether we are in a world war. The second is really the Chinese foreign policy. So the first question I have to answer you is, in my opinion, that's only my opinion. Absolutely yes. But it's not being recognized yet. Because why? Because, for example, China is actually more aggressive in many ways in its information warfare, active measures in the United States, and infiltration in the West. Has the West recognized it? No. So many people in the West still are dreaming that China may be a smart and a rational power by coming to mitigate Russia. To me, that's utter nonsense. China-Russia, the relationship is going. The way to think about it is pretty much like the Nazi Germany and the Imperial Japan in World War II. To imagine China would come in to somehow do a reasonable thing, have a positive influence on Russia, is to assume Tojo would call Hitler, say, could you close Auschwitz so we can win the hearts and minds of the Jewish people? It's never going to happen. Whenever China is not going far enough, or they are doing something seemed reasonable, it's because they don't think it's time for them to strike yet. And we have to, now come from China, you have to recognize that China and Russia share the same goal. And the current liberal world democracy as it is, bring them. Their very vital existence, the longevity of their regimes depend on that. So yes, It's already a world war, but not necessarily like in the World War. You have the German troops attacking in the Europe millions. You have a huge Japanese fleet battling the United States on the Pacific. Not to that level yet. But however, if you look at active measures, I'm actually very amazed that whatever China does doesn't seem to get a lot of attention in the West. That's number one. Number two, the foreign policy. Yes, it is a practice by the Chinese companies to basically export their projects, then send their people over. They're not going to hire the local people for many, many reasons. The cultural affinity, there are many, many reasons. So they have been and will always use the Chinese staff to conduct all these projects. And that's also why you see everywhere the Belt and Road Initiative extends, what do you see? Massive uprising, massive upheaval, local people turning against China. So I always think that, talking to my friends, China seems to be the only major world power that's turning millions of people against it by investing in the infrastructure for these millions of people. That's something very hard to achieve, but somehow China has achieved it, and I understand why. Now, the policy that there are many people in power in Africa will speak very highly of China, and will continue to do so. Why? Because these people are sending their kids to China. These kids are treated like princesses. Do you know that in certain Chinese colleges, it's a policy that whenever there's a student coming from Africa, the university, the college, would go out of its way to arrange 3 female companions, not 1, 3. 3 female companions for that person. It's a written document. If you're interested, I can forward it to you. It's typed out in their letterhead. So those people who return to Africa to get into power will continue to speak very highly of the Chinese regime. Is that sustainable? I don't think so. Is that going to continue? Yes. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, Jing, I think it was an excellent answer. Let's go to Nick, then Gunther. Nick, go ahead.
I just had a very brief point for Luca, which was, I noticed he said, yeah, we should teach more Asian history. I have a very simple rule. Anyone who tries to tell you or tries to tell us that we should teach more of something in schools has to propose some other subject that we have to teach a lesser amount of, because the school day is not infinitely extensible. And you have to be able to defend the choice of teaching less of that other subject in front of a teacher who currently teaches that subject.
I'm ready to do it. I think this is a great So I'll tell you the history classes out there, the program, how I did it in Italy until high school, because then in engineering school we didn't take history. So we do everything from Egypt all the way to, I don't know, kind of modern times at elementary. We do it again in junior high, and we do it again in high school. So why do I need to do it 3 times? I don't know, figure out a way to stretch it a little bit more. I understand that in elementary school you want to give like some high-level concepts, and you don't want to go too deep because, well, I mean, kids are still developing. But still, I think that especially the junior high, for me, was 3 years that were kind of like lost reviewing the same thing, and then we review it over again. I think there is a way, at least in the Italian system, to be less repetitive, and in a sense less brainwashing, because in a sense there is a lot of like, look, we come from the Greeks and Athens and Rome, and it's all great. That's why I was kind of repeating it here. But we should know, what the Chinese were doing, or what the Japanese were doing. We should know like what the East, was doing. I had very basic questions that I asked my Canadian historian friend about, like, listen, very simple thing. Someone came to me and said, oh, well, you know, China had cities that were bigger than Rome during the Roman Empire. Was that true? Was that not true? I had no idea. I asked my friend and he said no. When Rome, like, you know, about 2,000 years ago, was a city as big as where I live now, San Jose, California, 1 million people, Rome reached that level about 2,000 years ago. And China, biggest city, was about 100,000 people, so was on order of magnitude. Simple things like this, we Italians, and I checked, many Europeans through the normal program don't know about Asia, you know. So I think we can improve.
Yeah, I agree. As a history teacher at various points in my life myself, teaching university level, I would just say that maybe I lament this, but I think that maybe if we have to give up some of the ancient history curriculum, and again, I'm so sad because that's really, I think it's, of course, interesting. It benefits all humans to know about our ancient history. But if we have to get people a little bit more informed on modern Russia and China, it might be well spent resources. Maybe I'll give Jing a quick opportunity to answer. Oh, Nick, go ahead.
The other thing I would say is the argument that we should teach more of X or Y in schools is predicated on the idea that large numbers of people will take away almost any minimum amount of knowledge from that. And given that we teach people in schools some very, very, very elementary chemistry, and they go home and you know, they go off into their adult life and take homeopathic medicines in large numbers. So I wouldn't hope too much for this to make any great difference in the next 17,000 years. I think what we can certainly consider doing is changing the way in which we teach and what we teach to the people who will go on to be the decision makers. And I think that certainly is something, I think that would be a much more useful thing to do. But I think the idea that the idea that we've got a bunch of people who currently know lots and lots about ancient history, and it would be nice if they just knew slightly less of that and slightly more about Asian societies, I don't think you'll find. Go and spend some more time with people who haven't read a book since high school, because that's part of our problem. Also, is that it's the general historical, scientific, and functional numerical and functional illiteracy of a very large part of the population for the demands of the modern world.
Nick, of course, but I need to give you a little piece of information about my own country, Italy. And I don't know if Bertrand, you know, agrees with me, but for me, that I ended up traveling and living in Asia for many years, it became shocking the level of ignorance that Italians have. And I'm talking about even cultured Italian. I'm talking about people with, you know, an engineering degree like me, but that they ended up staying in Italy, about Asia in general. And I'm going to sound stereotypical, but this is how Italians sound like. I'll be like, well, you know, China is a big threat. And they'll be like, why would it be a big threat? I mean, sure, it's many people, but they're all poor. And I'm like, what are you talking about? In which, like, century do you live, right? And even the inability to understand basic differences between the different Asian nations and subcultures, right? Like, I'm telling you, I think you could probably teach it in 1 week workshop, you know, to basically, and here is I'm talking specifically about Italians, to be like not so clueless about Asia, because then I think it impacts, right, also the way that people decide and see the world if they're like so completely clueless, because they never heard about it. We don't travel to Asia as Italians, right? Where do we go? We stay mostly in Europe and North America. You know, we didn't consume, you know, Asian media except for Japanese anime, okay? So we know a little bit about Japan because of that, and we never studied it in the book. So for us, it's like a third of the world population. We don't know who they are, and how could we even consider some of them to be a threat? We don't know who they are. So that's kind of like I wanted to share this information with you.
All right,
If I
thanks, guys.
can
I
just,
think we're getting a little in the weeds here, so let's go to Jing real quick. Maybe we can put a bow on it, and then we'll go to Gunther. Jing, go ahead.
Okay, so just to add to Luke's point, and also I'm actually, as someone who reads a lot of history, I actually happen to agree with Nick a little bit more. So yes, Luke, you get a point that many people need to understand Asia, but my point is this: whether a country has a long history of certain things that may or may not be a good portender of what will happen in the future. So here's what I mean. If you look at the tradition of the modern Ukrainian army, it's actually very short. It started year 2014. If you look at history of, let's say, Taiwan's democracy, it's actually very short. It started 1996. But you know what? Both are very vibrant. So therefore, the trick here is not whether they have a long tradition of doing that. The trick here is really whether they have a lasting institution. And that institution has a very strong culture. And as long as they have that, it becomes dominant. Even though history is short, that can still be prevalent. So the same applies to China and Russia. Whether China and Russia has a long history of independent judiciary system is not as important as whether they can establish some very strong institution to allow that to happen. And when that happens, very likely both the Russian Empire and the Chinese Empire in its current form will disintegrate, because you know what? They need very vibrant civil society. They need to give the different ethnic groups more autonomy, more power, and likely they will go independent. You look at, for example, the Taiwan, you look at Hong Kong. When younger generation start to become more aware, what happens? They're starting to come out and say, well, guess what? We don't think we're Chinese, as our elder generations do. That's one thing. The second thing is, really the way to make a change is not to say, plunge our younger generation into history lessons. That's important if they have time. The most effective way is to get them involved, to build the new institutions. For example, something like a Water Report, Mirror Aid, and also the right now different institutions to help Ukrainians. Encourage our younger generation to get involved, to build things together with the Ukrainians. They will pick up so much, just like you do. You are a business executive working in the Japanese company. I'm not sure you have time to go through a separate history degree, but just because you are in the team working with the Japanese, building things together, in the process you will pick up so much. And whatever you build will be long-lasting. That's my point. So what I'm thinking is that it's important for the younger generation certainly to understand Russia, China, the Asian culture, and so on. But actually the most effective way is to say, can they participate to build some institutions together? For example, Ukrainians. For example, the Uyghurs, the Kazakhs are fighting for their independence. For example, the Taiwanese are fighting to defend their sovereignty. For example, the Hong Kongese are rising up against the tyranny. When peace happens, encourage our high school kids, college kids to get involved, to help, to learn. That's, to me, is the most effective way.
Jing, that was excellent. Thank you so much. I think you really brought it home there. Walter, I see you're joining us. Did you have anything you wanted to add here?
No, I think Gungu was spot on. So if you want to help Ukraine, get Ukrainians involved, ask their advice where something is unclear to you, and follow that advice as well. None of those institutions would be efficient if Ukrainians are not involved directly, and they should be encouraged to be involved. So that's spot on.
Thank you, Walter. I agree. So let's go to hands here. I think the order was Gunther, John, Leonard. Sorry if I mixed that up. Gunther, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My undergrad degree's in history, and I have, I don't know if, I assume a lot of people here are fans of history, and it's been absolutely maddening, all the, like the basic facts that government people should understand, like the Treaty of Versailles that was talked about at the beginning of the war, or appeasement and like what happened, and you know, like it's just like appeasement wasn't just giving Germany the go-ahead. It gave Germany 35 Czechoslovakian divisions and all their armament, right? So like when they talk about appeasement, it's not just like giving Russia a go-ahead. It would be to like turn over all of the productivity and armament and possibility of Ukraine over to Russia. It's like that's the lesson, and it doesn't. Anyway, so it's just something I sort of a pet peeve of mine. I actually had a question for Jingu, which is, you know, several weeks ago we had someone who was in the U.S. military as attaché and was speaking about Taiwan in particular, and he was giving a fairly dire analysis of the situation in regards to Taiwan and the U.S. military strength. And I don't think things are that dire, but I mean, I don't really know. Jingu, what was your? You don't remember who I'm talking about? He was a special guest.
Yeah, you are talking about General Spalding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have respect for General Spalding for a lot of things he had to say, but he is right only if everything on the paper, as the Communist China disseminates it, is true. And if you understand the Communist China, you would know the chance for that to happen is less than 1%. So here is really a few data points to keep in mind. The first is compare that to the Normandy operation. Okay, Normandy, the English Channel between the Great Britain and the European continent was 70 kilometers wide. 70 kilometers. The Taiwan Strait between China and Taiwan is a 140 to 160 kilometers wide. Okay. In Normandy, the Allies amassed 2 million troops. The first assault, about 200,000, at least 200,000, was sent over. So, how many people China could send over across the strait? 25,000. Based on what? Based on how many landing craft they have and the capacity of these landing crafts. Let's take a step back and say China really does have that capacity. Okay, even China does have. You still need to see a very big concentration of tanks, artilleries, military personnel on the other side of the strait before anything could happen. We haven't seen it yet. There's no way you can hide it from the satellite. No way. So that's the first thing. So right now, the sea lift power of the Chinese Navy is about 1/8 of what it needed, at least, to launch a meaningful force on Taiwan. That's the first data point. The second data point. Because it is a strait of 140 to 160 kilometers, that's about 100 miles wide. The sailing time is going to be 8 hours, about roughly. So the Japanese Navy has calculated, if you put 8 very quiet modern submarines in the Taiwan Strait, getting through the Taiwan Strait would be literally. How many of such submarines Japan has? 16. And the United States is building 8 more for Taiwan. with Taiwan. Taiwan is going to build it with American support and technology. So that's the second data point. The third data point. In Normandy, we watched, for example, the Saving Private Ryan. We know there are the beaches, right? In Taiwan, however, there are not so many spots you can land. There are in a total 14 spots you could drop your deck in Taiwan. In all of it. The fourth data point. Taiwan has been fortifying itself for 70 years. 70. Ukrainians fortified themselves for 8 years in Donbass. It's a living hell for Russians. Taiwanese have been doing that for 70 years and made no other landing spots. The fifth data point. Taiwan produces the best anti-ship missiles in the world, better than Harpoon. Taiwan produces the highest quality SMARMs, mortars in the world. Taiwan can produce F-16 equivalent. Taiwan has F-16 equivalent. If you look at, for example, how many F-16s Taiwan has, or how many, let's say, fourth generation jet fighters China have, well, you see, China seemed overwhelming. China has more than 2,000. Taiwan has maybe about 300. But let's do a simple math. The average life, the expected life for F-16 jet engine is 4,000 to 5,000 hours. 5,000 hours. And if they are serviced, you can expect 10,000 hours. What's the life of the Chinese so-called fourth generation jet engine? 300 hours. So if you factor in the expected life of the Chinese Air Force is not so big. Now, here's really the step function. What's the expected life of the Russian Su series jet engines? 1,500. It's decidedly inferior compared to the American jet engines, but decidedly better than Chinese jet engines. So when you put all these together, you say, how likely is China going to launch a successful amphibious assault on Taiwan? They can. But the chance for that to succeed is close to none. Now, there's a sixth data point. Navy relies a lot on its own institutional learning. History matters. Tradition matters. How many sea battles have China fought and won in the last 100 years?
The century or the millennia?
Yeah. They fought once, and they lost miserably to Japan. Japan at the same time has fought many sea battles. We know it in World War II. At the very beginning, it had an upper hand over the American Navy for a period of time. Now, Japan's commitment to Taiwan's security is no less, if not stronger, than Poland's commitment to Taiwan. Because to Japan, it's a life and death issue. If Taiwan Strait falls into the hand of Communist China, they will fight to death. Now, we also know very truly, Abe has been assassinated. Very tragic. He's a very good man. But you know what that will do? That will accelerate the Japanese political system to remove Article 9 in its constitution. What is Article 9? Article 9 in the Japanese constitution is to say Japan cannot have a modern navy because of the World War II. Japanese legislature is going to remove that. And they're going to remove that in an accelerated pace, especially as Abe has been assassinated. Abe is very tough on China, but Abe has also been a moderating voice inside the Japanese system to say, hey guys, don't rush. Let's do it methodically. Now he's assassinated. and the whole nation is angry. And they all see China as a big threat. That's what they will do. They're going to remove that Article 9. And if the Japanese Navy rebuilt and they come in, they're going to be a very strong ally to the American Navy, number one. Number two, they're going to be the worst nightmare to the Chinese Navy. So when you put all these together, I'm really not sure where that defeatism came from.
Jingu, sorry, just wanted to double down on the Japan country that I know very well. I agree with your reading, especially with the sad news of like Abe-san. Yeah, I feel this will push the Japanese. Now, so that you guys need to know is that the Japanese are always very careful. So they appear to be slow. Setting like super long meetings at the job just to try to decide something. But then, because it's a consensus culture, the moment a decision is made, everybody's aligned, and so the execution and extremely precise. So if Japan decides to rearm, it will rearm in the blink of an eye, and it's true. This might be, especially with the assassination, the time where that historic decision will be made, and it will create a huge counterbalance in the East to the China threat.
And I guess maybe just to relate it back to Ukraine a little bit, I think it's been clear that Japan has understood that this is part of a larger problem, that Russia and China are working together to sort of overthrow the current world order, based on the international rule of law and the international agreements and all that. And they've been very supportive of Ukraine. They've helped with money and other types of support. So hats off to Japan. Thank you so much, Jing, for your excellent, detailed explanation. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think to the point too about the underestimation of China, I think there's probably a little bit of maybe not racism, but something fairly adjacent to it. Something where same things that Russians did to the Ukrainians, where they just sort of minimized them as a culture and like not really just sort of put them in a mental box that they weren't in. It's what the Russians did to the Japanese 100 years ago, and lost handily for it. So I think I know for myself, as I try and look at the world, and it's just to try and always be aware of my own like cultural biases on these things. And I think probably in the grand scheme of things, there was maybe an overestimation of what the Russian military was, and there's probably a little underestimation of what China is. Anyway, Jagun, thanks so much for that those reflections. I thank you.
You're so
sorry,
Let's
my
move
mute.
to,
Go ahead.
let's move to Leonard. Let's move to Leonard for a second.
Okay, thank you, Axel. Am I audible?
Barely,
Yes.
barely. But that's a Canadian thing, right?
I think you just, Axel, but I'll proceed in any event. So I just I just wanted to say to Jingju, interesting discussion and very fascinating points to take into account on this entire global international affairs perspective, and specifically in terms of it's kind of tangential to the Russian situation, but I just wanted to make note and then ask a question arising out of it. So there's a very well-regarded sinologist, Chinese studies fellow at Stanford by the name of Scott Rosell, and he has written somewhat extensively on the subject, but just a couple of points. He makes the point in assessing the Chinese military capability, if you will, that in all of the Chinese I don't call it a federation. I'm not sure we'll call it a Chinese nation, I suppose. All of what they, in terms of their polity, he said that 70% of the entire working age population in China today has not had one day, not 1 day or 1 hour of high school education or equivalent. So essentially, I think post-secondary education by North American terms. Just based upon that, assuming that that's the case, he said that means that there are well in excess of 600 million Chinese potential, whether they be workers or active adults, the active adult population, even in terms of a military base, that have never had 1 day of high school effective education. Am I still audible?
You are.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just was distracted by a DM. Okay, so the point being this, and it's kind of a question, is are we overestimating the military capacity, if you will, and intent with regard to the way China is looking at the Russian adverse, terrible invasion of Ukraine, and specifically what in terms of a threat assessment vis-a-vis China and arising out of their current attitude towards Russia, what do we think is the most realistic assessment of that picture right now today?
Sorry, Leonard, can you specify this? Are we assessing this in view of what China can do to support Russia, or is this the threat matrix vis-a-vis China?
I'm thinking more directly in terms of the threat matrix, China, firstly v Russia, and then secondly, China versus us, if you will, with regards to Taiwan. Keep in mind that is very
Leonard,
just in
this is going to be 8 hours. You know this, right?
Okay, sorry.
No, okay, I'm just joking, but okay, fine. Let's focus on one thing. China in view of Russia, of course. China does not want to lose. China does not want to lose its customers. That's a major thing, and therefore it cannot afford for us to feel, for the West to not. Hold on 1 second. I need to do something else.
Okay, fair enough.
Give me 2 minutes, Leonard. I'm going to do something here with the family, and I'll be back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Give it a go, please.
Okay, so Leonard, I'm trying to answer a question here. As Axel steps out, in almost all the cases, I'm in violent agreement with him. So here's one way to look at it. So is China a threat? Yes, they're a big threat. In what way? In a way that many people here didn't even think about. So can China by itself, for example, have the military power overpower Taiwan with the missiles and the tanks, and then beat let's say the Western military force on the beach? I don't think so. Not in the way General Spalding was talking about. That's something not to worry too much about. At least right now, we have not seen any meaningful amassing of the Chinese troops on the other side of the strait. No. In which way? In 2 ways. The first is, the Ukrainian, right now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and also the Western support tests one thing: the political will of the Western society. If this war drags on, if Russia is thrown a lifeline, if somehow finds a way to drag this war on for a couple more years, then that will become a major test to the Western will. Will China do that? Yes. We also see that in the West, you have France and Germany are kind of wobbling, are kind of a dissenting voice, a kind of pressuring Ukraine to accept a premature peace deal. Will China do something to aggravate that tendency? Absolutely. And you also see there's a lot of disinformation, Russian disinformation, and we kind of know what they do. They're talking points, right? But when they all of a sudden something comes out, they're trying to attack the entire process, not by repeating the Russian talking points, but by, let's say, vehemently discredit the Biden administration, creating chaos, manipulate the public opinion. We're trying to do that. I can tell you they're doing it now, and they're gearing up. Is the West prepared for that? I haven't seen the sign. They are. So that's the kind of thing, because China's a huge nation by itself. Also, that there are a lot of things. I think Professor Rizal talked about certain things very well. He is at least someone who didn't get his education of Chinese history primarily from a Chinese college back in China. You know why? Because anybody who said they are a history major in China, I would question what he learned from his textbooks. Because I can tell you, the Chinese history textbook is notorious for being unreliable. If that's their starting point, wrong assumptions will lead to ridiculous conclusions. That's what it is. So when we look at everything that's going on, is China a threat? Absolutely. Is it something that, let's say, if the Western world has the will to fight, that they even stand a chance? No. But when the Western world wants to do it cheap, wants to rush it out, the commitment to Ukraine is not complete, and there are people looking for ways out. China can do a lot of damage, and China is trying to do a lot of damage. That's my point.
Thank you, Jing. And John, of course, you've been very patient. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for Jing, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Jing, I've listened to you for many weeks, and great respect for your contribution to the space. It's been fascinating. And the discussion about China and education is an interesting one to me, because I've been in British higher education for 20 years now. I've done 2 job interviews recently at Russell Group universities in the United Kingdom, and at both interviews I was asked, how would I feel teaching a lecture to 100 Chinese students? And the reason for this is that British higher education right now is completely dependent on Chinese students. Russell Group is the top maybe 25 universities in the United Kingdom. If the Chinese students stopped, the British university system would collapse. It would collapse. And the entire course that I was interviewing to teach was Chinese students. And which I don't have a problem with, but I think it's analogous to the issue that, say, Germany has with relying on Russia for its gas, in that these are, major Western industries reliant on undemocratic dictatorships for significant portions of their economy. And I've never really heard anybody speak honestly and openly about China with such wealth of knowledge before. So I just wondered what your perspective was on British higher education and its current dependence on Chinese students. Is that a danger, or is that an issue?
Yeah, so John, your question is the Chinese students and their impact on the British education and loss of dependency. And so I'm not an expert in education, much less the British education. And also thank you very much for the very kind words. But these are the couple of risk factors. If I were you, as a friend, I would say keep that in mind. The first is the Western education, not just the British, but also American society, the higher education, there's an over-dependence on the Chinese students because they bring a lot of high tuition. There are many of them, and they're coming. But I can tell you that's going to end pretty soon. So here's what you need to know. The first is the students coming to the West to study, the Chinese students, they actually come from the most affluent families of China. Don't let China's so-called 1.5 billion people fool you. So China has, on the paper, 1.5 billion, 4 billion people, right? Huge. But you know what? Only about 200 million are middle class, in the sense of the equivalent of above $20,000 a year. In China, there are a billion people whose annual income is actually below $2 a year. 400 million of them below $1 a day. That's 350 a day, $65 a year. So, if you look at, for example, I came from Shanghai, the wealthiest city in China. I actually got my high school education from the city's best high school. And I got my middle school education from middle school which is not so good. This is what I can tell you. The gap between these schools are like between Eton and probably the worst English school, and multiply it at a factor of 3. Basically, when I was in my middle school, I know my classmates who have no idea how to study. Their education is basically non-existent. Many of them get let's say, in the middle school at the age of 14, 15, and they drop out. They join the local gang. We don't see that. Because why? Because the Westerners traveling to China, doing business in China, expatriate. You will never run into these people. What do they represent? They represent the overwhelming majority of the Chinese family. And by the way, that does not include those families Leonard was talking about. They didn't have high school equivalent education. I can tell you, all these people from my first middle school, these people got high school diploma. Absolutely. But can they read? Can they do calculation? Are they better than some of the worst high schools in the United States? I don't think so. So in China, you see those schools absolutely are state of art. Get all the resources because they are supported by the state to produce party functionary, future party functionaries, and so on. Their education quality is very, very high. They are very fine schools. But the overwhelming majority of the schools are just not there. So that's the current situation of China. Now the other thing, if you look at China's economic boom, I have every reason to believe it's going to end, or it's already ending. The latest census data, recently there's a hacking incident in China. The state secret census data was hacked. Somebody got it out, and they actually released it. They're selling it for $200,000 on the market. What does that data tell you? It tells you that instead of having 1.4 billion people in China, the actual number is probably 1.28 billion. And worse than that, there are more people at the age group of 40 to 60 than at the age group of 25 to 40. It's an aging population, rapidly aging, but the country's pension system is completely screwed up. Very soon, you will find that it is not, many companies in the West are not going to invest. So look at another data. In the last 20 years, China's wage has risen 15 times. 15. How much has the productivity risen? Substantially, 3 times. So the wage has risen 15 times. while the productivity has risen 3 times. Doesn't take much math for you to figure out where the foreign investment is going. And also, China is notorious for stealing Western technology, infringing copyrights, and so on. And this disastrous COVID lockdown. So what's happening? Companies are pulling out. In year 2019, 21 biggest Japanese conglomerates formed a delegation to go to China to meet the top communist leaders for one topic. That topic is, could you guys make it easier for us to pull out? If we want to pull out, you're not going to put the roadblocks. You're going to let us repatriate our capital back easy. That's the only thing the top 21 Japanese conglomerates wanted to talk about when they visit China. So when you put all these things together, I have a hard time to believe the student source for Russells is growing. Imagine if that source drains out. What would that do to Russells? So that's my point.
It would completely,
and it's not a surprise.
Completely close the British education system. And I'm fascinated that we've become so reliant so quickly. And I do want to say I don't have a problem with teaching Chinese students. They're fantastic to teach. They're wonderful. And it's also higher education in any Western economy is a significant portion of the economy. I think it might be because it's an English language thing, but certainly for the United Kingdom, the level of input, largely because of the increased fees that they pay as well, to the British economy is substantial. And it did occur to me, you know, our students from Russia had immediate problems when Ukraine was invaded by Putin, obviously the second time in February of this year, because they couldn't draw down money. They had a lot of issues and they needed a lot of support. And it occurred to me that if the Taiwan thing or anything like that was to happen, the British and European and world higher education system would probably be in a very similar situation to that of the German gas companies. They'd be facing an existential crisis. So it's kind of interesting that people who are apparently so clever could get in such a difficult situation potentially. Thank you for that, Jing. It's a real pleasure to listen to you.
Okay, guys, I hate to jump in here. It is a great discussion, but I just got to do some admin real quick. So just my brief announcements. Of course, if all of our listeners could please retweet the space, we do appreciate it. It helps get our message out there. Please spread the word about the Walter Report if you can. You know, we want to reach out to as many people as possible with our message. As you guys know, we provide you 24/7 news coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So if you support what we do, if you like all the work we put into the Walter Report as a production, getting all our guests, getting our experts up here to answer questions, please support us by supporting Maria Aid. Maria Aid is an organization where 100% of your donation will go directly to acquiring and delivering equipment like tourniquets, body armor, thermal vision, drones to the front lines in Ukraine to help Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. The organization is run 100% by volunteers, just like Walter Report. So all of your donation goes directly to helping. There's no admin costs, there's no overhead, there's no pizza parties. And of course, if you guys do have a question for our panel, we got a great panel up here having a great discussion. I'm actually going to hand off the baton to Ben, fellow co-host Ben right now, and Axel. So I'm going to take a little break, but if anyone does have a question for our panel, for Ben or Axel or anyone up here, especially Jing, please feel free to come up and raise your hand. And with that, I'm going to hop down. So to you, Ben.
Thanks a lot, Joseph. Thanks a lot, Jim. That was, as usual, absolutely wonderful. Unfortunately, I haven't been here for long enough to follow the ranking. Sorry, the list of the hands. So I'll just go by as it appears on my app. Please don't be upset if I mingle a little bit. If I mingle it a little bit, Leonard, you go first, and then Dr. Brain, and then Nick.
Okay, thank you, Ben, and welcome to the site today. It's a pleasure to have you here. The question is kind of the sequel, if you will, or follow-up to what I was mentioning to Axel. And this Axel, I'm directing, hoping you have your geopolitical hat on. I know you've got an excellent one. So this relates specifically to what? Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible. Unfortunately, I cannot switch off my microphone, so there could be a bit of noise coming from my side. I'm trying.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll carry on. Okay, so should I keep on with this, or?
Yeah, terribly sorry. It's a quite strict one just passed by. Yeah, please go on. I'll try.
Okay, sure. So, yeah, just to carry on. So the question, kind of in a nutshell, is specifically with reference to the China situation and Taiwan right now, and the impact that we feel, or that is logically or potentially bringing to bear upon that with regard to the present Ukraine situation. So, if the Russians, if you carry on and the Russians are soundly defeated, shall we say, in their current endeavors, what impact do we project that is going to have upon the Asian situation, and specifically in the Straits of Taiwan, keeping in mind that within the last number of weeks, there's been a joint a Canadian destroyer, I believe it was the HMS Halifax, as well as an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer from the U.S. Navy, accompanied each other through the Straits of Taiwan, and direct signal to any untoward intentions that may be coming out of China. But going forward, what impact do we assess that may have upon, in terms of the Ukraine outcome, on that scenario specifically, the Taiwan Strait? Thank you.
Jim, do you have a?
You can only do something about this, Leonard, if finally the world has the spine to recognize Taiwan as an independent country, meaning as the real China and not the communist occupied China.
Yeah, and also, Leonard, here's one thing we need to think about, and this is actually one thing I see a lot of the Western observers, they get it, which I think sometimes you need to kind of do it upside down. So many people are thinking, well, if the Russia and China, their position is strengthened, they're going to take more risk. That can be true. But actually in this kind of regime, especially a totalitarian, ethno-imperialistic regime, their most dangerous moment is not when they are on the rise. Is when they are passing the inflection point. So kind of like Russia. So Putin became very dangerous. Why? Because he knows Russia is actually in decline. Its demographic is collapsing. Its technology is not advancing. So therefore, more and more people have become discontent. So it's kind of not on the rise. So when you look at, for example, the Soviet Union on the rise, that's especially when after the World War II, it seemed to be like a major world power on the rise. It sent its Sputnik ahead of the United States. When you see Russia in that mode, it can be assertive, confident, but it actually is willing to play by the rule. When you see Russia or China is passing the inflection point, on the decline, internal crisis mounting, what happens? They're more likely to do something irrational. They're more likely to do something that can be very provocative. And that's exactly what the risk the Western is not really taken into consideration. What if Russia is beaten soundly by Ukraine? What if the entire model is proven failed? What if at that time China, with, let's say, a lot of the restrictions on technology transfer and so on, and also our support to Taiwan and Uyghurs and the Tibet, has figured out it's now or never. The situation will only get worse for Communist China. So, even though it's unlikely to get an upper hand by launching an attack on Taiwan, but we might as well do it now. Because you know what? Waiting for 10 years will be even weakened more. That's the most...
They don't, Jingu, I understand the need for them, but they don't have the capacity at all.
Yes,
They are
yes.
militarily incapable.
Correct. But military capable does not mean they cannot go out, take some risk, and cause some damage. And I think the world should be prepared for that scenario. Decisively defeated.
I agree. Very good point.
Thank you, Jingu.
Given the fact that I'm currently the only co-host, I shall be passing on the baton to first Dr. Brain, and then Nick, and then Nina.
Hello, so I had one question for Jingu. Have heard about whole thing where on video game forum, it was a month ago or something like that, specifications for the Chinese new main battle tank was released because some users were basically fighting about what are real specs, and one user just released complete specification of their new main battle tank. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, you are talking about the Type 99A, right?
I'm not sure exactly which tank it is current, and some kind of new anti-armor shell is used by it, and I think it's, let me see, what was it?
But the engine and also all the designs for the chassis is still T72, copied from T72.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is latest specifications that were released on video game forum while one person was fighting with others about what are real abilities of that tank. I don't know if you heard about it. It was big news for a while.
Yeah, where is that red button? Yes.
I just wanted to comment on that example of, so it is a real example of how corruption works, or was it just some kind of OPSEC operation where they release fake information?
It's actually probably, I wouldn't call it corruption per se, but corruption could come from, let's say, very poor process management. And when you have extremely poor process management, and then you have a collapse of, let's say, professionalism, then you have a lack of rule of law, people could basically get out of control and use their position to trade information, to kind of cash out the power in their hand. That could happen. So, suffice it, you have a very good example, basically. That's the complete lack of rigor in process management. And that's prevalent in the Chinese military.
Okay. Thank you. So it is about weapon that they released is anti-tank round called DC-10-125.
Yeah, they talk about these things, and also basically it's saying that Type 99A is basically, if you look at it, it's a T-752 wrapped around in a newer Chinese design, and it looked like in many ways looked similar to Western main battle tanks, but its core of it is still T-72, and it has the anti-armor shells, which probably can shoot faster and further than the M1 and A2, something like that.
Thank you.
So I'm back. I hope the conversation was good while I was down. Nick, you had a question as well?
Yeah, Ben, your microphone sounds like you're sitting in some kind of container with a echoing booming. I just really I put my hand up when John was here talking about the education with China, and it gets worse because you have Western universities now that have opened campuses in China. The university I was affiliated with, University of Groningen, wanted to do that, and they had a rebellion by staff and students who said, we should not be propping up China that way. You have British private schools who are starting up kind of, subsidiary affiliated arrangements there. Everybody is, everybody's piling in because they like the smell of the money. And I thought it was amusing when John said, it's surprising that you've got all these smart people in universities taking these bad decisions. But in my experience, university management is considerably less good at its job than private sector management. They're mostly, it's the last 10, 15 years, we've seen the rise of managerialism in universities, and there's some pretty failed hacks running many of them.
Well, one can only hope that what happened with Germany and Russia is going to be a lesson. Nina, you were next, then Enda and Leonard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. Interesting discussion, and when Russia, because of the war in Ukraine, has been in the headlines and in the media, what China is doing is not really seen anywhere. And I just remembered a couple of years ago that Australia deported some Chinese, I think they were students or journalists or something. I think quite many of them were deported from Australia, and that made me think that something more is behind it. And also I found an article about that China tried to the Chinese state tried to buy or lease a research institute from Kemijärvi airport in Finland, like it's north of Finland, and they wanted it like a military training area, and this was in 2018, but it came out 3 years after that, and I don't know yet what the reason was why it took so long for the media to come out with it, but it was like not spoken about in 2018. And I'm just asking Jingu, like we have seen how long Russia has been doing all these kind of things, and China is not talked about. How long do you think they have done this, and how much have they reached like to different positions, because I know also that there have been like in universities in Finland like in quite high positions Chinese people, and there was an interview where the head of the university was interviewed that are you not worried about this, that you get like really sensitive information to the Chinese, and he said no, and this was like I think a year ago.
Okay, I can only speak to the things I know because this is a very huge subject. So the answer is that it's huge. How big? So right now, based on what I read, at least half of the FBI counterintelligence resource is dedicated to the stealing of technology in the West, in the United States, and that does not count the other, let's say, major allies like Canada, Australia, and the UK. So the China right now is putting in a lot of resources to sponsor a lot of research projects in the United States. Everything. So they're putting money into the Boeing, into, let's say, the mRNA research, and so on. Now, there's one thing very unique that we have observed in the Chinese intelligence, which is on the one hand, they're trying to inject capital, put that into, let's say, the research teams, and so on, grants, and so on. On the other hand, they're mobilizing, quote-unquote, anti-CCP elements in the Western society to kind of create a very unique arrangement. What do these people provide? Access. Because the Western society believe they're anti-communist, so therefore they're aligned. Many of them are run by the Chinese intelligence. Now, they are working together in different ways to create access. So what kind of access? I've been told the Chinese intelligence have built up, for example, the list of people, of all the people with Chinese descent who are in scientific research. They're approaching them. They know what their family is. They know which lab they're in. They even know what's going on with their family. They're approaching them to help them to kind of get information from them. It's a cancer. In long term will do very big damage to the Chinese society. Now, what's happening recently is that I believe China's economic boom will end. And the other thing is, together with the January 6th investigation, many of the things will start to surface. People will start to see a lot of so-called anti-communist Chinese dissidents are actually involved in many nefarious things. They have a very unusual and not a very healthy relationship with the far right of the Western society. And also, policies to organizations like United Front will change. To me, it's way overdue. United Front is the largest prime political influence intelligence operation of Chinese Communist Party. Guess what? Because of the Cold War, China was a quasi-ally to the United States. It has been operating in the United States and in the West with complete impunity. In the United States, it has over 1,000 outfits legally registered in the United States. Their agents are working in the broad daylight, building connections, gaining access without any impunity. These things, I believe, will change. And when these things change, I think this will be a much overdue positive change that will happen. And the other solace I have is the stolen technology. The effectiveness of stolen technology is way overestimated by the Western society. Yes, overestimation in this regard is not necessarily a big thing. But I strongly disagree to create some kind of a defeatism, right? When China attacks Taiwan, the best thing we can do is to pull out, like someone advocated. Completely wrong. Stand up to Taiwan. Don't be afraid. Fight back. It's not that strong. So that's my point.
Can I have a follow-up because I dropped down?
No. Of course you can.
Haha, thank you.
It had to be said, Nina. Of course you can have a follow-up anytime, please.
Thank you. Jingu, you mentioned that China has like right connections, and this is also what Russia has in many countries. We have seen, I have seen it, and you have seen it, and so this is like they are working on the same, what would I say, like the same direction together, like the far right, and actually what Russia is saying about Ukraine and other countries, that they are accusing Ukraine to be like a Nazi, and the Ukrainians are Nazis, and actually they are Nazis themselves, and they are working with real Nazis in different countries. So how do you see this? Thank you.
So Nina, you are asking that the far right connection of the Chinese communist regime and what they are doing with the far right. So it's actually correct. That's the question.
Yes.
So that's actually a little bit complicated question. I'm not going to hijack the space to become a Chinese-focused space, but this is what I can tell you. Basically right now what you're seeing is that many so-called anti-communist dissidents, quote-unquote dissidents, if you go and look at them, their rhetoric is very pro-Putin, and these are the people who are very active in promoting QAnon, in promoting the big lie, in promoting anti-vaccination disinformation. And the media, they actually promote such rhetoric upon. You guys have hard evidence. The senior Chinese intelligence officers went there, gave high praise for such media. So, and there are a lot more nefarious things going on. So right now, this is what's very interesting, is that the Chinese infiltration is actually on both sides. On one side, you see that there are CGTN, right? The Chinese propaganda coming in to really talk about how great the Chinese system is, how wise the communist leadership is, and they're trying very hard to discredit the Uyghurs, the Kazakhs. That's one side. On the other side, you see there are many very vocal, quote-unquote, Chinese dissidents. What are they doing? They're attacking Biden administration. They're fanning up Hunter Biden hard drive gate, so-called. They're spreading anti-disinformation. They are promoting QAnon. And they are saying all these because they hate the communists. If you want to fight the communists, you need to support QAnon. You need to fight vaccine. That's what they're doing. And also they're saying Putin is a big hero. Why? Because Putin is the hero standing up against the deep state. Who are the deep states? The rhinos and the Democrats are the deep states. So you need to support Putin in order to support, you fight back on the deep states. Deep states are basically the communists hidden in the West. That's the far right, what they're doing. So when you look at these two, no wonder senior Chinese communist intelligence officer goes to these media to praise them. You guys are the examples for everyone to follow.
Yes, yeah, really interesting discussion before about British universities' reliance on China. I think they were getting about 11 billion a year in fees, and I know that's gone down, and funding is really big long term. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Okay, so maybe it was just Ben.
Let's move on to Dr. Brain, because we can't hear most of the
Oh, we can pause as well.
We can band.
Yes.
So I know we maybe want to get back to Ukraine, but my question for Jingu was.
Okay, so since we came back to academia and education part, I didn't want to get into it, but since we got back to it, so I'll just first tell one example from my own experience that I've seen what has happened. So I was working on one Ivy League university in a lab where my boss, he basically 2/3 of our lab were Chinese postdocs. All of them came to his lab to work with Chinese government funding, and he accepted everybody because he said it's free. It's free for him. He doesn't lose anything, and he just gets free people to work for him. So he was accepting anybody who had their own funding. He was happy to let them come to his lab to do research. That brought a lot of money, like we said, directly. And then another thing is many universities, European and American, they're opening their franchises in China. And what is interesting is, especially one thing is promoted to. It's really helpful for these universities, for many scientists to do that, because in China they can do, for example, primate research that can't be done anywhere else because of regulations. And there are huge primate farms where you can do research on, including chimpanzees, and that's why many of researchers go there just to avoid all ethical issues that come with that kind of research. So, and in a way that, I mean, just had that comment. Thank you. Ben, I think at least I hear you really quietly. It's really hard to hear anything that you say.
All right.
I don't know if anybody else has that experience.
Yeah, the same issue. Ben.
Yes.
Better. Thank you.
Yeah, it's much better.
Ben? Whatever it is then, Paris, it's not working. Leonard?
Thank you, Axel. I just had a quick follow-up with reference to the last speaker, and also this may be an issue that goes more directly to Nick Brown, if he's still listening. I'm not sure if he is, but with reference to the commentary on the state of post-secondary educational approaches, shall we say, in the West right now, I would just raise a specific question, and this, relative to the Ukraine, this is an issue that will be directly applicable based upon the well-established and excellent university system that has existed historically in the Ukraine, and I'm just wondering how this issue may apply to them as we proceed. But the issue is this, and specifically, I'm sure that, and I ask Nick Brown this because it is a tangential reference to some of the commentary that's come out of Canada, and specifically Jordan Peterson, who I'm sure you're familiar with as a fellow psychologist. And I've looked, my reference to Jordan Peterson comes primarily from the political science perspective, and not nearly so much from the psychological perspective, given that he's a clinical psychologist. But specifically with reference to the recent incidents that unfolded at University of Cambridge in England over the matter of free speech, and how that seemed to ripple through the post-secondary educational system in the UK, certainly has had impacts within Canada, and presumably, I would assume, throughout the American university system as well. And it's specifically regarding the issue of freedom of speech and the role that plays in the post-secondary institutions, and how we may somehow ensure that issue is properly dealt with, or help it to be dealt with properly in the Ukraine as the Ukraine proceeds here. So if you have any thoughts in that respect, Nick Brown, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm here. My relationship with academia is mostly honorary at the moment. The people I talk to tell me that there is the majority of the Sturm und Drang, I'm here, Axel, with my best German, around campus free speech is little more than Sturm und Drang. It doesn't seem to be an issue of daily concern for my colleagues in UK or European universities. One or two people I know in US universities say they sometimes have to be a little bit careful what they say. I can remember when I was an undergraduate, we were told that, this is a long time ago, we had a similar, there were similar rumors, and oh dear, you can't say anything, and blah, 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 blah. I suspect that there is a small kernel of truth to it, greatly amplified by right-wing pundits. Many of them are not entirely committed to Ukraine's position, if I to judge by people like Peter Hitchens in the UK. Jordan Peterson seems to have just gone full Tonto, and I know people who work in the psychology department at the University of Toronto, and they are pretty happy to see the back of him. And these people go off onto their cable shows and tell you how they've been silenced to an audience of thousands of people. I find the whole thing mostly manufactured, and I say this as someone who is actually quite conservative on some of the issues that are allegedly the center of this of the no platforming and everything. So I don't consider myself a leftist in any way, and I disagree with some of the social justice agendas. In terms of Ukraine, is your question, Leonard, how do we make sure that in a future-free Ukraine that we don't have people, shouting down speakers because of their perceived politically incorrect attitudes? I think it'll be a while before they get around to it. I really do. I think Ukraine is likely to remain a fairly intuitively conservative society for a while. Someone has pointed out they still don't have gay marriage. That's not a reason for anyone here not to support them, regardless of our views on gay marriage. And in terms of preventing Ukrainian universities from going excessively woke, is about item number 9,374 on my list of priorities for Ukraine right now. It's number. It's not in the top 10 of my list of priorities for Western universities either. It might be in the top 50, but it's a hugely overstated problem. It's, if you as a teacher get into some kind of misunderstanding with a mob of overexcitable undergraduates, that's unfortunate. It happens occasionally. As I say, I don't agree with them on quite a few of the social issues. But when the last US election was on and it was basically portrayed as, there were people, I knew people who voted for Trump because they literally thought that their children were all going to be turned trans, and that this was a bigger threat to democracy than Trump being in power. And I know we don't normally do US domestic politics, but that was the level at which this was pitched.
And we don't do it now.
Okay, this whole thing, I believe, is greatly overblown, and even in North American universities, and I think it's a long way from being a huge problem in Western universities. And as I say, if we could get to the point where one of the biggest political issues facing Ukraine was a debate as to whether their students are too woke, what a wonderful day it will be when that is the biggest problem that Ukraine faces.
Right. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. Thank you, Nick.
All right, let's move on to 13 Mike and John and Mosley.
Yes, thanks, Axel. I think mostly Cossack T9 is ahead of me. He's been waiting, so I will defer.
If you want
okay.
to, that's fine. Mostly Cossack, please.
Thank you. I had a quick question for Jingu that I didn't get to ask, but if we want to move back to Ukraine, then I have a different question.
This ongoing deferral, it looks more like defeatist, as in you're not willing to talk.
So
That's fine. No, we go to John. We go to John, please. Mostly Cossack, you had your chance, you deferred, that's okay. Sorry, yeah. John, please go.
Yeah, I just
Mostly Cossack and 13 Mike, be happy people, Now that they defer to you.
Been a fascinating discussion. I did want to sort of politely, mildly. My experience of higher education is that so-called woke issues, whatever you want to call them, have become the forefront of concerns at the moment, and there has been a significant change. And I'm speaking as someone from the left who is, one of the originators of woke. That has been a significant change over the past 20 years, and it is impacting all levels of HE in the United Kingdom. I think it's fair enough to argue. But I thought it's not really relevant to Ukraine. But if you're in the United Kingdom right now, or probably a good section of Western Europe. You look up in the next minute and a half, the International Space Station is going to go over. It's a fantastically clear night here, and so I just thought I'd try and elevate the discussion away from the what's and wherefores of the sad world of higher education in the United Kingdom, which is a great place to work, don't get me wrong, especially my sphere, music and culture. And yeah, if you look up in about 2 minutes, I think it's going to go over, maybe a minute and a half. We could have a little moment of unity. We could all watch it together, if you've got a cloudless sky. And of course, it's a classic example of one of the challenges that's been created by this whole situation, because it's one of Russia's great contributions to the world at the moment, which has just been absolutely undermined forever by the disastrous, evil actions that are going on in Ukraine. So I don't imagine the people of Ukraine will be looking up and thinking, "Oh, look, there's the ISS."
John, tell me please, what was the last great innovative contribution Russia made?
I'm trying to think of maybe prior to the ISS. I don't know. Yeah. Well,
programs.
They stole the tech lab.
Really? Okay, I'm not a space expert. All I know is it goes over and it makes me excited when I see it. It kept me going during the lockdown. I don't have a garden, so watching it go over was twice a night. It was. Go on, you can give me one.
I can give you one. Viktor Korchnoi created a specific defense which he failed to execute appropriately, and Garry Kasparov used.
I have a better one. Synthesizers. The Russians were synthesizing music after the Soviet revolution in the 1920s. The Russians were doing additive synthesis, which, if you're a musician, you'll know is like the next stage of synthesizers. It's where 80s music sounds like it does. So it's additive synthesis. The Russians were doing that. The Soviets were doing that in 1921. And they started by drawing sound. They started by drawing. They did it in analog, not digital. Exactly. They started by drawing sounds on film strip, because they realized that film strip reads sound visually. So we want to make the sound of a violin, and they drew little violins on the film strip, and then they realized that just made noise, because the sound of a violin doesn't look like a violin. So then they worked out very, very roughly what the audio of a violin might sound like and drew that in. And it's the first additive synthesis ever. So there you go.
Who did it? Who did it?
I can't remember his name.
Tesla.
Yes, it was part of the Theremin institution. Yeah, and Theremin obviously is another great contributor to music, because without him we wouldn't have had the Beach Boys' Good Vibrations. So,
and
so there you go.
What does it tell you? Theremin. It's an Huguenot.
Ah, okay, there you go. Well, exactly. Yeah, I stand. Yeah, Axel. Honestly, I stand in honor of, in awe of, yeah, I think about that. I don't have Wikipedia in front of me because I'm just staring at the sky with everything turned off, waiting for the
the problem
space station to go over.
I don't have to have Wikipedia for that, but thank you. It's all about music and physics. I love it that you brought it up. Thank you. Right, we'll go to Yulia, because the Cossack can wait for a second for the woman, because we're gentlemen here.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I think I was lucky because I'm jumping into the discussion about the higher education and about the students from Ukraine. And actually, I just arrived from Lugano Recovery Conference, which was dedicated to Ukraine and have a kind of a mixed impressions for them because there were a lot of European and even American politicians who like committed to make their input in the recovery for Ukraine, but from the another side, I can see that nobody cares about some regions of Ukraine, like which were occupied or which were like affected by the war, and these people they are talking about how to recover the best parts of Ukraine, but not those which are affected mostly. And I wanted to refer the person who talked about the Toronto University and other university policies. Actually, Ukrainian professors, they are also couple leftish, but not the way that maybe American ones. I would say that we are all liberals because we have a lot of students from India, from Bangladesh, from Morocco, and so on and so far. And we try to care about them, how to evacuate them. But still now we have kind of a very bad situation with our students because some of them lost their parents in Mariupol, let's say. Some of them lost connections with their parents in Izum. It's very close to Russian border, and there is a front line for it.
I think we lost your audio. Mic check.
You're all clear, Axel. Yeah, I think we lost her.
All right, I'll send her a text, and in the meantime, we'll go to the Cossack.
Thank you. So, we know Johnson is going to leave fairly soon, hopefully. We haven't quite got rid of him yet. He seems to have reached the last of his 9 lives. But I am wondering about NATO, and I heard that Stoltenberg will be leaving his post soon, and someone suggested that Johnson might be in the running for a new position. And is this completely far-fetched, or I wonder how he would be received, because he's clearly a liar about pretty much everything, but at the same time he has, more than anyone else I think in the West, led support of Ukraine and pretty well. So although he doesn't do detail,
How do you feel? How do you feel about Churchill? Good point that you made. How do you feel about Churchill?
Well, I wouldn't really mention him in the same sentence as Johnson. I know he wrote a book on him.
I just didn't.
I didn't suggest you did. I just said I wouldn't.
So how do you feel about Churchill?
Well, I think he's a great man.
Okay, let me reel back to the newspaper articles of the British, or in this case, Fleet Street English press between 1904 and 1937. What do you think I would find?
Probably nothing too complimentary.
Exactly. What was the main comment about Mr. Churchill at that point in time?
Well, he made a major mess up over Gallipoli, but I guess that was some time earlier.
I suspect he's drinking.
Nick, would you mind? Let me lead the witness, please, if I may, for the courtroom. So, my dearly beloved, mostly Cossack, what do you think the main argument was against Mr. Churchill? Drinking, not attending work, and generally being a nuisance?
Oh, you tell me.
he was considered to be a liar, and he was considered to be a bumbler. He was considered to be exuberant, and he was considering to be holding court and exegesis of history and the likes, and publishing books nobody wanted to read. He was considered to be writing articles nobody should ever entertain, and having radical views on many things. But he was constantly being admonished by the likes of Chamberlain as being an unreliable, mentitious liar. He still made the right decisions at the right point in time. There are two sides to every coin, unfortunately, and they're never equally nice.
So you think he could be in the running?
No, I think that if we were to replace someone who, in his political career, up until the point in time he vanished in his political career, was an anti-NATO, radical left-wing, so-called social democrat, but essentially dyed-in-the-wool Norwegian socialist, who voted, I don't even know how many, more than 30 times on party conferences and in parliaments to have NATO disassembled, Norway to leave NATO, and we still, due to some strange compromise, entrusted him to follow a solid patriot such as Anders Fogh Rasmussen. And we allowed Mr. Stoltenberg, sorry Nick, we allowed Mr. Stoltenberg to follow up on this gig and find a way to, if not convert from Saulus to Paulus, at least do the job to an extent, albeit highly pressed. Against his ideology and being a little bit lukewarm here, oh God, very, very boring. If we have someone like Mr. Stoltenberg doing the job, I could have this bumbling bollocks zipline and doing a good job of it.
Yeah, I mean,
but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want
No,
to.
it would involve him working a lot harder than he wants to, and I also suspect that he might. Some people from British intelligence might be having a word in the ear of the selection committee. So he doesn't want it, and they won't want him.
So I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go as far as that. I'd just say that there is no necessity for someone who doesn't want the job to actually having it being offered to him, because I'm quite sure that he can enjoy the happiness of his newly found family life as it is. And yes, the next leader of NATO will be a Brit.
I think also I presume that the leader of NATO is probably not allowed to make a lot of money while he's in office, or he or she is in office, from external speaking gigs and writing books and that kind of thing. And Boris Johnson has famously complained that while he was foreign minister and then prime minister, he actually lost a lot of money because he used to get paid a great deal to write for the Daily Telegraph, and he's apparently he's not a rich man, and so I think his absolute first priority in retirement from politics is going to be to make as much money as possible, and you don't do that even on the I guess the Secretary General of NATO probably makes about 20,000 euros a month tax-free, but that's not going to be enough for Johnson.
Nick, let's move away from him, because there's one guy who's taking government seriously. His name is Ben Wallace, who's just opted to continue the job which is most important for the freedom of the Western world, meaning being where work gets done. I'm sure the Tories will find the right successor, and that's fine, because I don't want hoity-toity is left in charge of this.
So if not Johnson, and you said you think it will be a Brit, who do you think that would be, Axel?
Someone serious and old enough to do it, and someone with a military background, and most likely someone who hasn't even looked at but who has a military background. Someone who has been prominent in the military in Britain.
Rory Stewart might be an interesting candidate.
You took the words out of my mouth.
As John will tell you, he doesn't have...
Literally what I have my hand up to say.
I knew you would say that. Then again, the problem with Rory is he would actually have to find a uniform which fits his slender tie.
Someone told me after we were chatting about him last that he was MI6, he wasn't ex-military, so I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, he was definitely this is so I have to say this, I'm much pleased with these discussions on the Saturday night, late at night, when I have at least 4 Brits on the Good Buddy panel. Can we go to Dr. Whilst all the Brits, please stay.
Real quick, Axel, do you mind if I do some
30 Mike was before me.
Okay, we'll go to you guys real quick. So just some quick announcements for our audience. If you guys could please retweet the space, that really does help us out. We appreciate it very much. If you could spread the word about the Walter Report to people who maybe haven't heard of it before. Any way we can get our message out there to people who might be unfamiliar about news and developments in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We really appreciate you guys spreading the word, and it wouldn't be possible without you. So thank you very much, and please help us out if you can. Second off, if you guys do feel inclined to support a cause, we really recommend Maria Aid. Maria Aid's an organization that was set up by volunteers, and that means that 100% of your donation will go directly to acquiring equipment and delivering it to the front lines of Ukraine. Things like tourniquets, things like body armor, thermal vision, drones, things they need. We ask them exactly what they need, and we get them that drone, not the wrong drone that they don't need, right? So it's a great organization. You can be sure that 100% of your donation is going to help, and it'll be the things that they actually need. And of course, we have a great panel here. We've got Axel. He's feeling pretty good. He can ask any question. We got some Brits on the panel. We're maybe talking about British politics a little bit. Maybe we want to try to bring it back to Ukraine a little bit. Maybe the British training program that's going on right now, 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers being trained. Maybe some of the British kit that's been there recently might be an interesting thing to bring up. But yeah, if anyone wants to come up and share some news with the panel or start the, contribute to the discussion, please feel free. Raise your hand. And with that, we'll go to whoever our colleague, Dr. Brain, said his name. So go ahead.
30 Mike, and then Dr. Brain.
Hey guys, good evening. Great discussion. Real quick, we will get back to that. Joseph, thanks for getting us back on point. But to Axel's point, I was surprised with Mr. Churchill. We didn't bring up the fact that he liked an adult beverage every now and then, so to speak. So, just his morning champagne consumption, I think, drove him to near bankruptcy. But on that, and then John, the theremin, I think, is coming back big time from what I see in reporting these days. And I'm not sure if Kraftwerk used it, but they were a big influence in my early thing. But what I'm here to say is on our initial launch of the stamp project, it's a framed Russian GFY stamp, original first printing. We had a very generous listener bid $500 today for our first one, which will be ending at 8 p.m., so roughly 24 hours from now. And that $500 triggers the free worldwide shipping. So we will be having this campaign over the next couple of months. And after speaking with Walter today, he suggested one way we can help our loyal, longtime listeners is when we have someone say, like Mr. Vasquez come up, or when we have a large audience, we can do kind of a little raffle and have some fun, for a small donation, get in and, try and get these stamps out to the right homes. Okay? That's all. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly my pride. Dr. Brain, you had something to say.
Yeah, I had a question. So you said that it will be most certainly right next to NATO. I don't know what's the
100%.
I forgot. Because I was reading multiple articles saying that it would be from newer NATO nations, but that's only what.
Very unlikely in the current environment. It's nice to have, if that were the case, only one nation to pick out. And Estonia cannot afford to lose a decent politician at the moment because we have so few.
Okay, just that. Thank you.
John, would you like to educate us further on the synthesis of politicians?
Okay, how's this one for you? I was thinking about the Churchill-Johnson comparison. And another one, of course, is that they were both perceived, perhaps accurately or not, I don't know, as having made pretty racist comments in print and in public. Johnson as a journalist, and some remarks that weren't actually read in the original place they were published, but then later on there was a lot of hassle when they were repeated to a wider popular audience. And obviously Churchill said numerous things that at the time were, I think, were still probably pretty racist, but it was less of a issue in British politics at the time, I think. And it just made me think about, you know, a wartime leader. Sometimes the qualities you want in a wartime leader aren't the same qualities that you want in someone who is a peacetime leader. And you know, Churchill was re-elected after the war, but had a very unsuccessful government at the end of his life. And you don't always want a wartime leader to be nice. And I think that's why Zelensky's in many ways the perfect politician, because obviously just an outstanding figure. He's the sort of Kennedy of his time, I think. He's like the JFK of his time. Hopefully he will survive, and unlike JFK, go down in history as the incredible person I think he probably is. And he also is an interesting sort of counterpoint to Johnson in that he doesn't seem to put a foot wrong, and is just clearly really loved by a lot of the people. There was a moment when he was visiting the girl, I think she was a 16-year-old girl in hospital, and she started crying, and she says, "You're all over TikTok," and he said, "Yes, we have occupied TikTok," having the Russians, the joke being, or the pun being, the Russians were occupying large parts of Ukraine, and he said, "Yes, we have occupied TikTok," which was an outstanding joke. And she was just, he said, "They're talking, at least they're talking about us," and she pointed at him and she said, "No, it's you. They're talking about you." And I thought that just said so much about one person's contribution as a leader in a time of war. And yeah, so it's interesting to compare those, Churchill, Johnson, and Zelensky, as wartime leaders, I guess. I've no idea who'd be the right person for the British job right now, but yeah, he's certainly someone I think we should be glad we've got.
I think definitely. There's a lot of human moments from Jones. Go ahead, Axel. I was just going to say there's a Ukrainian video that.
Britain was extremely lucky to have Boris Johnson, despite the bumbling of the rest of his administration, in the time from April last year till now. Because without him supporting the intelligence services from the top, without him supporting Ben Wallace and the armed forces from the top, this would have failed, and Ukraine have failed.
What's interesting though is that in this country, virtually no one will articulate that. I don't really give an opinion either way, but the media has gotten into such a frenzy that it's almost impossible for a British person to say that in polite company right now, which I find an interesting observation.
That's why a rude German does it for you who dislikes his own government.
Thanks, Axel. I appreciate that. Someone needed to say it, but it wasn't going to be me.
Okay,
I think it's been.
That's why an Anglophile German like me says it.
I think it's been discounted by popular opinion. People, I mean, the defenders of Johnson, with his various, just incredibly unstatesmanlike behaviour, let's say. The defenders of him were saying, yes, but he got the vaccine rollout right and he got the Ukraine call right. And people were going, yeah, but we kind of expect the Prime Minister to make more than one correct decision per year. So people will say that. I don't think anyone is suggesting that Johnson didn't do a good job on Ukraine, but it's, first of all, it was what 90% of people wanted, so it wasn't as if he did anything particularly controversial to do it.
He did.
I think
sorry, Nick, I disagree. At the time when he did it, it was completely controversial. Nobody looked at it. Many intelligence agencies across NATO states discounted it. He made that decision in April last year, after the results came in and the review came in from your good country's hard-working men in the dark. After the
for sure, but nobody knew he was doing that at the time. So we,
of course not. The public should never know. It's not.
Well, there you go. So he can't really. So it's unfortunate that if you're going that kind of right decision that a politician takes, they're never going to get enough credit for it. So yeah, he should probably even get more credit for it. But in terms of the public will say yes, Johnson did the right thing on Ukraine to the extent that they know what that was, and most of them will only see it from February. And you're right, they should look a bit further back. But that was, there's no reason to say that any other prime minister, particularly of that party, would not have taken the same decision. So it's not as if 98% of the cabinet were going, "Don't do this, Boris." The fact that he got it right is great, but it doesn't mean that nobody else could have done it. So let's be clear about that. He got that one right.
But which one of the communists, the Labour politicians from Jeremy Corbyn onwards to Keith Starmer would you have trusted with making that call?
But that's not the question. He's in government with an 80-seat majority, and the Conservatives won the election quite handily.
Okay, then.
And the majority.
Which one of the Tories would you have trusted?
Oh, most of them. So I know that Johnson did not bring any unique qualities to that situation. He in effect, he brought a coin and he flipped it. That doesn't mean he flipped it, but there was nothing that he did uniquely that any other half-decent Conservative Prime Minister would have done. I agree, Jeremy Corbyn would have been a disaster, but there was never any realistic possibility of Jeremy Corbyn winning a general election. He was the single reason why, more than almost any other, that people didn't vote for Labour who traditionally voted for Labour. So he was always extremely that was never realistic.
I think we're going to find out the answer to that over the next year, whether or not that is the case, that any good Tory politician would have done the same, because things are going to get tougher, not easier, with fuel bills and the implications of what's happening. The British public are going to start feeling this. And I think it's certainly true to say that the Labour movement, regrettably, as someone who's in the Labour movement, or was for many years, wouldn't have had the same level of support. I don't believe all the Tories necessarily would, and I think we'll find out. And sometimes it's not a popular leader, it's someone who's prepared to take risks and someone who doesn't really care what other people think about him, which is plainly the case, I think, probably with Johnson. And certainly with Churchill, who needs to make those kind of difficult decisions, often going against the grain. It's I have no love for any of them, but I think we will find the answer to that out, Nick, over the coming months.
I think we'll see, and I'm more optimistic than you, John, because I don't think there will be many people coming along with a message of yes, prices are going up, and it's because of Ukraine, and more to the point, it's because of our support Ukraine. I think that will be a difficult message. I don't see either the left or right suggesting that, and I don't even really see most of the sort of more rabid newspapers likely to suggest that. If that happens, then yes, absolutely, it will need the government to step up and do that. But the feeling I get is that the support for Ukraine across the political spectrum, you know, include give or take the irrelevant wing of the Labour Party, is pretty solid, and I think likely to remain so, as long as, and I think this is an important thing, as long as we don't let it slip down to being, you know, the 9th item on the news twice a week. And I think that's important to keep it front and center. But I think people have got a decent handle on, look, what's happening there is unspeakable.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
you're
not
still,
likely.
Nick, that's all nice and fine. But you're disregarding one point. That guy, for all his faults, did what I want from a guy who is faced with that decision, because he has a slightly better understanding of history by gut feel than others. He is faulty, he is incomplete, he is so many different things, but he had the right sense, that nose which you need to make historic decisions. And I love it that the world will hate him for it, because they don't understand how this actually works. Welcome to my world.
Well,
I think it's been a very useful distraction for Johnson in his times of ongoing scandals, one after the other. But I think you have to give him credit for being as strong and as early in the support that he gave Ukraine. Not to say that he could have been earlier, he could have been given more support than he actually did. But I think Nick's right, we're not going to see any change with a new leader in the level of support. But I think in his own mind, he probably likes to think of himself as a Churchill, and this is his kind of Churchill moment to prove himself.
Yes, it's interesting. I wonder if that was a large part of his motivation.
No, he sniffed it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a certain quality about certain people. They can sniff the opportunity which befits their own view, even if they are not that great leader, but they have the sniff for it. That's fine. I'd rather have that, what I would call the classic truffle pig, which finds that little gem, than not.
Well, okay. My view is simply that he got lucky in the way of a stopped clock that tells the right time twice a day, but we're not going to be able to prove that either. And maybe someone will write a good memoir with him when he sort of stops lying for 5 minutes, and we'll find out one day. But really, I haven't seen anything about this that, as I say, that can't be assigned to finally getting something less wrong.
I think we've all probably been in situations where we've worked with people who are very strong leaders, and it's a combination of, you know, privilege of birth, luck, bluster, ability to just bullshit your way through a situation, and right place, right time, and colossal narcissistic self-belief, and sometimes that's what it takes to win a war as well. You know, I think. So I don't know what the answer to all that is. I did want to say on a musical point, Axel, relating this back to Ukraine, if anybody saw the footage of the troops training in Britain over the last couple of days, and you've also seen the Beatles film Help, that's the same stretch of ground, that Salisbury Plain where the Beatles are larking about in the film Help from 1965, I think. That's the same, not quite the same field, I think, but the same basic stretch of land where the Ukrainian troops were working on the guns there. No electronic music. That's a little link for you, Axel.
John, there are moments when you manage to make me cry whilst I sit here for nothing.
Real quick, I'll just say tweeted on my account a little compilation that the Ukrainian internet put together of Boris Johnson, and I think you know, I have no political opinion about him. I'm an American. You know, I haven't really been following his career, his situation, but I will say just there are a lot of little human moments in that compilation that you can maybe see why Ukrainians maybe think of him fondly, just maybe as a person or as a leader who visited their country during a very stressful and difficult time. So again, I'm not making any political statements about Boris Johnson's leadership, and I think that probably the panel's absolutely right that commitment to Ukraine may even increase now that Johnson's gone. If anything, it will stay the same or increase. But you know, there was maybe a little human touch there that you know, I wouldn't call it unique. I think that probably most politicians could accomplish it, but you know, compared to other world leaders, I think he did get down there and eat ice cream with kids and you know hang out with them and stuff. So I think that will be remembered fondly by Ukrainians, and I'll leave it there. Back to you, Axel.
We'll hand over to someone who can rate my general impression on the psychology of luck better. Tom.
Good evening, chaps. Can you hear me all right?
That's all right.
I hope that was an affirmative, because...
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, bloody hell, he dropped a
It's gone from the Beatles to Monty Python.
Should we drop him, Axel?
Yeah, please drop him. I sent him a message already. So that was full frontal Tom, and he's hopefully coming back.
I think Tom will have something interesting to say about this.
It's the audio thing.
It is. In the meantime, if I remember correctly, I'm not actually going to look at the cards, but on July 12th, there will be Colonel Jeff at 10:30 Eastern Time and James Vasquez at 12 o'clock Eastern Time. Just a reminder that we will have some guest speakers on the 12th. Back to you, Axel.
We'll go to our friend John Howard as soon as he finally cycled up. John, how are you?
Good evening, Axel. Very well, thank you. It's interesting, this debate over the last 10 minutes, just listening to it. The one thing I would say about Johnson is, if you look at his two immediate predecessors, there's not a hope in hell that either of them would have had the fortitude to put themselves out in front, particularly in opposition to the prevailing line in Paris and Berlin. I mean, Cameron spent most of his time cutting spending on defense, and at the same time trying to get as close to the Chinese Communist Party as he possibly could, both in and out of office, actually. And following him up, Theresa May, she was timid as a mouse, and there is not a chance that she would have put Britain in a position, put the UK in a position where it was exposed, in the sense that it wasn't very tightly aligned with France and Germany. She would have been terrified to effectively step outside of the pack and expose herself and the country to any kind of blowback for what she was doing. Johnson, I mean, I agree with everybody who basically assesses him as a deeply flawed character. And some of the decisions he's made were absolutely chronic, one of which has set us up directly for a huge row with the European Union over Northern Ireland, and the fact that we now have a foreign trade border within the United Kingdom. And you know, there's no question that he lied about that, but he's created a situation that is politically untenable and we, you know, in order to resolve that, we are now going to have an absolutely horrendous fallout with the European Union, but it's one that's absolutely unavoidable now, which is not a good thing. It's not anything anybody wants, but it's going to be necessary, unfortunately. But in terms of Ukraine, yeah, I think it takes, as Axel has said, very much a maverick figure, which is what I see Johnson as, to be prepared to take the risks associated with stepping out of line and taking a lead effectively. I mean, the other thing is obviously the problems we've had with Russia historically, and the fact that we have failed to confront Russian aggression, up to and including murdering a GCHQ agent, and leaving him in a, you know, locked inside a bag in a bath in a central London flat. You know, we've known for the intelligence services have known for a very, very long time exactly what level of threat Russia poses, and those prior prime ministers haven't been prepared to do anything about it. So for all his personal failings and faults, which are legion and very well elucidated in the press, both foreign and domestic, I think I actually agree wholeheartedly with Axel that he was the right man in the right place at the right time, for Ukraine.
John, can I ask you, what do you think happened to change to get Johnson to understand that? I'm assuming that it wasn't sort of something that was particularly on his radar, you know, as a writer and a politician up to a point. There's a lot made in the UK of his alleged meetings with former KGB officers. Do you think it's possible that, far from sort of, you know, he went along and got compromat was got on him and he had to do what the Russians did, do you think it's possible that actually he realized at that point, you know, that a light bulb went on of, hold on, these people are actually trying to manipulate our governments?
No, Nick. I don't think the Russians had anything on him at all. I think the Lebedev thing was purely financially driven for the interests of the Tory party. What basically opened his eyes and turned him around was Ben Wallace, and Ben Wallace went to him last year when Putin published the sort of semi-dissertation long form essay. I think it was 5,000-6,000 words on Ukraine, and the fact that Ukraine wasn't actually a country and they were all misguided Russians, and the whole thesis that he advanced about Ukraine, which has formed the basis of his undoubtedly racist views of Ukraine, and really, you know, read in hindsight, was just the most obvious roadmap to what he intended to do. And Wallace went to him, you know, presumably backed up by a whole host of people from the intelligence community.
John, yeah, can you hear me? John? John?
Mic check, John. I think we lost him.
Okay, wait one.
Too many Johns, Axel. I don't want to drop the wrong one.
Monsieur Howard, the guy with the guitar, John, please, he stays.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I was just listening to John Howard intently. That was I thought he was making a really good point, and those you know, Russians have been poisoning their way across the United Kingdom, Russian agents for several years, and I think Johnson was probably made aware of that and was probably a little bit more responsive than certainly a bunch of other politicians were at the time. we didn't do very much considering how many incidents happened, and it was OSINT and through LIVECAM, which is a British sort of open source intelligence concern based out of someone's bedroom in Leicester, I understand, who identified the poisoner, who was also the person who smuggled out the last pro-Russian president of Ukraine after the Maidan revolution. This guy was really closely tied to Putin and the horror that's gone on since then. And I don't think we've in the United Kingdom fully appreciated the implications for all that. It happens and we move on. You know, the news move on. Something happens in show business and people forget about it, and then the story, meanwhile, is burning away the other side of Europe all along.
We got John Ridge coming up. He might have something to say about this whole situation involving Boris Johnson, or he might want to talk about maybe training British troops. John, go ahead.
Oh, I had a UK political question related to the Russians. If we want to go down that, or if we want to pivot to something else.
No, no, we don't. Let's continue with John Howard for a second because he's come back up. John, we'll wait for a second. John, meaning John Howard, John Stevens will take on. John.
Now there's 3 Johns.
It's all very confusing, isn't it, Joseph? Mate, I think I got cut off and I've got no idea where.
When you were about to invade Gallipoli, because somebody had to do it, and the Australians and the Newsies, Kiwis couldn't do it.
Was I over-egging the context a little bit?
No, of course not. I was trying to highlight the fact that I, by the way, for thousands of reasons, I treasure my Anzac supporters and friends and colleagues, and they're absolutely stunning, and without them we wouldn't be winning all of this, because they've contributed massively to the intelligence required for the decisions Mr. Johnson was allowed to make, which, by the way, he did slightly earlier than what you indicated just by the treatise of Mr. Putin, because he did them after they found those strange little vehicles coming up in Sapad already last year in March in the preparations. And then they found out by some human intelligence from some Australians that these were actually what? Oh, these were movable components with which you could burn people into shreds. Where did we see this before? Mr. Johnson thought, more about crematoria. That's something I've read about before. John, please go
on. Thank you, but I really don't know where to pick up because, as I say, I'm not sure where I was.
John, you were talking about how Ben Wallace got the ear of Johnson and alerted him to the threat.
Right, thanks, John. Yeah, I mean that was so. To be honest, I pretty much finished at that point. That was my understanding. Was that Wallace and basically the intelligence services had gone to Johnson, said, "Look, this is what we know. Obviously, this is what we're hearing from the Americans because the Americans were all over this again, very, very early doors, which is not surprising given their given the extent of their intelligence community and the capability of their intelligence community, and that Johnson for once listened and bought in, and I don't think I said anything of consequence after that, so I'll leave it there."
So, sometimes, as Napoleon said, you have to have generals who are lucky. We are lucky that we had a politician who luckily decided to do the right thing at the right time, whilst nobody else was willing to do so. Because those wonderfully democratically elected Macrons, Scholzes, and others failed because they don't have that lucky punch, or they don't have the moral fiber. Some of them lack both. And with that, I shall pass on to whoever wants to talk about moral fiber. John Ridge.
Thank you, Axel. I wanted to, for our British members of the panel, since we are very fortunate to have a large number on currently, what I wanted to get a sense of is obviously that there was a string of assassinations and murders of various UK citizens on UK soil by Russian security services. Obviously, the poisonings in Salisbury of what was the man's name? Skripal. Yes, Skripal. And then you mentioned the GCHQ agent, which I'd been unaware of. I'm somewhat surprised. I know that there was an expulsion of diplomatic personnel in the immediate aftermath of that, but I am surprised there wasn't a dramatically more visceral and rageful response from the United Kingdom. Because I would suspect that if that happened in the United States, that our reaction would have been much more wrathful. So I'm just trying to get a sense of why that didn't provoke a stronger reaction than it did.
I mean, I'll take that one if no one else will, because it's very simple.
Go for it.
I think it fits.
Cowardice. Cowardice, political cowardice. Fear of rocking the boat, fear of confronting Vladimir Putin, fear of upsetting middle-class professionals based out of London who made an absolute fortune either selling property to Russian oligarchs, laundering their money, laundering their reputation through PR companies. It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting and shameful, and it has taken this invasion, and it wasn't even, it was actually some time after the invasion, several weeks after the invasion, before the government finally did enough to really get a handle on this, because there were legal firms in London sending threatening letters all over the place to people about slandering whichever oligarch it was.
John, your audio is gone.
John makes a very good point, though. If you don't live in London or the southeast, or you haven't visited for a while, it's difficult to appreciate just how much the Russian money that's come into the country, and I don't think that's necessarily through Boris Johnson and the Tories. I think it's been happening for decades under successive governments. How much that money means to the economy of London, how massive it is. And I don't know what the stats are. Obviously, Chinese money is going to be even bigger. But Britain's just very vulnerable. We're quite a small island in that respect. And in terms of foreign influence, my world's culture, my football team, which is, a small football team from Sheffield I've supported all my life, they're owned by a Saudi prince now. We have Russians owning one of the biggest British football teams, Chelsea. Newcastle is owned by a Saudi prince. I mean, this is like culturally and economically not people who would. The other team in Sheffield is owned by the King of Thailand, and I went there. We did a show there, and we got toured around the dressing room just after he died. There was a massive shrine to the King of Thailand. Brutal dictator. Huge shrine with flowers in this large first division football club, Hillsborough Ground in Sheffield. And we'll just go where the money is, because Britain's, not the world power it once was. And that's basically, I think, why that reaction to the poisonings wasn't perhaps as visceral as you might have imagined it would have been, perhaps in days gone by.
Relatedly, on how Britain catered to the needs of Russian millionaires is the so-called concierge service called Quintessentially, whose founder, which basically was principally catering to Russians, and whose founder was made deputy chairman of the Conservative Party by one Boris Johnson in 2019, having previously been appointed to various other roles by Johnson's predecessor, Theresa May. And so I presume that Johnson, that sounds like the kind of thing that you do, because somebody else recommends it. I don't think Johnson was that close to the inner workings of the Conservative Party to necessarily have had this individual Ben Elliott lined up to do that. But basically, yes, a guy who got rich by catering to the Russians got to be deputy chairman of the Conservative Party. So a lot of people have had a big wake-up call on this. Hence my question to John Howarth of, where, because, I don't know that Johnson has always been kind of on the periphery of the Conservative Party. But the party itself was certainly extremely, financially at least, compromised by Russian money for several years.
Yeah, this isn't a purely party political issue. Blair and Peter Mandelson, as Blair's fixer, were intimately involved with the oligarch class from Russia, and then it went from them. So from Blair right through Cameron, and onwards up to February the 24th of this year. It's not party political in any way.
Martin Taylor gave 600 grand from the Nevsky Fund to the Labour Party in 2015. So this is not a party political. It's absolutely everywhere, and it's the same. No one's immune to it. You got to remember the same arms companies that we're lauding to the skies now for helping Ukraine. They're selling weapons to whoever buy. They're selling weapons to the Saudis and other people. No one's immune to it. Britain's not the world power it once was. We'll
I remember seeing
do your bidding. Whoever you are, if you've got cash, we'll take it.
I remember seeing somebody commenting about how cheaply everyone was bought. It only cost the Russians the kinds of donations they were making, like you said, $500,000 to the Labour Party. That wouldn't get you a state representative candidate in the United States. And then the amounts of money really are amazingly small by sort of dictatorial standards.
Yeah, Gordon Brown got 100 grand from the Russian bank Sberbank in 2012. This is not. No one's got clean hands here. No one.
For a foundation.
Sorry, did you just say no one got clean hands there?
Not in the United Kingdom. No, we're tarts, mate. We'll take money from anyone.
Well, I think this time you take the W, right? I mean, this is the UK has been on the right side of this issue for the most part. I agree that taking Russian money was a problem, but I think since the full-scale invasion, the UK has done a great job.
I'm very, very relieved to see that my country still has a spine, but also equally disappointed that so many people on the left and also on the right haven't been quite so forthcoming with it. I keep drawing parallels to like 1939, and everybody, in hindsight, everyone's like, oh, Britain was united, and it was like this wartime unity, but that wasn't the case. There were spibs, there were traitors, there were all kinds of people going around doing all, saying and doing all kinds of nefarious things, and not everybody was on board. And I can kind of see how that happened at the time, because of the sort of lukewarm reception for what really needs to be done right now. And my worry is the pain hasn't started for us yet. My heating bills have gone up a little bit, and the petrol's gone up, but so I just hope we sustain that fortitude. I really do.
Agreed. I think we're maybe entering a new, maybe not a new era of history, but we're entering a situation where foreign policy and I guess sort of the effects of other countries like Russia on our global markets, our economic health, and other critical points of our lifestyles that we might have to do better as societies, sort of processing the difference between internal and external problems, or how to deal with those things. Axel, any follow up to what John was saying? I think Axel might be a bit busy there, so maybe we can go to Dryfly. Dryfly, go ahead.
I was just gonna comment and add. Yeah, it happens everywhere. I mean, we really lucked out that we had some people in place who really cared, because it can happen anywhere, and people can all get sucked in. I mean, I got family member who are from New York. I mean, my niece married into a New York real estate company that supplied all the hotels and apartment buildings in Manhattan and Queens and Brooklyn, and they're a personal. They did business with Trump, and they knew Trump was crooked. Okay, they knew he was laundering money. Everyone was laundering money. They didn't think it was that big of a deal. Okay, they were Democrats and they voted for him because, well, yeah, he comes from our world. He was laundering money. It was only much, much later that they realized that, whoa, these guys were in deep, really deep. And it's so easy to get wrapped up in that and get trapped in it, and to have people who are very, very slightly aligned and then just not fight it. But we were really, really lucky, both in the US, in UK, in much of Europe, that the people in power were at the right place and had enough fortitude to break those trends, those tendencies, and still push the right decision. And for the rest of my life, I will be thankful to who I'm thinking, the London English guy who stepped down. It's Boris. I will be absolutely thankful to Boris that he did what he did, because I don't know if Trump would have done it, even faced with as bad as it is. And I don't think Trump was owned by the Russians. I just think he was aligned through business. It was a business alignment that occurred over years and years of doing business in New York. And these guys, it's just very rare to find leadership who will do the right thing at the right time, even though they're flawed. So all I could say is that we should be thankful to him, thankful to our lucky stars that he was there and he made the right choice. We should be thankful that Biden made the right choice, because I'm not certain he would have done it, not because he was so pro-Russian, but because he's not always been the person to make painful decisions. I think he realized in his leadership, his cabinet kind of basically told him there wasn't another route out. And I think Putin made it easy by being so demanding and being so obstinate and not compromising. I think if Putin had compromised, Biden would have bid on it. So I just think we're very, very lucky that we had people in place who made the right choices. And it may not happen again, but all it says is that you need to vote and you need to tell those people how important this is. And just call your representatives, call your party, whichever party you're part of, tell them it matters. Because if the party hears from people in the rank and file that they care, it does kick up the chain, and it's good to do it on both sides. So if you're a Republican in America, call. If you're a Democrat in America, call. If you're a Tory in UK, call. If you're a Liberal Party member in UK, call. And the same applies to Europe. Just call and let them know it matters. We need pushback against Putin. It matters to all of us. And I will listen.
Thank you, Dryfly. Yeah, I think we're getting maybe a little bit, we try to avoid domestic politics, but I think Dryfly made a good point. He kind of brought it home, right? This isn't a left-right issue. This is a very simple issue that involves one country that is an imperialist country that has decided to execute a war of aggression on another country, a free country, a sovereign country in the international system, has decided to abandon the concept of the international rule of law and start a genocide, right? And commit war crimes and do all the things that we talk about in granular detail here. So, that's the bottom line here. We try to keep it as apolitical as possible, but of course, politics sometimes involves making decisions about this. So we try to analyze that with as much objectivity as we can. So we appreciate everyone who participates in the discussion about that. I'm going to bring Axel back up in a sec. We are going to go to hands, though. Oh, Axel didn't drop back down. We are going to go to hands, so we'll go to John, then Leonard. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just looking online for some of the response to the original Russian poisonings in the United Kingdom, and I found one. The British government and the British royal family didn't go to the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. There you go. That's how we responded. We didn't send our sports minister and our royal family to watch the England team play. So don't go.
I hear you guys take football pretty seriously over there, though. Isn't that like a kind of
well,
a big deal?
Obviously, I'm talking about soccer here. Sorry, I should have said soccer, but it shows you how.
Football. John, you're talking about football, and you're talking about the game invented both in England as well as on the continent at that point in time, and it's called football. And they added American football so they could play it with their hands.
Well, what we did was we increased some checks on flights, private flights, which is how they smuggled it in. We froze some Russian state assets, but only where we could show that they'd been used to threaten the life of UK nationals. And we didn't send the royal family to the FIFA World Cup in Russia. So that was our considered response to the poisonings on British soil back in 2018. So it's easy to overlook, I think, how important a sort of a robust response to this has been, and it's, you know, I think it kind of, I know the domestic politics, and I'm glad we're not really concentrating on that, and I always try and swerve away from it, but that is the point. You know, if you don't like Johnson, sooner or later he'll go. And in America, a bunch of people didn't like Trump, and he went, and he didn't want to go, and he went. I think probably most Russians have had enough of Putin. He's not going to go. And in Ukraine, they'd had enough of Russian control, and they got rid of him. And that's what this is about. It's about allowing people to have self-determination. And it's the most important thing we can do. It's why we have to see this through, because it's the most fundamental human right. And we were chatting earlier about woke politics and education and stuff. And sometimes I look at that and I think it's kind of bourgeois. It's like, I don't think they necessarily have woke politics in Ukraine or those parts of the world, because they're at a different level. They're at an existential level where, you know what, this is life and death stuff. And sometimes I think when we get to a point where in the United Kingdom, certainly until quite recently, there's not been that much to worry about. So you sort of turn in on yourself and find new things to be concerned about. We never had it so good over here until recently, and we need to do more to help people who want to be free from oppression, because we could get rid of Johnson, right or wrong. Whether or not that was the correct thing to do, I'm not saying, but he's going to go. And America got rid of Trump, and if they don't like Biden, he'll get voted out. And the people in Russia can't do that. And the whole reason for this is because the people in Ukraine want the right to do that. And that's why it's so important. So in a way, the debates over the individual rights and wrongs of domestic politics are irrelevant. But the fact that we can have those debates is really what people are dying for right now in Ukraine. And I think it's important we don't lose sight of that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully put, John. Go ahead, Axel.
No, thank you. Sometimes it helps to have someone who can crystallize it, and John does it very well. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. That was an absolutely perfect way to put it, John, in terms of just illustrating the very basic distinction here. I mean, I try to put it in maybe my terms, or who was president when Bill Clinton was president in UK, John?
Bill Clinton. I was living in America at the time, so I can't remember. Was it Blair?
John Major in 1997, and then Tony Blair from 1997 on.
So let's just say, I guess, Tony Blair and Bill Clinton are still president.
The insidious person created a revolt out of the grayness of his being in order to allow Douglas Hurst to continue what he did.
Yeah, I'm just to put it in people's, like, in terms maybe, you know, the UK and US audience can understand. It's like, imagine if the guy, like back Bill Clinton, right? Imagine if Bill Clinton was still president and that, you know, we tried to get rid of him 3 times, but he just sent in, you know, armored troop transports and crushed it. And I don't know, it's, you know, that we're talking that long. Think about how many leaders we've had since Bill Clinton and how many things have happened, right? That's how long Putin's been in power. That's how long Lukashenko's been in power. And just, I don't even remember the guy they're talking about in charge of the UK, but that guy, right? He's still in charge. He's still kicking. He's still running things. I mean, that's the kind of situation we're talking about here. And John brought home the point beautifully that, you know, we might have disagreements about who should be in charge, but we can have those disagreements and we have a system that can work out that issue, right? And, you know, Russia doesn't. Russia is an imperialist system that, you know, the guy at the top is the guy at the top. And the only way to replace him is either through violence or, you know, a coup, basically. So, yeah, I'll leave it there. John, anything you want to add to this?
Oh no, I was just gonna say for those born for those born in this millennium, it would be as if George W. Bush was still president.
Yes, thank you, John, for our younger viewers who don't remember Clinton. That might be a better.
Because I certainly don't.
Clinton, you mean the triangulations
that's Russia, right?
of William Jefferson Clinton?
Yeah, exactly. Linda, go ahead.
Well, you guys were talking a while back about, you know, who might be the new person heading NATO, correct? So I'm gonna posit a name, Prince Harry. Okay, now I'm gonna walk myself out.
Axel, do you love it or do you hate it? Go ahead.
I think we might have lost Axel.
Rip Axel. John, pretend you're Axel and decide if you love it or hate it. Go ahead.
Oh,
I might have killed Axel.
I was going to suggest, since I believe Stoltenberg is the former prime minister of Denmark, is it Denmark or Norway?
Norway.
I was about to say, if we're letting former PMs become NATO Secretary General, maybe Boris Johnson can have a new job as Secretary General of NATO.
Yeah, that was the premise of the discussion earlier, but.
I totally missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was the reason the topic came up was someone said apparently there's a rumor that he would do that, and I think my opinion is, firstly, I suspect that he might not get through all of the security requirements, and also he certainly doesn't want any kind of job that involves that amount of hard work and so many restrictions on his outside earnings. I don't think it matters too much who is Secretary General of NATO. NATO is really all about the defense ministers of the member states, and you know, if you look at the people who've been head of NATO, they haven't been superstars of European politics. George Robertson, the former Labour minister who was in charge, was a perfectly competent administrator, but the Secretary General of NATO isn't making military decisions. You know, he's there to make sure that the Secretariat runs and that there are pens and pencils in the meeting rooms when Lloyd Austin and Ben Wallace and company turn up. So it's mostly symbolic, and in fact, NATO clearly doesn't need, especially at the moment, but NATO doesn't need a heavyweight political figure. It's been extraordinarily successful, even though most of us had never heard of any of the Secretaries General on the day that they took office. You might have argued 3 or 4 years ago that maybe NATO could do with a bit of a boost. It was almost kind of moribund, but NATO it's running itself just fine, and really all we need is somebody to, make sure that the coffee is there and the planes to pick people up at the airport and that kind of thing.
I was about to say, Nick, would you agree with this premise that one way that I try to conceptualize NATO is that, at least to me, it seems that NATO as an institution doesn't really have much will of its own in terms of its own institution, whatever, in its own bureaucracy as compared to, say, the European Union. And so making NATO work it seems to me is really a function of just the various member states being able to get along and agree with one another, in a productive way. Would you agree that that's the case? That doesn't really have a life of its own, like say the EU does.
I think that's fair. And I mean, the EU actually doesn't employ nearly as many people as a lot of people think, but the EU has institutions that have weight, that have real money to disperse. And NATO is more of a kind of way of coming together and making political statements on important defense-related matters. But I don't think it's not like there's 18,000 NATO people who produce anything. They don't make arms or anything like that. So yeah, NATO is one of those nebulous international organizations. It's there, it runs along, but it exists by virtue of the institutions that it brings together. And the Council of Europe, where I used to work for 20 years, is fairly similar. It's vastly smaller than the European Union, although we have more member states. And it is very much about, okay, let's have a European-wide agreement on some aspect of culture or economics. And member states mostly agree to do it, or they don't. But there isn't a large permanent secretariat that goes out and does operations. I mean, to be fair, the European Union doesn't do operations either. The European Union doesn't, so when the COVID passports came out, the European Union got some people together and defined the technical standards for the European digital COVID certificate. But you didn't get your digital COVID certificate from the post office box in Brussels or Luxembourg. You got it from your local health authority. So these things they exist at different levels. What the European Union has above all, compared to most of these other institutions, is the ability to spend, to sprinkle quite large amounts of fairy dust on a road project in Mallorca, for example, and there'll be a little panel by it saying, hey, this was co-financed from Brussels. So they can spend money to make things happen. I don't even know. I sometimes see planes up that say that they are owned by NATO. I don't know whether someone can tell me whether NATO actually kind of has, staff who maintain these aircraft, or whether these planes that are branded as NATO are in fact Italian or American planes that happen to be sort of temporarily branded that way. But I don't get the impression that NATO has much in the way of actual military personnel on the staff.
Yeah, my understanding is that if it says NATO on it, that just means that it's that service personnel and equipment provided by a NATO member state that is under the operational command of NATO, and by that I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're under the operational command of the United States combatant commander for Europe, because they're ex officio the supreme NATO commander.
Out of Mons, out of shape in Mons, I imagine that.
Yes.
Yep.
I think a more succinct way to put it might be that NATO, or the EU, is an emergent organization. It's more than the sum of its parts compared to, say, an institution like NATO.
Yeah. And of course, the EU inevitably, just because of its sheer scale, has to at least talk about the defense issue. And you have these stories about somebody wants an EU army, and if America's commitment to NATO were seen to be wavering, then maybe a European army would be a good idea. At the moment, I think that's off the table, and I don't think it ever really flew as a sort of serious proposal that the EU were drafting directives about. I think people will see that it would be an ambition, I think, too far for the EU to also give itself a military role. Partly because it's the member states are not. We're seeing, I think, the limits of what 27 member states can agree about and what they disagree about, and with the various political currents within them. And I think the EU needs to consolidate and scale its ambitions back and get better at doing what it currently does. And Brexit was a wake-up call from that. But I think possibly even more importantly is the situation from Poland and Hungary saying, well, we don't want the EU doing this and this.
John, please go ahead.
Thanks, John. I mean, the EU does run operations. It ran very successfully an operation called EU NAVFOR in the period 2010 to maybe 2013, 2014. I can't remember the end date, but there's certainly I had some dealings with them, and they were run out of Northwood, outside London, which is PJHQ, Permanent Joint Headquarters. But that was anti-piracy in the Red Sea, the Aden and the Indian Ocean. So they've done that on the naval front, and they also run small land operations in the Balkans as well. So
military operation.
Yes, exactly, Nick. Military operation.
I know when I said the EU doesn't do operations, I sort of meant within the context of its kind of civilian activities, as in it doesn't provide the services member states do. I didn't know that there'd been EU actual military operations. But again, I presume that the people in charge would have been the British Army, for example.
What do you think straightened out all those bananas, Nick?
Yeah.
Inside joke.
Yeah, no, they did. They were run. I mean, obviously, the forces who contribute to it come from member states, but in much the same way as the UN doesn't have its own forces, but the UN runs peacekeeping operations, and for the purposes of that operation, the people involved put on a blue beret, and they are UN forces. For the purposes of EU NAVFOR, for example, for the anti-piracy, they were forces from national navies, but they were EU forces for the purposes of that mission.
Okay, because NATO would not have been an appropriate, it was nothing to do with the United States, so it wasn't a NATO operation. That makes sense. Yeah.
No, the US ran a parallel operation called Task Force 150 alongside it.
I think we have.
We've already lost Yehuda.
No, I got another call. We had a Portuguese guy on Nuno. He was explaining that we had a situation, and it was the EU forces, the Portuguese Marine Commando, or was.
I don't think we've had Nuno on for a while, unless Yehuda, you're referencing something
No,
that happened there.
he was on 4 weeks ago, and he's been busy ever since.
Ah, understood.
He lives by the Algarve, so he's probably on vacation.
He visited our friend Peaceful Ukraine, and then I thought, you know what, he wants to learn good cooking.
So, Yehuda, now that you have joined us, do you bring us any news? I've heard that there was a major outage in Canada of sorts. Do you have any info on that? New info on that?
It seems to be ongoing.
Looks like we're getting Joseph back. I think his Twitter might have died. Joseph, welcome back.
Thank you, John. Well, I guess,
John.
Go ahead, Axel.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether John Howard, given the fact that he researches the field of civil and military relations, whether he can give us some guidance as to how on earth the Europeans fail, not the English, not the British, not those guys, but how on earth the continental Europeans fail so intensively and so comprehensively on exactly that, civil to military relations, and their weapon systems manufacturers right bang in the middle. Because Ben Wallace can get them into a room in London, actually in Downing Street, 3 weeks ago, and can talk to them. How can the Europeans fail to do so?
I have no idea, because I have not looked at civil relations in any other country outside the UK, other than in a very, very general sense. I mean, my PhD is very narrowly focused on the UK context and how the configuration of the civil-military relationship affects the process of national strategy making, and basically whether the military voice is reduced and has been reduced over time. The quality of strategic decision making at the government level has decreased significantly, and there is undoubtedly a correlation between those two arrangements. But that's very specific to the UK context, and civil military relations is contextual to every country, and it's grounded in its history and its strategic culture, which develops as a result of its experiences over decades and centuries. So I mean, it is one thing about civil mil is it's not really generalizable across cases, because each case is very, very specific. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. On the contrary. So what on earth could the continent, given the fact that the results in Britain seemingly, whenever there's a crisis, are so significantly superior, what on earth could continental Europeans learn from that self-doubting, constantly bickering nation you are analyzing?
I think in the case of the continent, and again, I'm freestyling here, so I may be getting this wrong, but in the context of the continent, I think the experience of the Second World War was obviously so shattering, and the whole premise of coming together under one European banner was that military force was no longer to be used as an arbiter in disputes in international politics. And that culture never took hold in the UK, because it hadn't faced that same experience in the same way that it never took root in the US. It's why the US has maintained such powerful armed forces, because it understands at a visceral level the utility of force in international relations. And I think the European mistake was to try and project an opinion that they shared between themselves and apply it to the rest of the world, particularly in this case Russia, and the sense that, well, we don't believe that force is a valid means of resolving international disputes, therefore you similarly cannot believe that this is the case either. So and there's hubris is the wrong word, myopia is probably a better word, and a shift away from seeing the world as it is into a lens of seeing it as you would wish it to be, and projecting your mores and values onto others who simply don't share them. And that's been a huge error. And I think what part of the problem we're seeing is the inability of political classes across the continent. And I'm not trying to to belittle or label any individual country, but I'm just you're talking about Europe as a whole. I think that's probably the source of the issue, and it's politicians. You're not trying to turn an oil tank. You're trying to shift an iceberg, and there isn't sufficient elasticity in the political institutions and in political thinking to move fast enough into that new position, because there are all kinds of other constraints. Because once you take that central premise that, okay, well, we've all said never again, therefore never again, this can't happen again, so we don't have to worry about it, we can dismiss it, and therefore we don't need to worry about things like energy security and resilience, societal resilience, and we can extend our supply chains wherever we want without consequence, because there's never the possibility of war happening again. And that was I think that was a keenly, widely held belief, particularly after 1991.
So, but this, what you're describing, is essentially naivete. It is cloud.
Well, that's. I was trying to use more words to soften that slightly, but ultimately, yes.
So, but at the same time, did up to at least 1999, when the impact of the newfangled government really took hold, still invest into its defense capacity? Did it not?
The UK has consistently cut defence spending, literally since the end of the Second World War, but with a renewed ferocity. Since 1991, there was a package called Options for Change under John Major, which may as well have been called Games Up Boys, it's the peace dividend. And as Ben Wallace said in a speech the other day, every government since has taken the peace dividend, and they've cut the forces over and over and over again. So on paper you've had these formations, but they've been hollow. They've been hollow of capability. I mean, I was in the 90s, and I could see it then. We didn't have the kit that we needed to actually deliver on the stuff we were training to do. Because I was in early enough to still be doing all the Gen Force and everything, where okay, on the one hand, politicians are saying well, Russia's gone, Russia's not the enemy anymore, but we're still sitting there with binoculars looking at tiny miniatures of Soviet era APCs going, oh, that's a BRDM2 RKH, what does that mean? Oh, well, that's a Soviet NBC Recce Walker. We were still very much training for that environment, and I would argue that we were training for that environment up until 9/11, when the whole thing was turned on its head, and the government decided to run not one but two hot wars without any significant increase in the defence budget. And at that point, we just started to develop a huge black hole in the defence equipment budget, which has never ever been repaired. And Johnson recently the defence budget and put in, I think it was about 23 billion or something, which he's then lauded as this massive investment in defence spending. It didn't touch the sides. It went straight in to fill the existing gaps in the defence equipment programme that have built up over this period of time. So no, the UK at this point needs massive massive recapitalisation, both of its land forces, air forces, and the navy. And unfortunately, they're up against the Treasury, and it will take a Prime Minister who is made of some fairly stern stuff, and who is prepared to be undermined and briefed against by the civil service, which is what they do. When I say the civil service, I mean the Treasury. I'm not talking about MOD.
Thank you, because there are people in Whitehall who are really, really solid.
No, absolutely, 100%. 100%. There's some fantastic guys there. Guys and girls, I should add, sorry. But no, it's the Treasury. And if we don't get a very strong-willed Prime Minister who has a very clear understanding of what the threats are today, currently, that recapitalisation won't happen, despite what's going on in Ukraine. It's a terrible mess. And this is largely connected to what I was saying to you before about my area of study at the moment. You know, the managing out of the senior military from the process of making strategy at the national level and replacing them with civilians is at the root of allowing these deficiencies to develop. And they were managed out precisely because the Treasury couldn't refuse them, because their strategic arguments as to why this spending needed to happen were so sound and strong. So therefore, the deck chairs had to be moved to take these guys out of the room so that they couldn't make the arguments. And that is effectively what's happened in the UK.
So first you had two terrible Scots, and then you had a strange Oxford midget. 3 Treasury Secretaries who've been literally eviscerating the service even further than what you just said John Major's government could have done, because they wanted to save their hides. And then came, well, the Blairite wonder. None of that worked. How is it even, how can it be contrived that this fantastic set of armed forces is still actually getting the job done and training 10,000 Ukrainians? Doesn't this, I mean, it is outright astonishing that this is still doable, and that these people who are there are willing to serve and render that service in such quality and with such absolute stoicism.
But it's a what's the right word? It's not hardware, it's software, isn't it? It's people. And the quality of the people has never changed. The quality has always been there, because the training is very, and there have been regular operations to keep people up to speed. So that's always there. That's not a problem. There's just simply not enough of them. You know, and there was actually an excellent speech by the new chief of the general staff. Sorry, the new head of the army, a few days ago, Rusi. And it's on the YouTube Rusi website. It's only about 17 minutes, and it's the most clear-eyed assessment of where we are at the moment that I've seen from any Western leader, be they political or military, and that's really, really worth a watch. Actually, he's very good. But you know, I don't personally. I don't think British soldiers are any more committed than Canadian soldiers or American soldiers or Australian soldiers. And I'm not knocking continental armies. I've spent much less time working with them than I have with sort of the Five Eyes nations, if you like. But you know, the quality of the people, the commitment to service. You know, this isn't isolated to Britain. We're lucky to have some allies, some very, very good allies who think and approach the world in very much the same way we do. So, and hopefully, you know, they'll jump in on this training program and get more involved, because these security force assistance brigades that the that the Americans have got, and they've got a divisional command sitting above that. You know, if they were to decide to come and base a few of these brigades in the UK and plug into what we're doing, it would massively increase the capacity, because we've got the infrastructure to do it. It's just physically having more trainers to plug into the thing, and that would be fantastic. But you know, the Americans may well decide that they're going to run their own program in Poland or Romania or whatever. I don't know. You know, there may be political considerations for the US not to want to plug into a program that's being seen as being at least notionally led by the UK, if you like, because we're the ones that have set it up. But I don't know.
It doesn't have to be. It can be parallel. I think that's the key aspect. But I want to trail back to something else, and that is, as you just said, the software people have always been there. I remember a day in Dundee in 2005 when the Black Watch came back home, and just had to check whether I was completely, utterly rotten, but it was in March. It was really bad weather. Oh yeah, Dundee, March. Thank you. But it was sunshine. And the Black Watch comes, and there are men and women of all ages who come to watch them march, because these boys just came back from Iraq. And they were both happy and they were crying. But the whole city was there. And there's a main difference between continental Europe and those two countries who have had expeditionary forces, meaning America and Great Britain. In Britain, actually, the homecoming of the troops has always been public. I haven't heard this from my American friends. And this feedback loop into the culture of the public is immensely important. And Britain does that. Continental Europeans could learn a lot from that. If they were to cherish the people who they've sent in harm's way, don't forget, many European nations contributed to those who served, for example, in Helmand province. I know a few. When they came home, the families received them at the airport, but there was no parade. These Europeans on the continent failed to understand that this is what needs to happen. In that regard, my commendments, my kudos, and my appreciation always goes back to the home country. So thank you for that. And thank you for the service.
Thank you.
No.
Excellent. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say I wasn't sure if it's Dryfly or John next.
Me neither. Let's go Dryfly, then John.
I'll keep it short. My question was to whoever was talking about the UK budget. Was it John? I didn't know who was actually speaking. Does the UK have the economy to be able to rebuild all that kit? And I'm just asking straight up. I mean, it's one thing to want to do it. It's one thing to try to do it. But does the UK actually have the economy needed, you know, the size of the economy and the complexity of the economy to pull it off? And if it doesn't, can you prioritize where it should at least focus? And I'll listen.
Yeah, I Dryfly. It's that just comes down to a question of political will. In the 1980s, we were spending 5.5% of GDP on defence, and you could probably argue, and I think many would argue, that we had a better public education system then, we had a better national health system then, we had a better transport system, better trains. So I mean, it's just a question of political priorities and political will. But frankly speaking, if what's going on now in Ukraine and the clear and present threat posed by Russia, which hopefully in fairly short order is going to wake people up to the much greater and sustained longer-term threat that's posed by China, if this isn't enough to wake up the political class and make them realize that actually they need to get their fingers out, that the holiday's over. You know, we've had a nice 30 years off from history, but now history's back, and we need to get our shit in one sock, to put it frankly. Then nothing will. So no, I mean, yeah, it's perfectly possible. It's, you know, we could go to 3% of GDP on defence tomorrow if we wanted to, and over the course of a decade, that would be enough to do what needs to be done. Whether they will do it or not is an open question, but you know, without a very strong leader, it's unlikely that will happen.
Can I ask one more question? How strong is the I don't know, the lobbying power of military industry in the UK? I say that again as an American living in the heart of the American Rust Belt, where military has tremendous clout. Even as some of the industries have moved to the Sun Belt and the West Coast, the heartland of the U.S. is still where a ton of stuff is made, and the political clout of military contractors is significant. They can almost always twist arms of Democrats and Republicans alike, and usually get the budget that they need. Now, they may not always spend the money wisely, but periods like this, when they have when we have real threats to focus the attention, it's my experience. You know, I'm 65 years old and seen a few of these cycles. That they actually do get the focus mostly right at times of crisis. Does the UK have the same kind of lobbying clout? In other words, can those military people go to the military industries, go to Parliament and twist arms like they can in Washington? And I will listen.
A very simple answer is no, and they don't, largely because we now have you guys, believe it or not. So prior to 1945, we didn't have. If you think of a central bank as the lender of last resort, prior to 1945, there was no higher authority or larger power that the UK could appeal to for security. We were responsible ultimately for our own security, and we were the backstop for ourselves. Now, in the real world, that is still the case, but it's politically convenient for Westminster to convince itself that, well, we can do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and as long as we show willing, then if we really need them, we've always got the Americans, and they've effectively outsourced that responsibility and decided to be free riders on the security that the US provides. That's not something I'm particularly comfortable with. Primarily not because I have any issue with the US, which I absolutely don't. But there are instances where our interests do not align.
You have the right. That's the right approach. I live in a neighborhood where there was a lot of people who were anti-NATO from 2016 to 2020, and they would have been happy as hell if Trump had pulled us out. I mean, they would have just been happy as hell. It shocked the living lights out of me. Now, those people have gone pretty quiet in the last 6 months, okay? But for a good 4 or 5 years, I would have worried about them, and there were politicians who listened to them. Fortunately, in my district, those politicians all lost, but across the country, they didn't all lose. So yeah, you need to have your own. You need to have your own.
The UK has some pretty substantial defence industries, but for the last, since 1990, when you hear stories about British defence industries, it's generally about them making some big sale to, some fairly overseas part of the world, possibly including bribes. You wouldn't. British people are not aware on a sort of day-to-day basis, in the US, people hear of companies like Raytheon and General Dynamics. I don't think most British people could name you 2 defence contractors. It's just a part of the background. I mean, a lot of it, of course, is owned by Airbus now, or BAE. but it's not part of the sort of everyday conversation. It isn't even really part of everyday news. The defence industry, I think it's fair to say.
Thank you, Nick. So real quick, I'm just going to do announcements. So thank you to everyone who listens to the Walter Report. We appreciate all our listeners. If you guys could please retweet the space, we really do appreciate it. It helps spread the word about the Walter Report. Tell everyone you can about the Walter Report. It really helps us get our message out to people who may have not heard it before. And we do appreciate all our listeners for getting the word out. Second, of course, the Walter Report is a 24-hour news station dedicated to coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do our best to do research. We try to get you guys guests. We try to get you experts and give you good coverage. And if you want to support what we do, we just ask that you contribute to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is an organization started by volunteers. 100% of your donation will go directly to purchasing equipment, non-lethal aid like tourniquets, body armor, drones, thermals, night vision, things like that soldiers and civilians need on the front lines of Ukraine right now. And because it's run by volunteers, there's no overhead costs, there's no administration costs. All of your donation goes directly to helping. So we really appreciate everyone who donates, and we want to thank you guys. And of course, we encourage everyone to donate in the future. And last but not least, we have a great panel up here. John, we've got Axel, we've got some Brits. We got a panel of Johns. If anyone wants to ask the Johns a question, feel free to come on up and raise your hand, and we will do our best to answer your question. So with that, I will go back to you, fellow co-host John.
Thank you, Joseph. I believe next up is other John Stewart. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for John Howarth. I wondered, bearing in mind your experience, and I guess Nick might want to chip in on this as well, is there anybody you'd like to see fill Boris's shoes after he's left? I mean, just to put it in some context, besides the Ukraine thing, Axel, I don't think what you witnessed in Aberdeen you would be likely to see in the UK anymore. Sorry, in Dundee, same, yes, north of the border, it's all the same to me. You wouldn't, I think that kind of attitude, that kind of support has definitely ebbed away. The sort of constrictions on defence spending that John describes are very real. Not that I'm anything to do with that world, but there are politicians in this country who would have it a lot less still. We're very lucky that this situation came about when we still had anything like any kind of military at all, frankly. There are some politicians who would have us completely defenseless, and the situation's readjusted my thinking on it. But I think culturally, we're a losing battle there. I think it's partly because, I think there's a bunch of reasons. Primarily, Britain's become an international country, but not in the way that the United States is. When people emigrate to the United States and become citizens, there's a sort of a long process, and joining the military or the police has been a mark of citizenship for Americans. As successive waves of people have moved into that country, it's been part of buying into the system. Started with the Irish police in New York, and happens today. Even in the Southwest, you'll see lots of Latin people in the police force and in the military. It's like and obviously some people join because it's a good way to get healthcare and get into university. So there's all kinds of different reasons for poor people joining the army. But over here, it's not something that's been culturally. It's been lost, and it's been lost politically and economically as well. And I don't think you see the same kind of regrettably, you wouldn't see the same kind of welcome home parade. There isn't the same interest in perhaps military history amongst young people that there might have been when I was a kid. And I think there's been a significant change over the past 2 decades. And I wondered if John had a thought about who might, is Tom Tugendhat like the person to carry it forward in your mind? Who would be? Because there's got to be an opportunity now for the right person to come along, who has that kind of vision, but is also a sensible person who can be someone who might be a partner with Zelensky on the world stage. Maybe Tugendhat could be that person.
Thanks, mate. I mean, Tom Tugendhat over the years has had me sort of reading his tweets and then hiding behind the sofa, looking at my phone through my hands in absolute terror at some of the stuff he's come out with. He wanted us committed in Syria, which was absolute lunacy. He wanted us, when Biden decided that the Americans were going to pop smoke and pull out of Afghanistan, he was up in Parliament saying that Britain should lead an international force to secure Kabul and Kabul airport. And the obvious question was, okay, then what? So he's a bit of a no. For me personally, I think he would be one of the very worst choices on offer. But I don't. I mean, there's a few people who I wouldn't mind seeing, but I don't really want to get into why, because there are very sort of national specific reasons why I think X or Y would be worth a good shout. But just in terms of the second part of what you were saying was really interesting. I don't think it is the case, actually, funnily enough, that support isn't there. If you use Ukrainian flags as a proxy for how people in this country feel about things that go on abroad, and how they feel Britain should approach them and be committed to them. I mean, I don't actually go into cities very much, but I travel around the countryside quite a lot, and since February, everywhere I've been, north to south of the island of Britain, you get outside major cities, there's just Ukrainian flags everywhere, flying from town halls, from shops, from houses, from churches. It's absolutely everywhere. And I think that the fact that we're not directly involved in a hot conflict at the moment is one reason why you don't see a particular outpouring about the military, because we appreciate the military. I think as a people we appreciate the military, but we're not a militaristic society, and I think those two things can exist alongside each other. I think were we involved in a conflict, I think the country would rally massively, because it just always does. And I think that would be the case. And in terms of recruiting people not wanting to join the military, etc., recruiting for the army was the best it's been for absolutely ages, while the guys were fucking crazy in Helmand. And they had the worst combat, the most sustained combat that British troops had faced since Korea in Helmand. And young men couldn't join up fast enough, because they wanted to go and fight. That was what people join the army for. They don't join the army to go and march around a parade square and sit in camp bullying boots. Young guys join the army to fight. And very much as things have been in the past, if there was another conflict, I don't think we'd have any problems filling the ranks, and with the country swinging behind it. There may be enclaves, if you like, East London, places like that, some places across maybe the north of England where they view the British Army in much the same way as they view the British state and the British people, as effectively as enemies. And what you said about the US was very, very interesting. The fact that to go to America, to become an American, you have to buy into the project that is America. Whereas in the UK, it's been openly, people have been openly encouraged to come here and not to do that. And to say, well, actually, we don't actually stand for anything. We don't have any values of our own. You come here and be whoever you want to be, and that's all gravy. And it's not. But getting wildly off topic here, so I better shut up before I get in trouble.
No, don't.
Well, I just think it's a cultural difference. It's like a lot of migration to the United Kingdom has come from former colonial states who don't necessarily, 100 years ago, the people of Canada for example, would have seen Britain as the sort of the parent state, and then and they signed up in droves, as did Australia. Couldn't get here fast enough to help fight in the First World War, and obviously it went really badly wrong, and they were treated like cannon fodder, essentially, I think, on the Somme and in other and in Gallipoli, and that had a major cultural shift, I think, from those. I mean, that's at the point at which sort of cricket with Australia became antagonistic after Gallipoli, after the First World War, and it, and throughout, after the Second World War, former colonial dependencies became independent, and because you've had by nature, as with France, and most European countries, same with Germany and Turkey, most of your migration comes from countries that you've been formally associated with, and in our case, they're countries that we ruled colonially, and that's now seen as an overwhelmingly negative thing. So people aren't buying into the project of being British like you would if you go to the United States. You're buying into the American citizenship, and service is part of that, and I think that's a much more uniform, if you pardon the pun, part of the culture over there. And I think to a certain extent the British Army, I think, has suffered from it. But there's always been parts of Britain, obviously, that aren't pro-army, like, huge parts of Northern Ireland, for example. And so it's nothing new in that respect. But there's definitely a demographic shift that's going on, and the same with young people being possibly less likely to want to get involved in that. But I'm one of those people who's like on the left and probably would have made the arguments for spending less money on the military in the past, but also aware of the past and the importance of honouring the people who gave their lives so that we can have our freedoms, and have made sort of trips to Somme and places like that to visit them, but I just think that side of culture is drifting away slightly as we become more sort of concerned with identity issues and stuff. And I do hope that what's happening on the other side of Europe now will swing that back a little bit. I hope people will be interested and care. And you're correct. I did quite a lot of traveling around the country recently, and there were a lot of Ukraine flags out there, which was great. There was more Ukraine flags out than there was British flags during the Jubilee, which was amazing because that's the longest any monarch has ever been on the British throne. And it was conspicuous by the sort of lack of flags compared to how it was in 77 when she was 25 years on the throne. That shows you how that cultural shift has happened in the United Kingdom, I think, over that period. But yeah, I guess my question relates to the next British Prime Minister is going to be elected by this sort of small electorate of Conservative MPs, and they're going to go straight onto the world stage. So it's important they get it right.
I mean, absolutely, it is important they get it right. But when Blair left and Brown slid into his shoes, there was no public vote. That's just our system. We elect in the UK system, for anyone who's not aware of it. Obviously we don't have a presidential system. The public elects a party by means of individual representatives, and then the party that gets the most representatives and can form a government, gets to choose who the Prime Minister is, and they are at liberty to change that Prime Minister if the Prime Minister loses the confidence of the members of Parliament. So yeah, I mean, you can argue that we need a different system, but that is the way our system works.
I don't think I appreciated how undervalued the British military was till I lived in America for a while, and I realised, the deference that veterans are treated with. If you're a veteran, everybody will say thank you for your service, and you get discounts in stores and things like that. And we don't do that in the United Kingdom, and it makes me slightly sad that we don't do that. And I miss that about America. It conspicuously treats its veterans really well, really politely, and it's like a badge of honor and service. And I find it sad that we don't do the same in our country, and I wish we did more than just the sort of, there are the various charities around, but the take up on those things is not what it once was. When we have Poppy Day, it doesn't take in the same kind of money that it once did, for all kinds of reasons. Perhaps people don't carry change as much anymore is probably one reason. But yeah, I hope this does prompt some kind of turnaround, because it's such an important thing that's going on, in my view, anyway.
John, I love you to bits. Would you mind, and I'm German, would you mind calling it Remembrance Day, please?
Yes, Remembrance Day. What did I call it? Poppy Day. Remembrance.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. It's late here and I've got COVID, so I'm only half aware of what I'm saying.
I love you to bits, and you know this. Just, it's a thing, As
yes,
I said, I'm German.
It's Remembrance Sunday, we call it, and yeah, and it's yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the things that's really impressed me about this space, I have to say, as someone who grew up in sort of the sort of left-wing culture and stuff, and was always taught to mistrust authority, is the amount of expertise in the military, and also the amount of incredible thought for things like accuracy and not creating unnecessary casualties, and looking after your troops well, and treating people well, and being on the right side. That's been a real education to me, and I wish more people were here to hear it, because the you can, if you're not someone who knows much about how armies work, you don't understand that it's about logistics and competence and caring and working hard and getting it right, and wanting to do the right thing, and following orders and being disciplined, and all the sort of things I never understood as a kid. And yeah, I wish more people were around to hear this, because I think it would. I sound like an old man, but I think it would do people good to understand what those things are around. A lot of the best tour managers I've worked with have been ex-army, actually, because they understand logistics and they can get you out of bed in the morning. So,
just on the Remembrance Sunday thing, I would push back gently on the idea that it's less than it was. I remember in the 1970s, my father complaining that it would go by with almost nothing being done to mark it. And it came back probably after the Falklands campaign. But if maybe it's gone down in the last few years relative to that, I don't know. But there seems to me to be more media coverage of Remembrance Sunday certainly than there was in the 1970s, for those of us who were around then. I remember having it explained to me, and my mum saying, "Yes, we used to have a minute's silence," and there are plenty of places still observe the minute's silence. So and we didn't. The radio didn't stop on the 11th of November at 11 o'clock in the 1970s, and it got brought back. So these things come and go. These things come and go, but there was definitely, I would say, the low point, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of it was already in the 1970s, and it's up since then. So these things are, yeah, depends on what you remember. I can remember this.
The amount of money gathered has fallen off a cliff, but I think that's possibly because fewer people carry change. So there's not so much money going in the boxes. And I know homeless people are having the same issues as well. Homeless people don't get change anymore because who carries cash? So that could be it.
Yeah, I remember my son used to collect when he was at university about 10, 12 years ago. He used to collect for RAG. He was pretty successful at it, and they would go home with, bags groaning with coins. And it's true. I can't go out without cash, but my daughter is out, and all she's got is her debit card. She literally has no money whatsoever, And I mean, you sometimes just want to buy a Mars bar. It's like, you're going to buy a Mars bar with a debit card. So yeah, we need to. It's interesting, isn't it? The whole model of things like little spontaneous gifts is, I mean, the charity started doing this many years ago, didn't they? With the please give X amount per month. Maria Aid lets you give, make this a recurring donation. So yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon of society.
The other thing that's happened is people aren't wearing that. They don't wear poppies on Remembrance Sunday week. I conspicuously wear one every year, and I buy one every year, and I wear one every year. My partner does the same, even though she's not even British. She's Japanese. She's on the wrong side. But the students that I work with, I would say last year, and I'm talking of a population of maybe 6,000 students, perhaps one poppy. And that's a student population, so you might not expect them to wear poppies, but when I was a student, I wore one, and that wasn't, so I do think that's changed as well. But lots of those, that's part of the postmodern world. The grand narratives of the past are not what they don't carry the same force that they once did. We live in an abundance of little micro narratives that we mix and match cultures, and the big things that once mattered often don't quite so much anymore. And yeah,
we don't all watch the same TV.
Exactly. There isn't the mass television audience doing that kind of thing to for those kind of mass memes, whether it's television or even music scenes. There isn't not one type of music everyone's into anymore like it used to be. It's changed, and I hope that that John is right. His optimism, I sincerely hope so, and I hope whoever becomes the next British Prime Minister is ready to get thrust onto the world stage and get on with it and do a good job.
I'll give them 2.5 years until the Conservative Party revolts again. It's what it tends to do. I don't know if Labour has ever had a coup while a Prime Minister was in power. Wilson handed over to Callaghan voluntarily. Blair kind of went, struggling, but he certainly wasn't stabbed in the back. The champions of this, of course, are the Australians, who, despite having general elections every 3 years, still managed sometimes to squeeze in 2 extra prime ministers in that time. So it just seems.
Nick, as long as you don't try to tell us that Callaghan was a great leader, all is good.
No, I think Wilson was an underrated prime minister. Callaghan was a bit of a time server, although an absolute stalwart of the Royal Navy, member for Portsmouth, and back that was in the days when you could rely on the Labour Party to maintain British defence spending every bit as the Conservative Party under people like Wilson and Callaghan. Their patriotism was never in question.
Yeah, see, they continued the line of Attlee. They couldn't read maps, but at least they were supportive of British defence spending.
There's a lovely quote from Orwell about British foreign policy rather than, I think, defence spending, but of the 30s and 40s. And he says something like, we are all capable of twisting the facts to suit what we want to think. And, when we are proven wrong, twisting them again to show that actually we were right in the first place. And he said, it is possible to continue this line of thought right up until it comes up against solid reality, usually on a battlefield. I haven't quoted it very well because I'm quoting it from memory, but if you put usually on a battlefield and Orwell into Google, you will find the original in all of its glory. And in a non-military context, I find it very useful in many aspects of life. But in the military context, it's absolutely there in terms of describing our current situation. Of we'll pretend the Russians are nice people, and I'm sure it'll all work out. And then wow, very very apposite expression.
I know a couple of people waiting to speak, but the George Orwell thing, I was thinking a lot about George Orwell recently. I think Road to Wigan Pier, if you've never read that, tells you a whole lot about what the changes that have happened in British society, particularly in terms of left-wing politics, because that's what the North was like, 50 years ago. But also, I was thinking about the left and some of the reluctance of the extreme left in this country to get engaged in the Ukraine situation and the Spanish Civil War, and how different things were at that time when brigades were formed and people went out to Spain to fight the dictator in Spain, largely on the left. Where are those people now? Where are my people now? Where are they doing this? They're absent, and it's shameful that they're absent, and it's
because they fall all into the trap of the long-standing affinity of Russophilia, which they have conjoined themselves after the war with. And with that, we go to mostly Cossack, and then Gunther, and then Fiona.
John was making brilliant points. I agree with everything you just said. And on the point of lack of support of the British military, I think it's striking, and you see it in lots of different instances. But I do think if there was a hot conflict that we became involved in, it would change significantly quickly and ramp up. But I mean, I think it's partly to do with the things you're talking about, the changing culture and the kind of wokeness as well, which has involved trying to character assassinate Churchill and other important figures from the past. But I mean, just I think it was last year or maybe 2020, you saw scenes where the cenotaph was attacked, war memorials, destroyed, graffiti everywhere, and I think it's kind of disgusting, really. But also you see so many homeless ex-forces people, and the contrast, as you were saying, with the US is just staggering, because there they really do support and venerate their armed forces, and we just don't do that here at all.
Thank you, Cossack. And next we go to Gunther.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Please forgive me. I'm going to try to channel Akash a little bit, and I'll do, I'm sure, a very poor job, but here we go. So I would say that the one reason why there's appreciation for the military in the U.S. is that we did some things very poorly after Vietnam or during Vietnam, and we did not treat our veterans very well. They sort of took a lot of brunt of anger when it should have been directed at politicians. And then as far as anything that, obviously Ukraine is in the fight. It's their fight. They're doing it in their way, and they're succeeding in their way. However, they also have gotten some help and assistance from the United States in terms of like training and the sort of the soft organizational stuff. And so for whatever small percentage that is derived from lessons learned from Vietnam and other conflicts. And this is this is a thing about democracies and our culture around war and warriors and military, which is acknowledging mistakes and learning from things and moving away from like conscripts and really poor discipline and all those things to more of a professional force and taking care of people and making that an important thing. So anyway, that's one I wanted to share. Like when I was going through officer school, we didn't learn about the great victories we did, but it was also like the humiliating surrenders, the airline massacre. We learned about the mistakes and how to like not do those things, which I don't think the Russians ever did. They're just wrapped up in a fantasy of their own glory, and it's to their, own detriment and everyone's detriment. So
They never made any mistakes.
yeah, right, right.
Thanks, Gunther. Do you want to finish up, Gunther? Okay. Thank you, Gunther. And next we will go to Granny Fiona. Go ahead.
Evening, people. I just wanted to reassure, based in a small town on the edge of the Sussex coast. We've just had Armed Forces Day. Unfortunately, I had COVID, so I couldn't go and do my usual marshalling, which I would have done from my wheelchair this year. Remembrance Sunday, the town centre is always heaving. And the Bonfire Society, I marshal there. And on bonfire nights throughout Sussex, there will be prayers and poppies lit at war memorials throughout Sussex. And a lot of the money raised by bonfire societies goes to various veterans funds, etc. So the support in towns around here certainly is very strong. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to John. John, go ahead.
Yeah, it's I know the sort of places that you're talking about. We live quite near to each other in the same county, and I do know the towns you're talking about. And then, on the flip side, there was a lot of damage to some of the memorials in larger cities during the various demonstrations that happened in the pandemic and since. That's stuff you would never have seen. And also the metal's been stolen from war memorials across the country in large cities. So there's definitely it's a generational thing. There's a change that's happened. That would never have happened. The metal with the names on has been peeled off and melted, which just seems astonishing to me that could happen. So I just think there's been a cultural shift over the past 30 years, largely in cities. But I do know exactly the sort of community you're talking about too, and that is still, and I'm very thankful that still exists, and I hope that I'm thinking about the last time we did well in the World Cup, football/soccer. I think a hot war would probably generate
No,
that
you
kind
don't.
of atmosphere.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well, it's not very often that it happens, but I'm talking the Euros. Let's say the Euros. I can imagine, that. So we don't have a problem then. So
it's football.
Yes, I know. Well, it's really, I'm conscious of the international audience sector. Association
That's
football.
fine.
There you
It's
go.
still football.
Okay. Football with a round ball. Last time we did well in a football with a round ball competition, we did have quite a lot of sort of healthy patriotism come up, and belief in self-belief, and sense of collectiveness, and people, along with all the hooliganism that goes alongside it. But so maybe hopefully that's still there. But yeah, no, I do know what you're talking about, and I think that's a good thing too.
Thank you, John. And next we'll go to Gunther, and then John Howard. Go ahead, Gunther.
Oh, hi. One more thing I forgot to add. So I live in a congressional district with Barbara Lee is my representative, and she was the only person to vote against the Iraq invasion. And I just wanted to mention that. So she's pretty adjacent to like the Squad, which is our sort of farthest left group in the Democratic Party, and they all voted for the aid to Ukraine. So there's definitely broad support. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely a uniquely nonpartisan issue in the U.S. I would agree with you, Gunther.
I mean, they didn't like publicize it greatly, or they talked about humanitarian side of things, but they did all do the right vote when it came to it.
Exactly. And with that, we'll go to John Howard. John Howard, go ahead.
Thanks. I was just thinking about what everyone's been saying about armed forces not getting enough credit, etc., etc. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to welcome guys back from operational tours, to make sure that governments do enough to make sure that accommodation is available, that they get enough leave and all the rest of it. But I think it's unhealthy in a democracy to overly venerate armed forces, because ultimately, in a democracy, you're a citizen first and you're a soldier second. And you were a citizen before you were a soldier, and you'll be a citizen after you were a soldier. And that's the most important bit, because that's the essence of living in a democracy. And I think it's potentially a dangerous path to get to the point where you praise and other effectively the armed forces so much that you create a disconnect between the general population and people wearing uniform, which shouldn't really exist, because they are citizens first and foremost. And that sort of Praetorian approach, where you've got this almost like a separate caste of people, is unhealthy ultimately, especially in the longer term for any democratic system. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I think it's a good point. I think maybe there's a distinction between veneration and respect, right? We can maybe respect our soldiers. We can understand they're professionals, that their job takes a tremendous amount of courage and responsibility and teamwork and so forth. But maybe veneration would be something going a little further than that, and we should probably avoid that kind of behavior. I think it might be also true to say that I'd say in Ukraine's case, right, where the two words I usually hear when they talk about soldiers is heroes and superheroes, that they have a tremendous respect for their armed forces. And I think that's probably not going away anytime soon, but I think it's well earned, right, as of right now. So I think there might be different historical points where we have maybe more veneration for our armed forces than others, but I think it's a well-taken point, John. So real quick, I'm going to do some announcements, and then I will get back to Gunther. And I was kind of hoping, if possible, maybe to do a little bit of a subject switcheroo, but I'm going to see. So we have Matty Kaparov in the audience. He's a regular contributor to the show. I was wondering if he could come up and maybe we could talk about Kazakhstan a little bit, maybe some other stuff if he's interested. If not, I totally get it. Matty's a busy guy, so we can just keep talking about this stuff if possible. With that, I'm going to go with my announcements. So we've got a couple speakers coming up. First, we got Colonel Jeff. Colonel Jeff's contributed on the show before. We like him a lot. Air Force guy, knows a lot about electronic warfare. July 12th, 10:30 Eastern Time. Next, we got James Vasquez, same day, July 12th, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. U.S. Army veteran who fought in Ukraine. I think he's going back. We also have retired General Mick Ryan coming up. He is Australian Army strategist. He is coming Thursday, July 14th, 7 p.m. And we also have Phillips O'Brien. That was actually rescheduled from the 15th to the 22nd, so another week. And that's going to be 1 p.m. on the 22nd. So he's a little further back, but we're looking forward to it. So with that, that's all the guests we have lined up that I'm aware of. I will go to Gunther. Gunther, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, one quick thing. When they've shown images or media around different Ukrainian soldiers, and I've been most inspired by kind of everyday people, not like Dolph Lundgren superheroes, but plumbers. I even saw of a physicist who was wearing his uniform and had a rifle, and a professor who was teaching his students while he's in the trench. So big respect. Those guys are heroes. Thanks.
Absolutely. So we've got Maddie joining us. Welcome, Maddie.
Hi, Joseph. Hello.
Great to have you here as always, Maddie. So we've got some news. So I guess last time you were here, we did a little segment on Kazakhstan, and we talked about basically Russia blocking Kazakhstan's main oil export avenue. They sort of said, we got to inspect it. We think there's some problems here, right? Just kind of some mobster tactics to try to bully Kazakhstan. Maddie, I think correctly pointed out, this is effectively the start of what we could call Russia's hybrid war against Kazakhstan. They're going to be taking different measures to try to isolate Kazakhstan and cause problems for them as Kazakhstan tries to, extract itself from Russia's sphere of influence, for lack of a better term. And so since that time, Kazakhstan has now left the CIS countries, I believe, Maddie. So maybe you could talk about, I try to kind of give everyone a recap of what we discussed last time. Maybe you can take it from there and talk about what's happened since. Thanks.
Sure. So not a lot of developments. Two biggest things that did happen was that Kazakhstan is currently attempting to appeal the decision in the local court in Novorossiysk. I don't think any legal action is to rectify that, because I have a feeling, well, I'm almost certain that the decision to shut down the pipeline, which carries 80% of Kazakh oil to the world markets, is purely politically motivated. So trying to appeal a decision like that is not going to happen. It's going to be unsuccessful. So the first biggest thing that did happen was that the president of the country, Kiev, announced that he's officially trying to expand alternative trade routes that would entirely bypass Russia. That was officially announced. And another move that was implemented is Kazakhstan decided to pull out of the unified payment system that was set up in 1995 within the CIS. Technically, the CIS is kind of a semi-dead organization. So CIS stands for Commonwealth of Independent Countries. So Kazakhstan is technically still part of the CIS, but no longer part of the unified payment system. That would be that implies that transferring funds between the two countries is going to be more difficult. Converting the exchange rate between converting currencies between the two countries is going to be more difficult. Another thing that I did notice as well is that the exchange rate of the national currency tenge started floating around a little bit more radically. Officially, the currency was never pegged to the Russian ruble, but unofficially, if you've been following the currencies, the Russian currency and the Kazakh currency, simultaneously, you probably noticed that the two tend to move in tandem when it comes to the exchange rate against the US dollar. So my feeling is that it was actually pegged. And most recently, it seems to be moving independently from the Russian ruble, which is good because the Russian ruble's exchange rate is mostly artificial, but at the same time, it's no longer a floating currency because the Russians cannot simply use it anymore. And yeah. So what does this mean? This means that it's possibly an initial step for the country to pull out of the Eurasian Economic Union, which is nothing more than a colonial tool, a soft power projection tool for Moscow. They claim that it is a trade union targeted at economic integration of all the member states, which includes Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, and a few other countries. But in reality, it's nothing more than a soft power projection tool by which the Russians simply punish economically all of those member countries who do not align with Russia when it comes to international policy or foreign policy. So yeah, those are the two major events that did happen over the past week. We'll see what happens next, but overall the trend seems to be that Kazakhstan is gradually pulling away from Moscow.
Okay, thanks, Maddie. And follow-up questions there. So in my experience in Tajikistan, it was like there was a money changer on every corner. Everyone's
Joseph,
always.
I think we lost Maddie. I think that's why he cut out.
Okay. Let's drop him down real quick. So yeah, we'll just get Madi back real quick. So it sounds like basically more of the same. So it sounds like more or less what Madi expected from the last time he was here. I think someone even asked him if they would pull out of CIS, and he said definitely will. Hey Madi, we got you back. Sorry, so you didn't cut out too far in. I would say just go back maybe 5-10 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. I was just lining up in terms of expectations. What should we expect in the future? The Russians will probably ramp up their propaganda attacks, verbal propaganda attacks. About 2 weeks ago, they did announce that they're really worried about the rise of Nazis in Kazakhstan, which is completely mind-boggling. I've never seen any, but okay. And yeah, they'll probably try to. The biggest economic damage that they can do is coming from this specific pipeline. So that is probably the scariest thing that they could have done when it comes to any kind of economic measures. But other than that, I don't really know what else they could do. They're already not supplying some of the northern areas of the country when it comes to grain supplies. So that's already done. In terms of other measures, I'm not sure, but I guess we'll see.
And in my experience in Tajikistan, it seemed like there was like a money changer on every corner, right? There were dollars and euros and rubles, and everyone was always trying to figure out what should I keep my money in and stuff like that. Is it similar in Kazakhstan, or is it more centralized banking or exchange kind of? I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that, like Moscow, they can sort of manipulate the currency well, or is it more like Tajikistan, where everyone's just kind of freewheeling and trading different currencies all the time? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's freewheeling. The central bank tries to control the situation, but there are so many exchanges, and actually it's not legal to trade currencies without a license, but if the country tries to crack down, the central government tries to crack down and manipulate the exchange currency, the exchange rate, there will be a black market, but as of now, I'm not seeing any.
Got it. And when you talked about the Eurasian Economic Union, you sounded pretty adamant that it's, well, for obvious reasons, that it is a Russian sort of soft power tool. When you talked about the CIS, you were maybe a little more reserved in like what it is and what it does. Could you just talk a little bit about the CIS, like what it is in terms of an organization? When I usually heard it referred, at least among Central Asians, they usually used it more almost like an adjective, like post-Soviet, like we're CIS countries, as in like we're, we used to be part of the Soviet Union. I don't know much about it as an organization itself. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Oh, sure. Initially, it was doubted to be as a replacement to the old empire, like a political economic union. But in reality, it's I think this kind of organization is dead. Nothing is really happening in it. That's why they started pushing this new tool that they came that Moscow came up with, specifically the Eurasian Economic Union. So that's the primary tool. Also, in the past January, they kind of revived CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization. Before that, many thought of it is dead as well. But when it comes to the CIS, I think it's properly dead, especially considering what's happened in the past 3 days.
Got it. And I guess you don't seem to be indicating that there's any kind of military activity on the part of Russia. Like usually when there's diplomatic problems, we see maybe troop movements, maybe, deployments of things, but it sounds like there's nothing like that going on near the Kazakh border. Is that right?
2 weeks ago, there were unconfirmed reports, primarily coming from social media, that it's about 2 or 4 BTGs from the Russian side moved to the border. But I'm not sure if those reports are just Russian propaganda or it's really happening. I cannot confirm those. Other than that, I think the Russians are very busy, so I don't really expect anything major in terms of brute force.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine they're a little busy right now. So I think Maddie gave a pretty good breakdown of the situation. I can't really think of anything else I wanted to ask to clarify. I think he laid it out pretty comprehensively. John, did you have any questions for Maddie?
Nope, was having mic issues. Not at the moment. Madi, are you going to be able to stick around at all?
Yeah. I'm happy to stay in listeners, or if you have questions and so on, I'm ready to discuss.
Gunther, your mic's horribly broken audio from you, Gunther.
Oh, I have a question, but I'll wait for my turn.
Oh yeah, so I just want to pass it to Axel if Axel had any questions about what Monty just covered, and then we'll go to Hans. Axel?
All good.
Okay, so with that we'll go to Hans. Gunther, go ahead.
Hey, Monty, I appreciate your time. So I, for someone who's like, okay, I really don't know much about Kazakhstan. I will go look up on Wikipedia the basics after this, but what do I need to know in relationship to like what is going on in Ukraine? Like, how are they structured? Like, what is sort of going on there politically? Like,
Gunther, please, basically when your mic is on, it's bad. Sorry, Maddie, I think you got the basics of the question. Go ahead. Oh, I guess we lost Maddie. Okay. So Gunther, you could clarify your question a little bit while we're waiting. You said sort of compare Kazakhstan's situation to Ukraine's situation. Is that sort of the question?
Oh, no, sort of. What do we need, like, as a novice? Like, what do I need to know about the state of things in Kazakhstan in relation to what's going on in Ukraine? Like,
got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think I
okay, so Maddie,
all of it.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my primary concern at the beginning of the full-scale invasion was related to Kazakhstan's position in terms of when it came to sanctions, because Kazakhstan could have been potentially used as a tool to bypass all of the sanctions, pretty much all of them, where Kazakhstan would just buy whatever parts and whatever components and whatever resources Russia needs, and then just reselling them to Russia, because the border is massive and it's hard to monitor, and they could have done some fake projects just to make sure that the country is not slammed by secondary sanctions. But given that Kazakhstan is pulling away from Russia so quickly, especially in the past 4 weeks, I think it's not going to happen anymore. So I don't expect any sanctions violations happening through Kazakhstan. The current worry right now when it comes to sanctions would probably be coming from China, but I think the situation is being monitored closely. Also, Kazakhstan did get multiple requests, even though it was not officially announced, from Russia to join it in this invasion as part of the CSTO contingent, to which Kazakhstan said no. So multiple times. So yeah, the primary impact is going to be economic.
Any follow-up there, Gunther?
does Kazakhstan have like a sort of Western-leaning aspirations like Ukraine, or is it more complicated?
It's more complicated. Very complicated. Primarily because of geography. Right? The country sandwiched between Russia, China, there's Iran not that far away. So, and the country is fully landlocked. Yeah, so it is complicated. I can expand if you want, but if not, that's fine.
I do remember, Maddie, the other day I asked you about Uzbekistan. I said they switched to the Latin alphabet, and I said, so that means they're moving more towards the west, right? And you were like, no, that means they're moving away from Russia. And I think that's probably a better way to look at it. They're not moving towards anything. They're moving away from Russia. Dryfly, go ahead.
Hi, got a quick question. So you said that the currency was more volatile and that it used to peg to the Russian ruble. What do they use as their primary reserve currency? Usually if a country is going to peg, they will heavily load up on the currency of the country that they're pegging to. So for example, all the countries in the GCC, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, all those guys, they all really heavily load up on the dollar. China doesn't officially peg, but it manipulates its currency, and it with the dollar, it heavily loads up on the dollar. So if Kazakhstan was trying to peg to the ruble, I would suspect that they're really deep into rubles in their own central bank. Given the problems with the sanctions Russia, I would think that that's going to cause them a ton of problems. Can you do you have any background on that or any understanding of what they're doing from a central bank? Because that'll tell us a lot about the direction they're going to go and what remedies they have. And I'll listen.
Sure. So one of the indications is the exchange rate between the Kazakh tenge and the Russian ruble. Before the full-scale invasion, it used to oscillate pretty much all the time between 5.5 tenges per ruble to 6 tenges per ruble. So it just stayed in that band. After the full-scale invasion started, it stayed there for a little while, and then it just went wild. It went up almost to 10 tenges per ruble, then it crashed back to 5, and it just keeps seesawing. So yeah, you're right. The system was not extremely transparent, to put it mildly, but from the official reports, it seems like the primary foreign currency reserves are comprised of the US dollar, the euro, and the Russian ruble. There are indications that they're probably going to be getting rid of the Russian ruble. They are already announcing that the future trade with Russia might be decreasing. So given that there are going to be limitations, and given that the country yesterday announced that they're no longer going to be part of the United monetary system with Russia and the rest of the members of the sea.
Yeah, well, if they're holding dollars and euros, they got a better chance of pulling away. If they had loaded up too heavily on the ruble, man, they would have a struggle.
In my experience, the Central Asian approach is a mix. They want dollars, euros, and rubles, but maybe Maddie can speak to that a little bit. We lose Maddie again. Man, Maddie's having trouble today. We'll wait for Maddie to come back, and then we'll let we'll let Dryfly finish up on his reserve currency question, and then we'll have mostly Cossack. Go ahead. Bring Maddie up now.
I'm so sorry about technical issues. It seems like I'm having some issue. I'll need to clean my cache, but for now, where did you lose me?
Oh, no problem. I guess we were just kind of finishing up on this reserve currency thing. I just said my observation is in Central Asia, they tend to go for a mix. They want dollars, euros, and rubles together. So I'm guessing it was probably a fairly balanced mix before this, but just your speculation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I was just saying that given that the country is leaving the United Monetary System, the best indication for what is going to happen with the Russian ruble is to just look at what the exchange rate is going to be starting from Monday. If the Russian ruble crashes, that means that the bank is getting rid of all the rubles.
There you go. You got a nice little metric from Maddie there.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense, and I will drop down to let others talk. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dryfly. Next we'll go to Cossack. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. So today in the tennis at Wimbledon, I think Rybakina won the women's singles, and she, I think, was born in Moscow and lived there till recently, but plays for Kazakhstan, and I wish she's received in Kazakhstan, and more widely how other white ethnic Russians like Golovkin
celebrities are received in Kazakhstan?
All right, let me start off by saying whatever nonsense you hear about Russophobia, it's non-existent. Well, it does exist now because of the full-scale invasion, but before that, nothing of this was happening. She's very well received. I check. I have a small Instagram account just to see what's happening in Kazakhstan, and everyone is cheering for her. As long as people are waving the national flag and they're representing the country and they show that they're true patriots, they will be celebrated. It doesn't matter what their faith is. It doesn't matter what their ethnicity is. Golovkin he's not an ethnic Russian. He does have an ethnic Russian last name, but he's not. I think he's half Korean, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, and so she moved to she switched her citizenship because back in 2018, a lot of Russian athletes were banned for doping, and many of those athletes received a secondary ban because the entire I think the entire Russian Federation or the Russian Tennis Association, I can't remember the exact name, received a ban. So anyone who was representing Russia, even if they were not involved in the scandal, could no longer play in any of the international tournaments. Many of them decided to switch countries. I think some went to Belarus, some went to Kazakhstan, and that's how she ended up with Kazakhstan.
Any follow-up there, Kazakh? I think we lost Kazakh. So I guess I'll just make a little announcement here. So Maddie is a student at the London Business School. Is that correct, Maddie?
Yep.
Yep. So he's knows a lot about economic matters, but just more broadly. And he also is a native Russian speaker. So he studies a lot of Russian media, particularly far-right Russian media. It's kind of an interest of his. And of course, he's from Kazakhstan, so he knows a lot about the situation there and the media environment there. So if anyone does have any questions for Maddie about the situation in Kazakhstan, about maybe the Russian economy, maybe even the Ukrainian economy, I think Maddie might have something to say about it, or questions about Kazakhstan economy or far-right Russian media, there we go. Might be a good guy to ask, so please feel free to come up and raise your hand, and we appreciate you guys' questions. John, anything pique your interest that Maddie's been saying lately about athletes, U.S. sports fan, John?
I'm not a big sports fan. I do have a question for Mahdi. Sorry, I've had my head buried in a massive number of ammo depot explosions that have just been released over the past hour. There was a catastrophically massive explosion somewhere in Donetsk, like absolutely massive. It maxed out all of Portland's forensic software for sound analysis. So we're working some exciting stuff. You know, they're massive explosions all over the place. It's fantastic. I do have a question for Mahdi though.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Looking a bit more broadly than Kazakhstan, can you kind of give a breakdown of what's been going on in some of the other Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan? I know the longtime dictator of Uzbekistan, sorry, not Uzbekistan, I'm talking about Turkmenistan, Gurbanguly, whatever his last name is, stepped down and his son became president. So can you tell me what's kind of been happening broadly in regards to Russia and those various different countries?
Sure. So my feeling is that Russia does not really care much about Turkmenistan because it's kind of far away. So they're just happy with whatever's happening there. Turkmenistan is also a highly isolationist country.
Mike, we lose Maddie?
Yeah, we lost Mahdi.
And I was excited to learn about Central Asia, North Korea. The Tajiks have to go through a train, like in Turkmenistan, sorry, to like get to Russia, and they always say it's spooky. It's spooky there.
Why do they say that?
Well, they're not allowed to get off the train. Like, there's some people that come on, maybe selling stuff. Like, I don't know, they just kind of can see Turkmenistan from the windows, but they are not allowed to really interact or anything. So it's just kind of a spooky trip, I would imagine. And that's what they said.
We're getting Marty back, y'all. Please hang with us.
Might be a good time to check out. There's a website called mariaaid.org. It's really great. You guys might want to check it out. Maddie, go ahead. Sorry, we lost you right at Turkmenistan is isolated. Go ahead.
Okay, I restart my cache so hopefully that doesn't repeat. So yeah, Turkmenistan is isolated. I don't think Russia really cares much for Turkmenistan because it's pretty far away. It's relatively minor when it comes to the economic matters. The country primarily exports gas, natural gas, and some oil. I've seen some reports that were coming out for the past few months that are a bit concerning, mentioning that the country is experiencing food shortages. But we'll see. It's a where there were multiple dictators in the past few years, and they've been just handing down authority generation from generation. I don't expect any major changes there. The country borders Iran and Afghanistan, so they might have some insecurity concerns coming from the neighbors, but at the same time, I don't think the neighbors really care for them much either. So moving on, let's go to Uzbekistan. Recently, we did see some big protests in Uzbekistan, specifically in the Autonomous Republic of Karakalpakstan, which is part of Uzbekistan. President Mirziyoyev attempted to do some constitutional changes that stripped Karakalpakstan, sorry, it's a really complicated name, stripped that autonomy of their right to secede, because constitutionally they could conduct a referendum and gain independence. As a result of that announcement, there were mass protests on that specific autonomy, and those protests were brutally crushed. Officially, 18 people were killed. Officially, I'm not sure. It's probably higher. But what is interesting is that Mirziyoyev decided to roll back on that decision, so technically that specific autonomy is not going to be stripped of its right to secede. But the state of emergency is implemented until August 2nd, so they're probably expecting at least some unrest for a little while. Overall, I think that decision was motivated by fears, and specifically just coming from Russia, because Russia has been threatening Uzbekistan multiple times on multiple occasions. Most recently this past January, where Moscow's puppet, specifically Lukashenko, threatened Uzbekistan with potential unrest. And why the Russians have been doing it? They've been doing it because Uzbekistan has been pulling away from Russia for quite a while. They pulled out of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization. They've refused to join the Eurasian Economic Union. So they've been conducting independent foreign policy, and as Joseph correctly mentioned, they've been pulling away from Russia, but that does not necessarily mean that they've been going in the direction of towards the West. So this decision to strip Karakalpakstan of its right to secede was potentially motivated by a fear that a Donbass-like situation could happen in Uzbekistan. All right, so to Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is an economy that is primarily centered around a limited number of natural resources, including gold, and heavily centered around agriculture. They are a member of the EU, the Eurasian Economic Union. They are a member of the CSTO. The full-scale invasion by Russia into Ukraine has been affecting the country
economically, because a lot of migrant workers used to go to Russia, and specifically Moscow, actually, to make money and send money back in remissions. By the way, the same applies to Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. But now this source of money is no longer viable. So as of now, I think the country is kind of in limbo and just wants to see what's going to happen with this war. They're probably also considering their future options when it comes to foreign policy, but they've been treading lightly. They haven't been showing up in the news that often. Let's move on to Tajikistan. Okay, Tajikistan is probably the most complicated one in the region because it's got Afghanistan to the south, in the immediate south, bordering the country. It is a country that has a very large Russian base within it. It is the only foreign Russian base that has a GRU foreign headquarters, so the Russian Military Intelligence Agency. And it...
I think we lost Marty. Not again, no. Oh, unfortunate. Marty, can you hear? Oh. Okay.
I dumped them. I probably should have waited. Oh man, we're just getting to my favorite country. But yeah, so Tajikistan's different, right? All the other countries, they speak Turkic languages. Tajikistan, they speak Persian. It's the same as Farsi, like the same as what Iran speaks. The one difference is there's a vowel shift. So instead of they say in Persian, you say Halish Shumachitori, it's like your health, how is it? They say Holy Shumochitori. So like all the vowels shift down. So they speak the same language. But so Maddie, go ahead. Sorry, you cut off right at Tajikistan and how they have a military base and a GRU base. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I also mentioned that they have a history of a civil war back in the 90s. Joseph, you've mentioned absolutely correctly. It's the only country in the region that is not of a culturally that is not Turkic. So it's kind of a one-off. They're closer when it comes to culture and ethnicity to some of the population in Afghanistan and closer to Iran. The reason I mentioned that why Tajikistan is complicated because given that Russia's influence in the region is waning, it is very likely or somewhat likely that Taliban might leverage the situation, or at least some of the radical movements might leverage the situation and topple the regime that has been in power since the 90s. I don't know what's going to happen, but overall, my prediction is that the probability of an internal conflict that is financed or even procured with manpower and weapons from Afghanistan is more likely than it was before February 24th. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And we kind of discussed Kazakhstan, so I don't want to go into Kazakhstan unless you want me to.
On any questions on any of the overview that Maddie provided?
No, I think that covers everything. I really appreciate it. Only thing is, later, Joseph, I'd like to. How good's your Farsi?
I'm out of practice, John, but I can try. I've got pretty good.
Okay, not that it means anything, because I cannot speak or understand a word of the language, obviously. So, just curious.
Yeah, I got the State Department exam. I got to 3. Yeah.
Clinton.
Sorry,
Joseph. No, I was going to say Clinton has his hands up. Clinton, something you want, a question you want to ask for Tamati?
Well, it's more just of a sort of a general question. I've been following the discussions here over the last 24 hours. So basically, yesterday and into parts of today, people were talking about the harpoons that are either there or on their way to Ukraine. For those of you who don't know, Clinton DeBoe, an avid participant and listener here in this space, and a media guy in Canada with the Hill Times and some other places. So the bridge that links Russia to Crimea. I believe it's pronounced the Kerch Strait Bridge. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So, Canada's former defense minister tweeted out today that the West should be doing everything they can right now to help Ukraine regain full air superiority over the Black Sea, as well as Ukraine itself proper. If Ukraine had full air superiority or improved air superiority, would that help them eliminate that bridge problem that is important to Russia, or are these issues separate status? Because I know there was discussion that the harpoons could be beneficial. The problem is that some of them really, really large, and the accuracy of the harpoons is not 100% certain, and they're not necessarily designed for the kind of long distance that's associated with taking out some of these bridges that the Russians are using. So would air superiority, could they essentially destroy these bridges if they had better air superiority? Could someone give me their thoughts on
No,
that?
it's not air superiority. You need something else. The problem with the bridge is its strategic value and the lack thereof. Currently, there's about 2 million people on Crimea. About 400,000 thereof are actually not from there. They've been brought onto Crimea in the past years since Russia brought its little green man up, and nobody in Western media picked up on it. Or very few. And many call them separatists thereafter. The Russification of Crimea has not been reported in North American media at all. Very rarely ever. There were 6 or 7 portraits done. There was a Wall Street Journal piece which was quite scathing. Very little else. I think the LA Times wanted something. The Globe and Mail may have done something. I think it was in 2015. That's it.
Yeah, you're correct. The Globe and Mail did a write-up on it. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. And after that, there was some kind of an internet thingy about the national park and the fact that the animals in the zoo there were dying, which of course was a massive issue because they're a huge national park, and it's absolutely terrifying what the Russians did. And then they tried to blame it on not having enough water, despite the fact that they diverted the water access for that national park to their own new garrisons and the strange 400,000 people additionally they brought there. Crimea is full of people, and it's very difficult to not look bad when you push them out. So if you took a bridge today and eradicate it, just imagine that you can do that by whatever weapon system. There's a couple of them which are feasible, but most of them require a real strong package. You end up still with anywhere between, depending on whether the numbers are true, 1.7 or 2 million people there. Of whom, I mean, part of that number, let's say at least 400,000, maybe 600,000, because you might include the garrison population of Sevastopol. 600,000 people are not your friends. They're not people from Crimea. They're people from the occupation forces. So, Clinton, what would you do? Of course you would keep the bridge open, right? Because you want them to leave by their own designs and out of fear, as people who have come there to benefit from the friendly, nice homes they could occupy. They went into the homes and houses of other people in 2014. Now, Clinton, just imagine somebody were to come to your place in Canada. You're based where? In Ottawa, Toronto?
Yeah, I see the point you're making, and out of the Ottawa area. But yeah, I see the point you're making.
Area. So a Russian occupation force comes into the Ottawa area, and 5 years after it has come there, raping, pillaging, everybody there speaks whatever the language of that Russian occupation force is. And they've occupied the nice houses, the nice apartment blocks, everything else, the urban and they feel very comfortable there. This is Crimea today. The Tatars, by the way, whom the Russian Empire, then the Soviet Empire, expelled from there, decimated, genocided. They were only allowed to come back in the 90s. The Tatars came back, and from time to time they wanted to see the old places where they had been expelled from. But the Russian occupiers, the ones who now occupied their places, didn't quite like that. The Tatars still settled on Crimea, and the Russian occupiers, meaning those people who are not from Crimea, but who were brought there by Stalin and the other people, were still there. How many people do you think voted for Crimea to join the Freedom Path, freedom of Ukraine, since then? Well, there's only one thing which matters. They have always been the majority since Ukraine seceded, or Ukrainian SSR seceded from what was then the Soviet Union. So anyone ever asked you in Canada, people of Crimea invaded freedom? Yes, they are. Unfortunately, they can't be there at the moment because an invasion force which raped, pillaged, and looted has been there since 2014 yet again. And that's what people in the fucking West don't get. I'm sorry, technical term. The lenient, friendly, educated, charming, so beautifully elevated, flowery West. Oh, sorry. The West. The West, which on the one hand does everything right, and on the other hand does one thing best: appeasement. The failure of the tyrants is what has led to those people who came back after the genocide, came back to their own island, Crimea, the Tatars, and the Ukrainians. And then in a vast majority vote, each and every time when they were allowed to vote, decided, yes, we are part of Ukraine. They are the ones who can't vote at the moment. So if anyone ever talks about that bridge, they have to talk about the bridge as both an escape hatch for the occupying civil families who have to go back to where they came. This may not play well in the West, but they only came there 8-9 years ago. They have no right to be there. They occupied houses and places which were not theirs. So if 8-9 years ago, Clinton, they would have come to the Ottawa area, would you like to expel them today? Or would you say, no, they've been there 8-9 years ago, they've had families? Clinton, what would you do?
Look, that's why I was. I didn't understand. Well, look, I see what you're saying. I want to keep the bridges there to get them out of there. So,
Exactly.
yeah. No, I didn't understand that component of it. It's just I've been hearing people for the last 24 to 36 hours talking about this, and I thought I'd come on here and ask these questions to get some clarification. So thank you.
You're always welcome.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Clinton. I believe Whiskey has a response that he'd like to add in regards to the bridge, and then I have some. Assuming Whiskey and I are not about to talk about the same thing, I have something very brief to add on to that. So please go ahead, Whiskey.
Thanks, John. Before I speak, was it about the rail section of it?
No, the rail section of the bridge has to go, of course. There has to be in pretzels as quickly as possible in order to completely and utterly eradicate any kind of supplies which are going through there. But we'd like to see everybody else leave by cars.
Okay, yes, that's basically what I was going to add. I believe, as far as the conversation goes, as that bridge is concerned, it was regarding the heavy transport on the rail part of it, not the actual vehicle transportation side of it. And
Did we lose Whiskey?
I believe so. Whiskey, we'll drop you down and get you back.
Send him a DM. Send him a DM once he goes.
John's hard at work on the back end trying to. We got possibly a big strike he's taking a look at. So, John, we're trying to give you some time there. Do we want to go to Alex, Axel, or do you have anything you wanted to wrap up about the Kerch? Maybe, John, you said you had one thing you wanted to add?
Yeah, so Axel made some incredible points, but I want to approach this from a slightly different angle, just some of the practical military aspect of it's not simply about, denying establishing air superiority by denying the Russian Air Force the ability to operate. Crimea has at least 8 S-300 and S-400 batteries. The place is crawling with Russian air defense assets. The Ukrainians have to carry out a massive suppression of enemy air defenses campaign in order to be able to exert air superiority over the peninsula and over the Kerch Strait. So it's a complicated and time-consuming affair to do that, and potentially costly in terms of lives and pilots. Well, pilot lives, I should say.
Thank you, John. Now let's go back to Whiskey. Go ahead, Whiskey.
Sorry, I didn't realize the audio cut out. Where did I cut out at?
Pretty much the beginning. I think you were just talking about the rail line. Axel kind of maybe finished your point a little bit.
Yeah, just to clarify. Yeah, the discussion. The rail side of it for moving the heavy equipment was the focus, not the vehicle side of it, and I believe that was coming from recent reports about the U.S. potentially supplying the 300-kilometer systems for the HIMARS.
It's the ATACMS, or LIVECAMS we call them here in Europe, and they are not just 300 kilometers because that is only the specified base range. Technically, the most recent tests over the past 8 years, they can go up to 480 to 485 kilometers. So that is deep strike capacity, and fortunately there is data and comfort from earlier today that they may have been for quite some time in theater, and the Ukrainians have just not yet used them because they're smart.
Yeah, usually by the time we hear it on the channels, it's probably been there a week at least.
Well, I think a few weeks ago we spoke about this on this stream, the water report, with General Ben Hodges, former head of Europe, or US Army Europe, and we were actually quite clear. Tease it up, and it became evident that he felt very comfortable with that weapon system, and he thought it's a great addition, and that should certainly be part of everything. And if one were to listen to what he said then, it certainly paves the way for all the thoughts which we had after. And moreover, if Dick Blumenthal and Lindsey Graham go to Ukraine and ask for something when they are quite in tune with the Senate Armed Forces Committee, one should take that seriously. Typically, these messages are not brought forward by senators, but I'm sorry, I apologize. I shouldn't be saying this, but it has to be conveyed. And the senators, people who are in the political process on the legislative side and, of course, on the supervisory side, and therefore they are not inside the tent. These things would never be said unless they have happened. And that's quite nice. Gosh, if only Paul were here. But he just left. So let's put this in clear terms. With the attitudes our American friends from the South mistake me for attackers, with the attitudes Ukrainians can carry out strikes at every single sensible target necessary to be destroyed, to retreat. And that means get rid of any single supply and logistics target the Russians can currently control. In and around, in and around.
Thank you, Axel. And Alex has been very patient. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Just a quick note about Turkmenistan. It has a lot of gas, and that could be actually quite interesting for Europe, assuming that the policy of shifting away from Russian gas is kind of for long. The infrastructure is almost there. There is quite a powerful pipeline from Azerbaijan, so all you need to do is build a pipe in Caspian, which is like, it's not a big distance, but the problem is, at least until now, Turkmenistan, when it comes to gas, Turkmenistan was kind of in line with Russia. By the way, Putin recently visited the country. Not sure, I don't think they have had any agreement about anything declared. Putin was probably looking for ways to avoid sanctions, and he's probably also trying to make sure that Europeans do not get gas from elsewhere. Otherwise, Turkmenistan is also interesting because I think there is a project to build gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to China. So China is quite active in Central Asia region. It's a funny, like, its presidents are quite. This is not very European type of country. You know, for example, recently they come up with legislation where, you know, partners, a man and woman, if they are holding hands, they can be in public. They can be, get a fine or something, and then listen for an hour's lecture about, I don't know, how to behave in public, I guess. So there is some quite fine initiatives coming from President, but they do not have nukes, which is a good news, and they have a lot of gas, which is also good news. So technically, I guess holding hands in public can wait. Yeah, that was my comment I wanted to add about Turkmenistan. So the region could be interesting for Europe. And recent discussion between Joseph Barroso and Kazakhstan president is a good indication of that. Now, Kazakhstan president seems educated, westernized guy. At the end of the day, I guess Turkmenistan may find, I don't want to speculate, but and again, Russia seems to be very jealous about alternative and direct link between Europe and Central Asia, because that will pretty much shut down Russia for decades. And he probably still hopes to finish the sanctions somehow. So that would be interesting. But yeah, that's an interesting region, very rich in natural resources. That was my comment. I also have another one, but I'll probably wait for when we change the topic.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. We got Maddie back, so why don't we give him an opportunity? But John, did you have something you wanted to say real quick?
I was gonna say the exact thing you were, Joseph.
Oh, I just had a quick comment. Yeah, Alex is absolutely right. I didn't want to bash on the country too much. Turkmenistan, I just said it's isolated, but they do have a set of really unusual laws from the 17th century that were introduced by the previous president /
the Turkmenbashi.
Yeah, Turkmenbashi. That's the official title of the leader of the nation, which means head of Turkmens. But the previous Turkmenbashi named every single day of the week after his relatives. They have a specific set of haircuts that are approved by the government, and every male is supposed to stick to those rules, specified haircuts. It's a bit ridiculous, and yes, some new legislation was introduced where married couples are supposed to act in a very specific way, otherwise they might face a fine, and they would need to end behavior correction courses or something of this sort. Some very ridiculous. It's a bit weird because the country is not exactly religious. They don't have any Sharia law in place. Those are just the laws that the head of the state just conjures up out of nowhere, I guess. There were projects in the past that proposed to build a pipeline going from Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan into Baku that would be built on the Caspian Sea, but those projects were cancelled because of Russia's political maneuvering and influence. One of the main reasons why they stopped the project, one of the ways how they stopped the project was back then the seaboard was not fully demarcated when it came to the borders and international waters in there. And the Russians still are trying to lay a claim pretty much to all of the Caspian Sea all the way down to Iran, which is just ridiculous. But it lines up with the imperial narrative and so on and so forth. So now it could potentially be possible, though from what we've seen so far in the full-scale invasion, it seems like they're really not willing to let go of this specific region when it comes to everything around the Caspian Sea, because some of the missile strikes that were conducted against Ukraine were launched from strategic bombers that were flying over the Caspian Sea. That had no strategic value whatsoever. That was just a pure power play to demonstrate to everyone in the Caspian region that they are still a major threat, and they are the ones who will be setting the rules. So if any future talks of a pipeline do pop up in the future, there might be some aggressive actions from the Russian Federation, because we've seen it happen before in Georgia as well, where they invaded Georgia just to first off establish some ridiculous Salonist Nazi republics that were not there in the first place, and also force the European Union into canceling the Nabucco gas pipeline going from Turkey into Europe, which ultimately would have resulted in lower dependency on the Russian gas supply. I don't know if there will be that decisive this time around if something of the sort pops up, but historically it's been the case.
And I think you brought up a lot of great points there, especially about the Caspian Sea. It's not really something we considered when we talked about those launches, so a great point there. Alex, any follow-up for anything Maddie said? I think he did a good comparison to Georgia as well. Go ahead.
No, I think it's very, just wanting to, I think we need to pay attention, closer attention to Black Sea and Caspian Sea, because again, it has a lot of oil and gas, and that's also the very reason Russia wants to basically not allow any of these countries kind of come from under its shade or grip, so to speak. But hopefully after Ukraine wins and there are broader talks about what Russia can and cannot do going forward, and one of the items is not to be threat to its neighbors, be it Kazakhstan, be it Georgia, be it Azerbaijan, be it Ukraine, obviously. I think we need to go back to discuss Caspian Sea, because again, these landlocked countries, they are very oil and gas rich, let alone that each nation is rich in its own way. And I think Europe needs to, in general, Europe needs to be more active in geopolitics. China is trying to be active, but I think there is enough resources for not just China, but for everybody else too. So just wanted to pay people's attention to Caspian region in addition to Black Sea, because they looks like they are together.
Agreed, Alex. I think Maddie dropped down, so I think that sums it up pretty well. So got one more person here just to be. Let me pull him up here. Go ahead, just to be. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow that up with something that's, I guess, kind of like a loose sense that a lot of the cultures in the area have in regards to Russia that I think it's kind of difficult to describe, but when you think about all the various peoples that have been either subjugated directly or indirectly by Russia over the centuries, you know, it creates this strange sense where when you compare it to what America does versus what Russia does, where you see North Korea, South Korea. With America, they're a lot more happy to kind of just let people figure things out on their own. Whereas with Russia, as you can see in this kind of situation, there's kind of an almost destructive need to keep everybody around them down. I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, agreed. So yeah, I think that maybe wraps up our segment on Central Asia. Normally we would maybe give Maddie a little wrap up, but I think he pretty much got everything out he needed to get out, so we'll leave it there. John, you think you could take over hosting for maybe a few minutes?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Caught me while I was eating.
Oh, yeah, okay, John, you can finish up. I can...
No, I got it. No.
John, I can give you 10 minutes. Go ahead.
No, just, that's fine. Go, whatever it is you need to go do, go do.
All right, I gotta go eat too, so I'll be right back.
So, Madi, if you, I have a final follow-up to the Caspian Sea question. The thing that stuck out in my mind is, to me, it reminded me of like the South China Sea dispute between China and every other country in the region. The 9-dash line on the Chinese, basically, the Chinese government claims basically sovereignty over the entire South China Sea, and they've made up this whole nonsensical propaganda narrative about them having these historical claims to these islands, quote unquote. They're basically just like rocks and reefs. They're nothing. What's the narrative that the Russians are pushing in regards to the Caspian Sea? Is there a particular narrative, or are they just saying the Caspian Sea is our sovereign territory, blah, 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 with no explanation whatsoever? I'm not sure if, Alex, if you have any insight into that, or if Monty wants to pop back up. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
I think when there was Soviet, I'm not sure whether they legalized it or not, but basically there were only 2 countries, and I believe, according to international law, which unfortunately I am not well aware of, but apparently Russians were referring to Caspian Sea as internal lake because it was only shared by 2 countries. So they pretty much are trying to ignore all those new countries that have acquired Caspian Sea coast. But clearly the power struggle here is for rich resources, mineral resources under Caspian Sea, including oil and gas. So yeah, that's basically it. Again, I do not know international narrative in that detail, but that's what I read at some point, that if there are only 2 countries, they can kind of make sweet deal between themselves and treat the sea as an internal lake. Now, there are no more 2 countries, but there is also Azerbaijan, there is Turkmenistan, there is Kazakhstan, and I'm not sure if there is anybody else there. Iran, obviously, but Iran was there. So, yeah, it definitely requires like revision, but you need somebody powerful at the table, right? Be it, yeah, ideally NATO, but again, looks like they they were busy with building Russian partnership with Russia until recently. Hopefully they will have the time to kind of revisit all that stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Madi, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Oh, sorry, I had to drop out because of having audio issues. But yeah, Alex is right. But I'd like to note that it is still not a done demarcation. It's still not finished.
some progress in 2000. There was some progress in 2014. They again met in 2018, and every time there's a break that happens, the Russians try to encroach into the oil fields that are rich in oil and gas that are on the Kazakh side, and it's extremely annoying. They keep coming up with some trumped up reasons. They're trying to force their way in, but initially they even tried to propose a ridiculous claim or ridiculous solution where lay claim to the lake, because it is a lake. It's the largest lake in the world, and by which they claim the entire lake as their sovereign territory in the early 90s, by virtue of having inherited it from the Soviet Union. Obviously, that did not fly, and negotiations stalled for 10 years. There was some progress in 2000s, some additional progress in 2014, but every time it happens, they are trying to expand their sector. Their lake is not the biggest, not the longest. The longest coastline belongs to Kazakhstan. And again, they're doing it for financial reasons because multiple oil and gas fields happen to be close to the proposed demarcation line. The Russians also have furthest reach from their shores as of now, but potentially in the future, if there's some additional considerations when it comes to Russia's borders, the Caspian Sea is going to be one of the talking points and one of the regions of the world where the borders will be reconsidered again.
Well, thank you, Marty. I appreciate the explanation as usual. You have some fantastic insights in this area that, quite frankly, I don't think any of us have. I know Joseph has some expertise as it relates to, Tajikistan, but beyond that, you are an invaluable asset, my friend.
Thank you.
And 7 million people, Tajikistan. It's not that helpful, I can tell you, John.
I think it's helpful, Joseph. I think it's helpful. If at the very least it has given you an insight into, shall we say, things Russian that many of us would otherwise not have insights into.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad I studied Tajiks instead of Russians. I think I probably have a warped understanding of the world if I studied Russian history first, John.
Yeah, I got into the only other person that I've talked to outside of this space that has kind of had some deep knowledge of Russian history is actually one of my professors, my academic advisor, one of my physics professors. She's Azeri, and I remember a few weeks ago I was having a meeting with her, and the war got brought up, and she just went into this hour-long just discussion, diatribe about the Russians, and it was interesting to say the least.
I assume an anti-Russian diatribe, or?
Yes. Well, she's Azerbaijani, so it was anti a number of things besides Russians, but
Yeah, my Iranian. I had an advisor who's Iranian, so yeah, I know what you mean. They get fired up, like our friend Alex here. So we got finance joining the panel. Welcome, finance. Good to see you as always.
There is no finance.
Okay. We also have Jerome joining us. Jerome, do you have something you want to add here? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to pop in. I just joined and I heard discussion of Russian history again. And Joseph, if there's any sort of reckoning in Russian history academia, and just by chance this morning driving to work, I don't know if CJ's listening, but he was, I just wish it's kind of the reason my question. I'm not sure who wrote the article he was referring to, that this person was sort of stuck in their ideas of the past and needed to revisit what they thought. So just interesting, this academia discussion, if that's actually was being discussed. I actually just going on, so I like to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You're coming a little unclear, Jerome. But I caught the broad question about Russian history. Yeah, so I think there does definitely need to be a reckoning in the academy in terms of Russian history. I was fortunate to, as I said, kind of come at Russian history from an outside perspective. I was studying it from the perspective of Tajik people who were sort of being colonized by Russia. So I got kind of a different perspective on that. And then also I had a Russian literature teacher who was Romanian, and her basic lesson was, okay, like the Russians are going to invade Europe soon. They're going to start, rebelizing cities and raping people and looting, and they will behave like savages. And they're culturally different from us, and they have this imperial project that they're doing. And let's read Bulgakov now, right? So that was kind of my education in Russian literature. So I think I was very fortunate to have two kind of invaluable perspectives outside of the traditional understanding of Russian literature and history in terms of my influences. But that said, I don't want to completely paint Russian studies as like this Russian-loving, discipline. They understand that Russian history has problems. I think it's more of just a framing problem than an attitude problem, if that makes sense. So with that, go ahead, Jerome.
Yeah, and just my last question, if anybody did know the article that CJ was referring to, I'd appreciate a mention, if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure the specific article, unfortunately. Sorry, Jerome, but maybe someone in the chat can help you out. Finance, did you have something you wanted to say here? Go ahead.
Yeah, I joined the space just now. I'm just gonna I didn't hear the earlier question on Russian history. I would say that the first place, academics and broader thinking needs to grapple with an honest perspective of their history from a non-imperial perspective would be the Russian side of things, right? That for far too long we have given a ridiculous ton of leeway to the fact and sort of overlooked the fact just how incredibly racist and imperialist the Russian mindset is. That even poet laureate Brodsky, he was welcomed in the West as a Soviet exile, but his poetry that won him a Nobel Prize was racist as all get out, specifically against Ukrainians somewhere, and horrifically so. If you look at Alex Navalny, the supposed liberal, the anti-corruption cleanup guy, you look at his comments, they're ethno-national to an extreme. That any reckoning of Russian, yes, the West could do some, just so we could actually understand them better. And we could do a whole lot better listening to people who don't just live in Moscow and St. Petersburg, who are telling us what we want to hear, or telling us what they want us to hear. The latter something slightly and importantly different. But more importantly, at some level, Russia cannot be treated and welcomed into the international community, and that's economic as well as political, as long as their intellectual approach to life is going to be massively ethno-nationalist and imperialist. Much of the world has moved on from that because it's horrific, and it gives us exactly the kind of atrocities we're seeing today in Ukraine. And as Ukraine pointed out in the space, this isn't their first rodeo in the last decade, and they've been doing this kind of BS ever since Live in the Terrible. Like, most of us think the way that politics works on the time Live in the Terrible was bad, and Russia's just still going at it. So that's my sort of perspective on the broader subject.
Yeah, thank you, Finance. I think it's absolutely clear consensus on this space that we don't have a Putin problem, we have a Russia problem, right? And this sort of myth in the Western media that Putin's going to die or be overthrown, and this is all going to go away, and there's going to be, you know, a parade on in the streets of Moscow. You know, we're not holding our breath around here. So thank you, Finance. Finance, by the way, Maddie's actually in the audience. If you didn't have any questions more financial related, he might be able to answer. We talked a little bit about Kazakhstan leaving the CIS currency union. He mentioned, you know, it's a move, but it's not a massive move. But it will. What he said was that the Kazakh currency, he thinks, it's his theory that it was pegged to the Russian ruble, sort of secretly. It wasn't officially pegged, but because of that, now it's no longer pegged, and as a result, the Kazakh currency is getting a little bit more unstable, or you know, fluctuating more. I guess I'll put it that way. So we talked a little bit about that. I think that was the main financial topic that came up. But if you had any questions for Maddie, he might pop up and answer. Do you have anything for him, Finance?
Maddie and I actually talk offline a lot. I discovered Maddie before he started showing up here in the Walter Report, and I was thrilled when he did start showing up. I actually asked him to come over, and he then sort of randomly showed up one day when I wasn't in. I'm like, oh, look, Maddie's here. And I was thrilled. I knew just what a great perspective he has, and what great knowledge he has in so many spheres. You know, it's useful for us as people who aren't from the region, who don't read what they have to say, who don't see the things outside of the Western media, because we have such a narrow perspective here, right? When people complain about mainstream media issues, right, it's way worse when it's media you only look at from another culture that can filter through your media and only, you know, you're only looking at what gets written up in the New York Times or the BBC about Russia, just how narrow a slice of the country you're getting without the understatement. So, you know, for that, he is massive for me personally, and I think the country at large. So, really thrilled to see him. Yeah, I know I've been talking with him about a number of things, notably around the Russian economy at large. Didn't know that about the Kazakh currency. The population is, in the terms of country, pretty small, which would lead to a more unstable currency situation anyways. So, you know, something that's sort of intellectually interesting to moderate, but I don't think that's going to be a direct tie to Ukraine in either direction. And quite frankly, they would probably prefer their currency be weaker, given how pretty ridiculously strong the ruble got, regardless of all the craziness that occurred in their economy because of this genocidal war. So being unpegged from that probably results in both more fluctuation and a weaker Kazakh currency. But again, we're going to have to see, because it's not really the wild, wild west. I guess it's called the wild, wild Central Asia right now. A whole lot of moving pieces are going on, and that definitely is one of the many, many, you know, unintended consequences, if you will, by Russia. They don't want stability in that whole region. They sort of had things where they liked them before the war started, probably to the detriment of the people there. But there's going to be more instability in the region now, and they're not going to have the capacity, and people aren't looking to trust and work with them the same way, because Russia doesn't look like they're in the position they were when the war started, and they continue to be in long-term weaker position. So if Maddie pops up, I have a question for him longer term, but I think it's more of a project we're going to have to do some research on to get back to you. Leave you back to Ham. Sure, we'll go on for a little bit tonight.
Yeah, no worries, Finance. And I guess just maybe for my own curiosity, you did tease us a little bit with some DMs. I mean, some spicy macroeconomics DMs. So I'm just curious if you could maybe give us some highlights. Like, what do you guys talk about in terms of anything interesting you guys are talking about lately?
Yeah, so for spiciness, I'm sure all of you would expect that two strapping young, well, I'm not so young anymore, gentlemen send each other salacious pictures of women. We do send each other articles with salacious pictures of economic charts and data. Makes me very happy. It looks beautiful. up because your factories produce ammunition, but at the same time as you have like population decline because your young men are getting killed at a ridiculous rate, and all that ammunition is just being blown up at ridiculously low levels of efficiency. How exactly you view that from an economic perspective is kind of strange. So I absolutely understand his perspective. Mine is sort of that even if your economy is working more like the year 1950, to be fair, a 1950 middle income Turkey more than a with a freer economy rather than a 1950 Soviet Union. This is not the Soviet economy and the Soviet structure here. It has even more corruption problems. It doesn't have the scale and robust features that the Soviet economy did, and all of those massive holes, especially between technological and industrial imports that are needed if you're integrated with the supply chain, mean that we both agree that Russia is curious and very hard to understand just how much they can do without, with so many of these avenues shut down, and or who is willing to work with them to patch up any of these holes. So there's a lot that's up in the air moving. They definitely aren't taking the kind of moves that you expect if they were an aggressive ethno-nationalist, but less corrupt or less monopolistic, less oligarchistic society, that's possible. There have been democracies that are also ethno-nationalists in history. Then they can be taking all sorts of actions around, industrial support to create, machine tool industries and semiconductor industries, heavy industries, without the basic supply chain. They wouldn't be in this pickle when they get shut off from the West. But we don't think we're seeing that kind of thing right now. And we are hearing about major shortages of all sorts of stuff that's even being reported on Russian news, sort of read really boring out of the way stuff, like, commentaries and interviews with plant managers. So, it's intellectually perspective, intellectually horrifying. You realize that, we're trying to analyze what the hell it means when an oligarchic society starts paying contract mercenary soldiers from really poor parts of from oppressed poor parts of its nation 5 times the average local wage for working as a mercenary in their army of atrocities, but also has a 30+% death rate within a pretty short amount of time. What does this do economically? The answer is a lot, and it's kind of messed up. So, but there is a stimulus effect in all that. I will say that the social effect of all of this is that everyone in Russia is getting the message. The only game in town is the military industrial. Everything else is absolutely hooked right now.
So you mean my plan to start a condensed milk factory in Russia is probably not a good idea, Finance?
You might want to start a potato factory. Donald's, or what it's called, is struggling to field, doesn't have fries in a bunch of their locations. Apparently a bunch of them are moldy. So I don't know how they messed that up, but that should give you an idea of how their supply chain is looking. Now there are potatoes in stores, so it's probably more of a packaging and plant processor issue, but that kind of thing matters in your supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely. When food spoils. So actually, that's a perfect segue. Alex and I talked. We nostalgically reminisced at a time when I was around or alive about the opening of the first McDonald's in the Soviet Union, and we also talked about kind of as a bookender the new Russian McDonald's that's all gross and moldy and disgusting. So, Alex, go ahead.
I think they decided not to service French fries for some time, temporarily, of course. If you're speaking of McDonald's, but I didn't know it was as strong. Totally, I think, as the currency. I didn't know it was pegged to ruble, but if that's the case, there is like because they export a lot, it's very bad for them to have to be pegged to a strong currency. So that's probably one big reason to unpeg it now, because they do want, like, it does damage export if your currency is too strong. But I wanted to change topic, if I may, back to Ukraine. I'm sorry?
Sure, go ahead and change topic. Go ahead.
So I saw footage of drone, those switchblades that were shipped to Ukrainians. They are being used, and hopefully we will get more of that, because I was trying to find any kind of confirmation how it's being used, and apparently they are gradually increasing its use, which is awesome, because again, while HIMARS is a great tool, it's also expensive. Like every single fighter on the front line, they probably can handle like some other devices, mostly drones and this kind of thing. So maybe Switchblade will be useful. And another one I find also interesting is they are now 3D printing the kind of stabilizer that they attach to a munition. And with that, they are turning a normal commercial quadricopter into a basically deadly tool, which is shooting quite precisely. It's not really shooting, it's just dropping bombs. But with the stabilizers, they get much more precise. So they strike, well, maybe the footage, what they show is all strikes. They would not probably show the failures, but still, it's like having a normal commercial quadricopter turn into a weapon. That's kind of powerful thing. And 3D printing those stabilizers that can increase precision. That's also quite creative. So I just wanted to share those impressions. Yeah, the footages were quite nice. I never thought I'd be enjoying, footage of killing people. But these are orcs. They're not. Yeah, quite creative ways to fight. Hopefully, they will learn to do it better, and we'll see the tide change quite soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I'm definitely very impressed by these quadcopter drones. They're dropping usually anti-tank grenades or also anti-personnel grenades. It reminds me a lot of, like, I think in some war in like 1890, like some Italian pilot like physically dropped a bomb. He like had a bomb in his hand and he dropped it from a plane, and that was like the first bomber. Like, to me, that's kind of what we're seeing with these quadcopters, right? We're seeing a very early implementation of what I think will probably be a pretty ubiquitous technology in the future. Some kind of, I guess, smart grenade, for lack of a better term. That's a munition that you can deploy and get exactly where you need it with these quadcopters. But as you said, Alex, I think you're right. There's probably a selection bias, right? They're probably not showing us the 3 or 4 times that they miss. But that said, there's so many of these videos now, there's just hundreds of these videos, that it's hard to say they're not effective, because they clearly are having some effect on the battlefield, and they're making them. Definitely a very interesting technology. The stabilizers are interesting. What Alex is talking about, they 3D print these little shells that make them like, you know, kind of like World War II bombs. So like a little round oval with the fins on it. The fins spin, and that causes it to drop more straight, even though it's up high. So it goes on target. And they also have a timer that you can set for the grenade, so that it will detonate at the time that you want. So yeah, they're very interesting technology. It's very cool videos that we get from that. And we've had a couple drone experts on here, and I will say they try to kind of, we get really excited about it. They try to caution our excitement. They say, look, this is tough, right? You got to get a drone really close to do something like this. You've got to, there's a lot of, it's a very difficult proposition to get a drone that close to an armored vehicle to drop munition on it. But if you can do it, which we've seen videos of it happening, definitely a sight to behold. So we got a couple new speakers up. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll just address you guys anyway. Dr. Nick, Nikki, Jeff,
Yeah,
you want to?
yeah. I was kind of taking some notes, but sure. Real quick. Number one, I threw my hand up real quick when y'all were mentioning academia. I'll just go through the topics real quick. Because obviously I'm an academic, and my focus is Russia, but also Eastern Europe, Central Europe, all of that, but specifically Russia. And I just have to say that as a political scientist, you know, obviously I am not in the pro-Russia camp, right? My entire academic, you know, catalog is very anti-Russian state, very, you know, trying to put emphasis on the dangers of the state and all of that. And I know that others have as well. My students could also tell you very much that that's exactly the things that I have been talking about for many, many years as well in my classes. So I think that you need to think about that too. There are some of us. Now, of course, that there are others who haven't been, right? And that's important to definitely point out. But I would just caution that there are some of us who have been doing that the whole time. And as a matter of fact, have been doing so to a detriment to ourselves. You know, because some people have been calling us, you know, pointing out, saying, you know, well, don't you think you've been a little bit alarmed? You know, don't you think that maybe you're exaggerating this threat a little bit? Don't you think, you know?
Yeah, me too. Same experience. Sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, so, you know, and my answer has always been no. You know, but anyway, you know, I've been studying, just in my specific example, I've been studying Putin since before he was even vice president, so since he was, you know, lackey in the St. Petersburg, you know, for the mayor of St. Petersburg, you know, so, you know, none of this is a surprise to me, and again, because it's not just a Putin thing, as we've all been saying and sounding like a broken record. You know, this is a Russia thing, right? Perhaps things might have been different with Yeltsin, I don't know, but you know, we didn't have the opportunity to see. However, you know, this is a Russia thing. This is an imperialism thing, and that's the thing that he carried forward. So that's the thing I wanted to say about academia. The thing with the economy I just wanted to bring up is that, you know, Putin seems to, because he's following this Eurasianist policy, that part of the Eurasianist policy is trying to move Russia towards autocracy. Oh gosh, I'm not going to be able to say this word properly. I'm just
autarky.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have it in my WordPress
article. But anyway, exactly. And that's the sort of like, you know, self-contained economy, right? And that's what he was kind of preparing for. And that's why they had so many rubles on hand, I believe, when this happened. He wasn't, of course, prepared for Europe to be as united as it was, of course, right? But I think that this was something he was preparing for eventually. But it's one reason why I think that they were slightly prepared, you know, and why I think that in some ways it kind of is this sort of bubble that they're in right now. I'm not an economist by any means, so I'm prepared for somebody like finance or, you know, maybe Maddie to call me out. But I think that, you know, some of this stuff that they were sort of retooling initially in hoarding rubles and other things, initially were for that purpose. You know, but again, they were caught off guard because it happened too soon. They weren't fully prepared. But anyway, I'll cede the floor to Maddie for now.
Yeah, let's let Maddie go ahead and answer that. Go ahead, Maddie.
Oh, I just had actually a question as well for Professor Ford. But a kind of a quick comment, and obviously it's just my opinion. I think Yeltsin was pretty much the same as Putin, and it doesn't matter. Russia's still the same. Back in the 90s, doing any of the wars of aggression because they were busy and they were economically weak. They were not in position to do anything. They were too busy putting out fires for their own federation. Obviously they had the First Chechen War, or they lost it technically. They also had other separatism concerns within the Russian Federation. Tatarstan famously refused to sign the Treaty of Federation until 1994, and many other autonomous republics actually declared sovereignty on the Soviet Union, but they were forced, pretty much forced it to the in 91, except for two autonomous republics, obviously Tatarstan and Chechnya. They also had a war of aggression in Transnistria, which is very far from Russia's borders. That's in Moldova. That problem is still out there. But yeah, I actually had a question about, and I know some people are discussing other personalities, but he's kind of a major thinker in academia. And obviously, I'm talking about Professor John Hersheimer at Chicago, and he's been kind of talking about the narrative that it's all NATO's fault that the war in Ukraine is happening. I just don't understand where his thinking is coming from. It's just weird, and I think it's ill-informed. He just doesn't do the way I understand it, because I'm not a politics. My specialty is economics, finance, and actually more narrow accounting. But the way I see Mearsheimer is that he just doesn't understand Russia.
I agree with you. And let me just address a couple things you said. I completely agree with you about those other things, about, you know, Tatarstan, and, you know, that whole thing. I was just thinking of Ukraine specifically, like if he might have been different in relation to Ukraine. You know, thinking about like Tatarstan and all of that. You know, definitely the war in Chechnya, you know, some of the listeners here definitely know how I feel about Chechnya. Chechnya is one of my areas. And, you know, when Chechnya broke away, you know, one of the things that they talked about was how, you know, Tatarstan was getting a better deal with the federalism thing, for example, and, you know, the deal that they were offering Chechnya was this sort of asymmetrical federalism, right? And like, why would they even think about, you know, accepting such a deal, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? You know, I completely agree with what you're saying in relation to that. I was just thinking about Ukraine, so pardon me if I wasn't clear in relation to that. But as far as Mearsheimer, look, everybody in political science, just about that I know of,
completely agrees with you. And, you know, like, honestly, everybody that I know of looks at what he's been saying and what he's been doing and says that, if anything, the most recent invasion, if nothing else, should have told him, right, that he was wrong. Okay, and yet he persists, and yet he continues to go on TV, to write op-eds, to do whatever, and to dig in, and it's like we all just want to disown him and wish he would just go away, and yet he just persists. You know, because his whole argument seems to be that, I don't know what it is really, because I don't fully understand it either, but the notion somehow that, you know, for what he's saying to make sense within a realist paradigm, it would have to be that Ukraine somehow joining NATO or Ukraine itself would be an existential threat, right, within that realist paradigm, and that doesn't make any sense. Right? It doesn't make any sense at all. Whether it's Ukraine individually, obviously, or even NATO itself, right? NATO definitely before any of this wasn't prepared militarily even to wipe Russia off the face of the earth. It just doesn't make sense, right? So I completely agree with you. Every political scientist I know completely agrees with you, and wish he would just, quite frankly, shut up, and he refuses not to. For the Mearsheimer from 1993, there is an article that he wrote that says that Ukraine should actually arm itself from a nuclear perspective, right? And perhaps join NATO or something like this, right? And in order to stave off the Russian threat, right? We like old school Mearsheimer, but you know, that's our
Dr. Gord, when Maddie said he doesn't understand Russia, could you speak to that a little bit? Do you think Dr. Mearsheimer understands Russia? Do you think there's certain things he fails to? Yeah, could you be maybe specific? What do you think he doesn't understand about Russia? Go ahead. I won't interrupt.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I don't think he understands that. I don't think that he understands Russia from a cultural aspect. I don't think he understands Russia from a historical aspect. I think he understands it. I don't think he really sees it as really just like through this notion of great power, right? These notions of great power and empire. And, you know, basically his attitude is, you know, great powers are going to do what great powers are going to do, right? And as such, we just all have to just accept that, right? And my answer to that is no, we don't. Why? Right? Because, you know, number one, we live in a world of, you know, international laws and norms and order, right? Russia accepted to the role of the USSR, meaning in NATO, not NATO, I'm sorry, from the UN, right? Meaning the UN Charter and all of that, right? Took over its role in the UN Security Council, meaning that it signed those charters, that it's going to respect borders of nations and whatnot, and that kind of stuff, right? He doesn't understand Putin. You know, I just don't think that he understands
I don't think he understands anything. I don't think he understands Putin. I don't think he understands his mentality. I don't think he understands Russia or Russian history. The perspective of Russian colonialism and how it works, and then take that together with, you know, international rules, laws, norms, and then diplomacy and how that works. It's like they expect, you know, he expects, you know, great powers and I'm sorry, I'm
I
trying to
think
think
you said it well, Dr.
diplomatic
Forte.
way of saying. I'm trying to think of a diplomatic way of saying this. I'm just like kind of aggravated with him.
But yeah, he has this model in his head of what a great power is, or what a nation state is, with these you know, a higher influence, or I don't know quite how to put it, but there's a certain circle of countries that have a lot of economic, political, and military influence in the global system. He has a certain vision of what a country like that is, and what its needs or wants are, and how it behaves. And he sort of applied that model to Russia without giving any consideration to its cultural or you know, its own political approach to things. And as a result, he's sort of misread the situation. He misreads Russia's actions as rational actions when they're really sort of, you know, we understand them more as criminal action, imperialist actions, or other, you know, just straight lies, you know. So there's, I think, this just general misunderstanding of Russia as a, I think that's maybe what you were speaking to. I'll let you finish up there. Go ahead, Dr. Ford.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's not that they're not rational for him, they're rational, right? But at the same time, it's like he's giving equal weight. Okay, this, I think the word that you used is probably more diplomatic, criminal, right? And I appreciate that word, because that's probably the more diplomatic word to use. It's like the criminality of this, right? When Ukraine, in this instance, right, we could also think about this in relation to Chechnya, right? Not thinking of Kadyrov, of course, right? But thinking of Chechnya in 1996, and then again in 2000, right? But, you know, or Georgia, okay? But thinking of this criminality, and as if that should be given equal weight to the agency of what should be individual states that have individual agency, right? Remember, Chechnya was an independent state in 1996 and again in 2000, up until Russia, you know, invaded again, right? These were individual states within the international order, you know, and what about their agency? What about the individuals? You know, what about their human rights? You know, and the rest of the world is just supposed to just forget about these people? What about these people and their right to determination? We're just supposed to chalk this up to great powers? You know, I mean, it's offensive, right? And pardon me if I sound angry, because I am when I think about Mearsheimer and his, you know, ridiculousness. It's offensive, you know, to these individuals, these people. They're human beings. They're not something that we're supposed to just theorize in the abstract, right? These are human beings with lives, right? If we care about international order, if we're thinking about the United Nations and, you know, the Charter of, you know, human rights, you know, the Declaration of Human Rights and all of that, right? These are human beings that we're talking about, you know, and, you know, thinking about too, like, for example, in Chechnya, you know, the world forgot about them. You know, maybe it was because they were Muslim and brown or whatever. Nobody gave a crap about them, right? But now we're talking about Ukraine. You know, hopefully people will remember this. Mearsheimer doesn't seem to give a crap about them. You know, hopefully the rest of the world will this time, you know. And hopefully, if it happens again in Georgia, people will remember, right? We've got to stop thinking about the world, number one, through great powers. Number two, we need to, remember that Russia is a colonial empire, right? And we need to stop thinking about them as just, I don't know, as Russia or as, however it is that people think about them around the world, right? As being the anti-US. Because that's how they've positioned themselves through RT and Sputnik and their propaganda machines throughout, Southeast Asia, the MENA region, because they've been spending a lot of money on this propaganda, right? As the anti-NATO, anti-West, right? And so they've garnered a lot of support. But we've got to remember that they are a colonial power. Anyway, sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, thank you, Dr. Boyd. That was a good summary of Mearsheimer, I think. So with that, we'll go to Just a Bunny. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to comment something that was being discussed earlier. You guys do a really decent job of finally bringing it to kind of a Western audience that this isn't like a Putin problem. There's not almost a joke about it where, first it was Tsarnikovich that was bad, and everything was his fault, and then it was Lenin that was bad, and everything was his fault, and Stalin, ... Now it's Putin, and more it's Navalny. But the analogy that I've kind of used with, I guess, some moderate success to kind of try to wiggle that door open if someone's like getting resistant to it is comparing it to a pickle jar. With a lot of people, the way that they look at the solution to the problem with what's going on with Russia is you have this pickle jar, and they're like, you know what, the problem is there's a lot of pickles in there, you gotta put a fresh cucumber in there, and that'll solve the problem. But obviously, because there's pickling juices in there, that cucumber ends up turning into a pickle, and you gotta always try to draw people's attention to the fact that it's what's in the jar that's turning them into pickles.
Yeah, exactly. It's the culture that, it's this culture that supports the Russian state, which is an empire, right? That's ultimately the issue here. If we can, and honestly, I think in the space, the consensus is that it's not something we can ourselves change, right? It's not something as, a country like the United States, as powerful as it is, it's not something that the United States really has a ton of influence over. All we can do is contain Russia. We can react, right? We cannot do business with Russia. Maybe it's not a good idea to give them microchips, right? If they're going to put them in missiles and shoot them into schools, maybe it's not a good idea to empower their economy and empower their military apparatus. It's probably not a good idea to make any, deals with them to sell